Okay, this is what I do want to know, though. We're back with the Golden Horde. How did things go yesterday? Well, I cut the fat off the country. I'm beginning to slightly regret this. I wonder if it was a good idea or not. I thought these would contribute more to me as colonies that can focus on, ruling this land instead of me. But the colonies don't really give me an army to fight with, and they don't really give me much money, and the market access, well, I don't know how to use it. Maybe if I learned how to do trade, it would work out a bit better for me, but I don't seem to be getting anything around here, and they barely pay me any money. So I'm not entirely sure it was worth cutting off all this land. It might have been better just to keep it and make use of it later. And Nagai have been a liability, throwing themselves into battles where they lose and cost me war score. So maybe my bright idea to eviscerate my own country from the get-go wasn't the brightest of ideas, but that's okay. It's a campaign to learn. It's not like I've got a set goal here that must be achieved at all cost, and I must squeeze out every bit of my gamer juices to make it happen, because I don't have a lot of gamer juice when it comes to EU5. I will in time, but for now I'm new to this all. Something I have realized since yesterday, though. I've been obsessed with getting a border with Georgia, and in fact I need to make good on that casus belli sometime soon, but something I didn't realize, and probably should have checked, is that you don't need a border in order to make tributary. You need a border to do horde expansion, which is what I thought, I'll do this to make a tributary. But no, if you just go for the tributary war, you don't need the border. You just need the spy network. So my obsession with cutting through this country to get a border with Georgia was foolish. On top of that, I already have these little tribes down here as my tributaries, and that, through the mountain pass, can get me into Georgia. So I don't actually need to conquer any of this land, which is good, because I don't want to. Although I might as well go and kill them and take their money. No point making that casus belli and not using it, right? Except our country has problems. Our country has a whole lot of problems. Let's start with a big rat in the room. We caused the Black Death. I wonder if it has anything to do with all of the dead Poles that have been fertilizing our land. It's rife in our country, which means we are significantly weaker than anybody else until it spreads to them. So I think it's a poor idea to go and fight the Russians until the Russians are the ones smoking Black Death. So yeah, I will delay my fight with Muscovy until as close to the end of that casus belli as I can. Although I have to be careful about that, right? I really need to reign in Muscovy. I know how it looks, right? I am this big, and they are tiny little Muscovy here. Why am I so afraid? Well, let's see. Muscovy, because of their ruler here. Can we get a good eye on him? The Grand Prince, the Rurikovics. Because of them, he's got the Muscovite Union, which automatically drags in these people. And these people drag in their own relationships. Nizhny Novgorod, for example. They have their subject of Gallic whatever. So Muscovy's already more or less united all of this part of Russia. I think Mormon is a vassal under Vladimir. They have forts. I hate dealing with forts as a horde. On top of that, Muscovy have their own relationships. They've allied with Chernihiv. They've allied with some little green countries over here. And what does Chernihiv have? It looks like they've already got a regular standing army. Now, this is a real threat to me. Countries that start building up their own regulars, if they ever get numbers comparable to my own, that's going to become a huge problem because my horse archers are no longer going to decimate the peasants with pitchforks. So that is why destroying Muscovy, the others I don't care so much about, but Muscovy have got to go. My plan is to remove their fort and take 2 provinces off of them, just so they're trimmed down a whole lot, and then I will probably finish with full annexation. I cannot afford to have Muscovy on the map whatsoever. I don't care if all the other principalities decide to coalition me. They can't do anything that Muscovy could do to me. So hopefully I can strangle the baby while it's still in the crib. But war is awkward for me in my big dying nation. A lot of people are dying. Black Death is doing its magic here. Best way to spread the plague, fertilize the soil with some golden horses. I did plenty of that already. Is a province a collection of territories? There's a location... Novopav, bad example because I can't even say it, can I? Okay, here we go. Kokusan is a location within a province. The province is Darjeeling. And that's why I keep the provinces map mode, because sometimes it's easier to keep track of what you do or do not want by looking at this. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go and pick on those tribes in the south. I'm going to make my force tributary Casus Belli on Georgia, and I'm going to try to make them my tributary. I'll certainly upset a few people around here. Making someone a tributary is as much aggressive expansion as making them your outright vassal, which seems a little weird, but hey-ho. We are slightly stronger than Georgia. I'm curious if they have any... Whoa, 23,000? Including regulars. Perhaps it's a bit foolhardy for me to assume that I could take Georgia. We certainly need this Black Death to do its thing in my country and let me be for a while. Anyway, let's get our army down here so I can actually just go and sweep through these tribes. And just go through, kill all their people, take their land, and all will surely be well. Right, what other problems do we have around here? Yeah, the diseases here. Muscovy and Vladimir both want to join a coalition, but there isn't actually a coalition, right? Coalition of the not very willing? I thought Muscovy joined one, but maybe they've decided to leave it. That's fine. Depopulation is fine. I mean, they're only slaves. I know it looks horrible with all these people dying, but what is the actual makeup of my country? Let's click a random province. Check the demographics. Oh, look, it's 78% slaves, and they're not happy anyway. Kazanis and Ryazanis, Orthodox and Tengris. Why are they not converting, damn it? So yeah, do I really care if a bunch of slaves die? I certainly do not. That's not even where my income comes from. I make 26 ducats, 20 of which come in from war reparations, tributaries, and the such. Also, I periodically punch my tributaries for additional money. So no, it'll take some time to transform this country into something that can sustain itself rather than sustaining on the corpses of others. Location seems like an odd choice of words. Sounds like a translation thing of German. Don't poison my mind with German. Right, what else can be sorted here? Intervene in a rival war against Georgia? Tempting, but no thank you. We could join things, but I could also not, and I like not doing so. We don't do studying around here. Yeah, I don't have long to make use of that horde expansion against Alania, so I will. We have a small problem with the chieftain insurgents. They keep wanting to rise up, and they are a significant chunk of my country if they do rise up. They're close to it, but the way I see it, they should be pretty happy pretty soon, right? In fact, they're already quite happy at 50. It's not going away, though. I am not unwilling to bribe them, but that's only if matters get really dire. I'd like to know some information. When will they stop wanting to kill me? There's no indication of how to destroy this rebel movement. Yeah, Pops support them because they have no needs met. Yeah, the markets suck in my area, so Pops never have their needs met. No foreign countries supporting. Yeah, it's all the nobles. One wonders what to do about that. Build out RGOs and market buildings. Right, so about that money I don't have. All the money we get is from killing others, and others are getting stronger. I believe I need to invest in my army rather than my economy. Once I kill the Russians, I make tributaries out of my large neighbors, and I essentially have an insulating wall against the west. Then I can focus inwards. Although we are slightly focusing inwards, right? The problem is we have no control over our country. And the places we do have control over are absolute garbage. It's wrong religion, it's wrong culture, and there are no roads or infrastructure for all of that. And paying for that stuff is expensive. So if I pay for that, I don't have an army to defend myself against others that are rapidly becoming stronger than me. So no, my belief is to solve my problems with violence, and then after violence is no longer getting us what we need, then I can go and deal with non-violent approaches. But until then, it's violence all the way down. Can you build... Right, so this one's come up before. Build roads. Yes, roads improve control because they reduce the perceived proximity to the capital. Let's build a road to... No, I don't know. How about one of our other cities? Kazan. Sounds like a good idea. We go to infrastructure. We say build road. We go to Kazan. We cannot afford the 2,152 ducats it would cost to build a road to Kazan. Who would have thought infrastructure across the Great Steppes is expensive? So no, that is why it is firmly my belief that I need to just go and kill people and take their money. Maybe I can escape the Black Death if we hide over by Hutuk. Oh, well, now the Black Death is spreading to soon-to-be my enemies. And hey, look at that! The capital is free of, oh, well, almost free of Black Death. The capital is one of the few places I actually care about. People are even getting happier over there. Isn't that wonderful? And my general is not my ruler. It's my ruler's uncle. He's not very good at what he does, but it'll be fine. Surely your workers need to spend a few turns building roads in each hex. This isn't Settlers of Catan. Although, just imagine. Yes, I know people are depopulating. What's a man to do? I'm improving opinion. I'm building spy network in Georgia. I am quite tempted to fight Bulgaria. Bulgaria have no friends. Bulgaria do have annoying forts. I could have sworn they had more forts here. I swear they had a coastal fort to begin with. Maybe AIs tear down forts because of the expenses. That would not be bad news for me. But yeah, just imagine what Bulgaria could do as my tributary. Their tax base is roughly on par with that of Kiev. And Kiev is one of my bigger earners right now. Bulgarian. And then if Bulgaria is my my tributary, there's not much stopping me from doing the same to Serbia and Byzantine. I don't think you have to defend tributaries and wars in this game. Yeah, they just pay you for the privilege. And I would also like to be friends with the Ottomans. He's not very open to the idea yet. Because he'd have to pay? I'm not sure I understand. Oh, right, he must be at his diplomatic limit. Well, when he swallows up neighbors and such, that'll sort it out. I would like to improve opinion there. Maybe I could even consider doing that, right? I'm improving opinion with Pronsk. I don't particularly think I care about Pronsk's feelings these days. Get out of here. I'm not so weak that I have to worry about that minuscule vassal over there. But yeah, making friends with the Ottoman Beyliks sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's invest in that early. Yes, please. Got to keep a lazy eye on my number of diplomats, right? They don't grow on trees. Yeah, they had way more forts at the start of the game. I strongly recall them having a coastal fort, and coastal forts are a pain in the bum. Right, so one small issue is I cannot declare war with my stability is below -50. But we should be able to get it high fast enough. Oh, yes! I was beelining towards additional loyalty of subjects, and I'm even keen on decentralization just to keep all my subjects loyal and paying me their dosh. Question is, where do we go from here? We're doing Age of Renaissance research. Focusing on diplomacy stuff, believe it or not. I could go subject opinion, literacy, into horde unity and satisfaction. That does sound nice. Oh, jeez. I always think the game is paused when it's not. Unless there's something else that's well worth my time. Literacy for clergy is good for some reason. I think it helps research. Subject opinion doesn't seem very important. Just army morale sounds really good, though. I can actually get additional horde unity by going this way. Initiative. What's that again? The chance that the regiment will engage during the combat phase. My units already have a lot of initiative, but surely even more is better. Also, being able to move faster and eat less food, that also sounds good. It might even be better than going for equilibrium satisfaction. That's nice, but it's small, and this is to squeeze out more taxes, and we barely get taxes to begin with. I think making my army fight better is better than these marginal bonuses. So, take the army morale. Take the horde unity. Do I care about peasant levy? Peasant levy is formed by commoners summoned to military service. Well, I mean, more levy is good. Is it specifically peasants? Could I use my slaves for this? Hard to say. If this could levy my slaves, that's huge. But I'm unsure about that. It just says relevant units, huh? Who needs peasants when you can have more horses? I have to pay for horses up front, and it's 100 ducats per unit, which I would like more of. I want to be more aggressive with my money into army, into more money. I don't think slaves count to levies. Yeah. Having movement speed up, food consumption down, and initiative up all sounds pretty good. But I'm curious about the levy. Peasants are a pop type, and slaves are a different pop type, so probably not. Yeah, but I want... It just says valid pops. I want to know what the valid pops are. It doesn't specifically mention it here, except in the name. But maybe we could believe that I could send the slaves off to die. Foreign by commoners, military service, meant to bring their own equipment. Yeah, I think you can get janissaries for slaves into professional soldiers. Maybe just... You know what? Let's check it out. And then let's go for these two. Need to improve my military if I'm going to be believing it as hard as I am. Getting increasingly concerned about those chieftain insurgents, right? The others are whatever. Actually, the slave rebellion is probably not whatever, but I'm sure I can do something about that before it becomes a problem. Plus, it's a long way off of being a problem. I wonder how you actually deal with this, right? The slaves hate my guts, and why would they not? Somebody's asking me about who my subjects are. I've got all these colonies over here. There's the country of Perm, they're my vassal. Nagai is my vassal. These three are my tributaries. I wasn't aware that Bryansk was anything fancy. Oh, Bryansk is a tributary. But yes, subject here. Few tributaries down here. And I think that's a lot. We can also see it via our diplomacy tab. Manage my 18 subjects. Colonial nation, tributary, da-da-da-da-da. Right, so I just increased the how much everybody loves me. Hey, that includes Kiev. Kiev, I mean this in the nicest possible way, but give me some bloody money. We can spend it much more wisely. Halik, I mean this in the nicest possible way, but give me some bloody money. Anybody else keen on giving me some money? How about Bryansk? We were just talking about you, right? Oh, shoot, let's be careful. That costs diplomats to do, and I need diplomats to wage war. I don't think I care so much about Perm's opinion, so let's stop improving opinion with them. Yeah, in EU4 it doesn't cost any diplomats to just do subject interactions like that, so that caught me off guard. That puts another restrictor on how much I can punch money out of them. On the plus side, I think you can only do it once every 5 years anyway. Random spot check in a province earlier was around 70%. What percentage of your popular overall is slaves? We can actually check the overall number, can't we? Let's check our society. Is there a better way to check that? Ah, here we go. Slaves make up 46% of our country. And 1.4 million. I think that's going to be less than a million by the time the Black Death is done doing its thing. Go, Black Death. By being patient zero, we will clearly build up an immunity. I don't think my army is going to be happy being stationed in Black Death land. Which is all the more reason to start the war sooner. I need those chieftain insurgents to stop wanting to rise up, by the way. I am willing to bribe them if it gets any closer. I can't tax them any less, can I? Oh, I can, actually. There we go. Let's try and bring that up and above 51-odd%. I don't know what it takes to have them back down. Peasant levies could still be quite a lot. You have a ton of peasants. I'm not surprised. I can't find them good, meaningful work. Alright, so I need that diplomat, and I need my stability to be above -50. And we're running out of time for this war. 1st of February for Horde expansion on Alania. But I do plan on doing so, so let's not worry about it. The worrying can come later. Probably very soon. Robber barons. This is a bad event in EU4, I think. Traders are concerned with the great influence of the chieftain. I think we've seen this event before. Golden traders, economic development. The chieftains are only taking... Oh, hang on. Estate satisfaction for chieftains. Maybe that'll get them to stop insurging against me. I mean, Jings, they run the country. So surely it's just within their rights. We'll see if that helps. Still seems like they want to rebel. I'm not sure I want to bribe them then. Oh, they're gone now. Huh. The game is not very forthcoming with the information on that. Although I'm very glad they're gone. Now I just have every other insurgent to worry about. Like the Ulema. Alright, but at least the chieftains are curtailed for now. I haven't spent much time looking at other things that I could grant my people. I mean, the commoners are all over the place. Is there anything I could do for them? I had a quick look through these after my stream yesterday. And I think I saw some that made me go, ooh, that would be nice. Although I'll be damned if I can remember what. Commoners in the cabinet sounds like a good way to access new and better people. Also, happier commoners to pay happier amounts of commoner tax is probably good, since they're about the only people I can tax. Although I think giving them privileges will make everybody else less happy. Also reduces my crown power. And I do not mind decentralization. It's actually quite good for me. I find the rebellion mechanics intransparent. I'm sure it's just a matter of figuring out what numbers actually matter. Yeah, exactly. Not something I currently know, though. Commoners in Parliament. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be happening for our tribe. I am quite tempted by commoners in the administration. Having access to more cabinet members seems useful. And they're courtiers, so won't they be available for marriage? Maybe, maybe not. Also, making them just happier. Whoa, the chieftain... a lot of people become unhappier with this. Especially the Ulema, and the Ulema are wanting to insurge. Give privileges to the slaves to fight in the army. What a privilege that would be. But the slaves don't get an estate. Oh, son. They were only slaves. Your crown power is your tax money. Everything your nation brings in is split between the estates and in the pie chart next to your money. Okay, but I still think I should give the commoners some happiness and some cabinet powers here, despite the unhappiness that it brings. I mean, just how much power do these guys have? Laborers, soldiers, peasants. Oh, hang on. Slaves are part of this. They don't have much power here, but they have about as much power as peasants. That's interesting. Very interesting, in fact. It will slightly curtail the chieftains. I guess I'm okay with that. Do they have anything that I hate here? Common militia is actually not too bad. Alright, you know what? We'll give it a go. Commoners in the administration. Bring it on. Hopefully that doesn't suddenly bring back the chieftain revolt that we just got rid of. That would be sad. Then I'd probably have to bribe them to keep them happy. Speaking of bribing people, what would it take to get the Ulema off of my back? Not much of a bribe, really. I think we can let these build up and then deal with them. Because if you just pay them off early, then you're kind of wasting time, since it all goes to an equilibrium. Okay, well, with that major threat off my back, I think the main thing is to poise myself and be ready for this war. It's not a big war. In fact, it's really just me bullying my neighbors. But I'm okay with that. Also, get out of the Black Death. It does cause attrition if you're inside it. But yeah, we just ride it out. Okay, so a bunch of slaves die. Whoop-de-doo. 40,000 died the other month. And probably 40,000 more will die yet. Although, I had a thought. This was something that I didn't notice for the longest of time, but I noticed it after my stream yesterday. So I was dealing with... I forget where it's under. I think it's people and cultures. Accepted cultures. And I never stopped to think, why is this so high? And I didn't realize, all these people I tolerate, where are they? This is automatically flagged for present in country. There are people I tolerate that don't exist in my country. The Kyrgyz, the Smolenskians. The yearly car whatevers. I'm wasting my accepted culture slots on these people that I don't know or care about anymore. Sure, there were a lot of Uzbeks in my country when I held this land, but I don't, and I don't even want that land currently. So we can just remove the culture. It doesn't cost me anything since they're not in my country. So I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to get rid of yearly. I think I will keep the Smolenskian because I may well expand into this land, and having them already accepted is surely useful. Well, tolerated at least. The Kyrgy Wotsits, yeah, they're ages away. I can just remove that culture as well. How about the Mishar? No, because they're actually present in my country. And what this does... Can I bring back present in my country? There we go. What this means is I can actually grab some relevant cultures, like the Ryazani, which are all over my country, and I can actually tolerate them. And that's going to make the slaves that I've made quite a bit happier. Now, how much does it cost to tolerate them? 0.92. I can do that and still stay under my accepted cultures threshold. It's a really low amount that you get access to here, though. I mean, I wonder what I can do to stop the accepted Crimeans from being so incredibly expensive. I've heard something about kindred cultures, but I don't know how that works. But yeah, very, very expensive to accept these cultures. Probably because they're so far removed from being Mongolian. You can make that cheaper by improving relations with Pronsk. I already have decent relations with Pronsk. Why, are they the main Ryazani? Here we go. But Pronsk love me, kind of. I could make them love me more. Is that where the cost comes in? Doesn't mention the breakdown of cost here. Improve cultural relationship with favors. That sounds like too much work, so I'm going to kill these guys off anyway. Anyway, what I think I do is, as I will accept Ryazani, it'll be a while before I have lots and lots of Muscovites. So, let us tolerate these people. Huzzah. Still under our accepted cultures threshold. Looking forward to ways to improve that. It's already improved, that's the thing. We get a bonus for our Turco-Mongolian traditions and our Khaganate. So it must suck to be a baseline country and get, like, almost nothing. Yeah, one wonders how to get more of this, but I'm sure we can get it some way, somehow. It's a lot of favors. Oh, never mind that then. I probably don't care too much about other cultures. In time, I probably want to accept Muscovite. I imagine it'll be a long time before I even consider eating Novgorodian lands outside of maybe just this. Might even just make Novgorod into a tributary. As long as Muscovy is dead, because if Muscovy is alive, Muscovy is almost fated to kill Novgorod. Yeah, because taking this land, you know, it's far away from the capital, I'll never get anything out of it. Making Novgorod into a tributary sounds like a pretty winning idea. So yeah, after I kill Muscovy and rein in the Rus princes, probably make Novgorod my trib. Then I don't need to worry about that culturally. But yeah, I would like to accept Muscovite culturally at some point. Expensive though that would be, not accept, but you know, tolerate. Tolerate and wipe out in due time. Okay, so our problems are few and far between now. If you ignore the Black Death, and I'm doing everything in my power to... What? Surgut Elp... The Clergy Civil War, we saw this aeons ago. Yeah, so all of my colonies were fine, but the one colony I made into a fiefdom for reasons unknown. Yeah, I don't know why they become a fiefdom when you give them a random ruler. It just seems broken. Anyway, they had a bit of a revolt. Now I've been dragged in. It would be nice if my other colonies could do the fighting for me. Are they actually going to be involved? They are involved, but they sure as sugar don't have an army. Wait, did you even have an army? Oh, they got 5 units. They can't do anything. Right, I will deal with that later. I can't raise a levy because that would stop me being able to declare war. So yes, worry about that slightly later. Also keep evading the Black Death with my army. We can outrun death itself. I lost a ton of cores because I got rid of the culture, but we don't particularly care about that. With any luck, though, the slaves are going to be less unhappy. Slightly. Wow, that's... No, that's the Alama insurgency. That's huge. No, this is the slave uprising. Man, imagine if they both went at me. I'd have no country left immediately. The slave uprising is going to take my capital. That sounds like bad news. I don't know how to deal with this slave uprising. Perhaps forcing them to convert is going to have repercussions? Nah, surely not. That said, what in the world can one do about this? There is a councillor task to grind down the rebels. I don't know if that's going to be enough to overcome this. Oh dear, oh dear. I don't know how to deal with this. Well, having lots of slaves die will surely weaken their cause. Your capital, but you need that to store all your slaves in. I'm glad you get it. Okay, I can still outrun Black Death for a little while longer. I really want it to spread up to the Russians, though. Hey, it appeared in Muscovy. Directly. Good. Good. Kill the Muscovites so they're less of a problem for me. Excellent. Every dead Muscovite today is a Muscovite that won't be a problem tomorrow. Plague tax strain. Pop satisfaction. Losing control. Where's one that just gives me money? Commoner tax going down. I don't care. I don't really make money from that. But 7 stability is very welcome. That means I can declare war now if I want. Do I want? Black Death situation is... please show me. Yeah, there we go. You are less full of death than me. So I'm going to come in, take your money, and leave. And just make a clean sweep, right? They have no forts. No forts at all, so it should be quite trivial. So I can just declare war with my Horde expansion. You've got friends, right? Alania, Hituk, Kimke. Well, that's just a bunch of countries to punch a little bit of money out each. Not a lot, but every little helps. Not sure if that's the way to go. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, that's certainly a way to go. I see you there, Bart. Alright, no time like the present. Let's just go kick some ass. Now, the original idea behind this was that I wanted to get a land border into Georgia, not realizing that I already had one through here. Unfortunately, Georgia are keeping all their forts. It would be really nice if I didn't have to go through a mountainous fort to get to their notably unfortified capital. But yes, killing Georgia is on the cards, although I am a little... Well, I'm a lot concerned about how strong they are. They have allies. No, they don't, which is useful, but man, can they field an army. Regulars. We don't like dealing with regulars. I might have to pump up my own army in preparation for that. I also need to bait them into my land and destroy them. That will kill off all their levies, and then I can deal with the country properly. That'll also let me build up a lot of war score. But yes, I do thoroughly plan on making Georgia into my permanent little money baby. Well, lots of countries I plan on doing that with. I know it's an investment, but it's a one-time investment, so there's no need to worry about it. So we just storm on in and take the capitals. The capitals will spread out and take the rest. And if they want to raise an army, well, that's just somebody for me to go in and squish. And squish I shall. Black Death or no Black Death, don't let it get in the way of a good warring. So something I've come to notice is when you take a province, you get to loot the province, and you get a tiny, tiny smidgen of Horde unity. But when provinces get taken by zone of control, you don't loot them, and you don't get the Horde unity. I did a bit of off-screen testing for that. Yeah, there we go. Just get the hell out of my sight. Gain experience, gain prestige, utterly squish them, and just go and curb stomp all of these little countries. Sadly, I think even if you 100% a country, you cannot demand peace. We're going to check that, actually. Sounds like a game theory. We'll check it out. Hold the phone. I actually need to siege this down, because this is a separate area. Did you do any other interesting tests off stream? Loaded up debug mode to check a few things. Sadly, there is no accessible debug. Paradox have started doing this with all their newest games. You don't get the console commands and debug by default. You have to do a launch setting for that. Okay, yeah, I'm not surprised that horrible Black Death is causing horrible things. I am not surprised, game. You cannot surprise me. Why is this not spreading its filthy zone of control over here? Oh, that's because this will spread the zone of control over there. As for you, is this also in that same area? Wow, yeah. Countries spread across this area. Oh well, not a huge deal. You know, while all this is going on, I could actually go and deal with the clergy issue. What I can do is... I always forget which one of these is raise my levies. Yeah, here we go. Please don't zoom in on my capital like that. I like to think I know what I'm doing. I'm just going to grab a bunch of militia and send them out there. How many could it possibly take? Ooh, look. Gain 1 noble cavalry. Amazing. Just get these guys out, send them over to the folks over there. Hostile rhetoric. More antagonism. I could do without that. But I want my prestige. Yes, sod it. I like my prestige. And doesn't prestige lower antagonism anyway? Yeah, it does. So win-win-win to ignore the problems. Speaking of ignoring problems, you might notice these enemies aren't really attacking me. Well, with what? This is why I wanted to pick on these minor tribes. Well, I wanted a land border, but whilst I'm waiting on a land border, I might as well just bully them for their money. They were only slaves. How many people is this? I don't know, can't count. But go and get over to Irtish together. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, and yeah, I'm sure they can take care of that. Probably a better way to fight this war than just bringing my entire bleeding army here. Also, no point paying for my forts in a fight like this. It's not a big deal. Also, I got a bit of inflation. I can only assume that was from some fighting that I did and taking war reparations. Oh, hello. Hello, First Army. They're running away to Sasako, maybe around to Siba. That will scarcely be a concern for us. $127,000 dead, and yet not enough. Alright, yeah, they're probably going to try and take this back, but I'm afraid they won't get much of a chance. Whoa, hold on. Okay, I tried to shift, add this as a location to go to. It didn't go through for some reason. Utter annihilation. And that's even with my formation unbalanced. Weird that that is something... Wait, that is balanced? I suppose it doesn't have levies flashing it out this time. So I've 100%ed this country. Oh, well, it looks like if you 100% them, you can make peace. That's much convenient. Anyway, I'm really just here for your money. You don't have any of my slaves. I want your war reparations as well, of course. But there's really nothing to care about, right? Maybe a bit of humiliation for some prestige. But I don't want you as a vassal. I don't even care about you as a tributary. It's not worth the antagonism that it would cause. Not that it would be much. But yeah, they don't really have money worth even taking. Better to just have them as a buffer state. Yeah, they negotiate only for themselves. Sure, give me all the money. Curious what that does for my inflation, if anything. 0.28? 0.28, okay. Good to know that 10 ducats doesn't rock the boat. How does Asia look? Great Yuan's doing good. Jurchen tribes are looking a bit greenish. It's all a very unpleasant to look at colour, isn't it? So very washed out. Clearly, preference for Europe here. They get all the fancy colours. So many people wanting to rise up, but the Ulema want to rise up slightly less these days. Is that a separate country? The Trappers... Is that Trebizond? Good heavens, so it is. Well, now that is interesting. How would Trebizond like to also be a tributary of mine? They've got a really big tax base. And if I make Georgia my tributary, it wouldn't be too hard to just make my way down to them as well. Getting all sorts of ideas for people that need to join the Greater Golden Collective. Anyway, head on out there. Should be fine just going for the capital, right? Wait, I can't get there? You cannot move an army into the mountains during a winter. Very cool. Alright then, take it from Koban. Not like I'm stuck here, is it? Alright, go to Kumar if you've nothing better to do then. Also worth noting that to sue for peace... Oh, I thought I needed a diplomat to sue for peace. Well, thank goodness that I don't. War reparations and all of your money, and while I'm at it, we might as well humiliate. I think this game just has 5-year truces. I think. I'm not entirely sure. Execute ruler. No, I can't execute characters. Can't move them out during winter either. Wow, that sounds atrocious. But once again, no point in making you a subject or anything. Just give me your money. And yeah, good, it doesn't cost a diplomat. Give me your money, give me your prestige. Don't even bother giving me your land. And pay me reparations. These reparations aren't really going to be much. And then get ourselves out and over to there. I suppose you could always exile yourself. Maybe that can get you out of a mountain. And these guys are all heading up over here, right? Right as rain. Well, they might be going there. They might not. We'll see. Just trying to help out my subject here. And it's just Alania. The plague scapegoats. Gain 10 stability. Persecution of Mishar minorities. Our pops that follow Mongolian culture will be happy. The Mishar will be very, very unhappy. That is quite amusing. How much do I care about the Mishar, actually? That's a lot of pop satisfaction to lose, but I don't have any control over there anyway, so those vile Mishars. Before I do that, let's double check what they are culturally to us. 6%, and they are apparently an accepted culture. Ugh, but there are barely any of them. No, vile Mishars. They spread the Black Death, which is probably not untrue. We're all spreading it. But look, it's burning out in my country. The capital is safe. The people have already died. They can't become more dead. Oh, hey, I think we found our foe. Squish. Can I get up here now? I do want up here now. There we go. Get up there and get out before winter comes again. And before my troops get too hungry. How's the plague worldwide? We'll have a look at the plague overall once we're done with this war. No, I'll forget if I wait for that long. Here we go. So yeah, it's spread in my country. You can already see it burning out where it started. It's still sweeping through my country like crazy. Tons of people have died. Total death, 7.5 million. In mine, I'm contributing over 10% of that. But yeah, there we go. Eat it, Hungary. You deserve nothing less. My only concern is that that's going to reduce the amount of war reparations they're going to pay to me, which is probably why my income is going down. Because I barely tax my people. Looks like it's arrived in Prague. Oh, the Europeans are getting absolutely mogged by it. beautiful, just beautiful. A 60% hold in Modena. Hasn't reached... Oh, no, it reached England. There we go. Filthy Londoners doing what they do best. Yeah, it looks like it's spreading to capital cities, probably coming along through trade. China's looking fine. India, utterly immune. Hopefully Scotland will be spared. We don't even see Scotland. For all we know, they don't exist. It'd be great to just suddenly see England turning yellow, though. Very EU3 lucky nation thing, that. Alright. Easy peasy, right? I wonder if that's enough to just call this war nice and early. Just give me all your bloody money. Give me your war reparations and let me humiliate you. Oh, they have cores on my land. Right, well, we can't be having that. You're not allowed those. And I will humiliate. Unfortunately, I need to spread out my control over your land. But this will spread control around here. And frankly, I think that'll be enough. Even so, let's go and finish the fight. I'm going to retreat my army back to non-Black Death area. I'm going to rub my nip... Not a daughter! I don't want Mulan! There we go. If she ends up queen, then so be it. Oh, almost a 70% Black Death hold in Muscovy. It's a thing of beauty. So yeah, notably the the amount of money I'm receiving for others has dropped down. Even though I'm getting this additional reparations. As I expected, it's barely anything. But barely anything is still something. It's more than what I get, say, out of taxes from my estates. My estates never even heard of taxes before. Why would they? We don't know how to tax. Yeah, that name hits too hard. Don't worry, don't worry. We're only laughing at you. Okay, right. Well, actually, this could become a big problem. I have a daughter. I have another daughter. I have a law that says we can only have males inherit the throne. So who's next in line? Who is our heir? I guess we just don't have an heir? Is there somewhere that tells you your heir? You'd think maybe my brother or something? Because the last thing I want is a regency in a tribe. Tribal succession crisis is no joke. Jake, how's the immunity in the capital? The plague? Can the plague pass again? I'm hoping it absolutely cannot. Is there such thing as immunity? Ah, I'm sure we're fine over here, right? Well, we've got a bit of the flu over there. Ah, hey, there we go. Bubonic disease. That looks like 100% immunity. Although we're not immune from measles, smallpox, or influenza. Very cool. Well, I'm glad it's 100% then. Although maybe it can go down. The plague will rise again. Bring in more pops. We always love more pops. Hey, can I finally go and deal with these guys? Not yet. Alright, huzzah. Now you will acquiesce to my demands. And you are the only one left in the war, so boom. Alright, retreat back to Sarai, which is nice and safe, and all is well. Don't pay for our forts. One could say don't even pay for the army, but... don't want to see them all completely die now, do I? That said, you know, it's money. I do like money. Speaking of money, I don't know why there's not an option to just automate full minting without causing inflation. Seems strange that there's not. Makes me wonder if there's a downside to minting. But I'm not seeing one. Alright, exiled army, get back. Spy network is almost big enough to declare war upon Greece. Not Greece, Georgia. Very different country. But I have to ask myself, am I in a position to destroy Georgia? And the answer is no. Far from it. I am, however, in a position to afford myself a little bit more in the way of beloved horse archers. I think I'll give myself a couple more of these wagon things. I do appreciate the movement speed bonus that we get. Wait, that's improved attrition. What? Well, they still look like they're worth having. So I will have another 1 of you and another 2 of you. Why don't I do slow recruitment, by the way? Do you get all your money back from this? 485, 599. Yeah, so I'm starting experience. I don't care about the extra recruitment time. You possibly could. Yeah, there we go. Bolster the army. We do need it. Probably before Georgia, I need to deal with the Russians. I want to wait until the Black Death is no longer infesting the lands between me and them, and then I need to gear up for a big war. A big war where all my levies are dead. That much is true, but... I'm sure we can figure something out. How are those Olama doing, by the way? They're becoming happier. I think once we get to 50, we can bribe them up to 60, and then maybe they'll stop wanting to do insurgency. Traders are unhappy. Well, everyone's bloody unhappy inside my country. It's okay, I wouldn't be able to tax them anyway. Do hordes have extra terrain penalties like in EU4? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, this is all just flat grassland, which is excellent for my cavalry, and very bad for people wanting to come and attack me. Because there's no infrastructure for them to enjoy. Not a sausage. Alright, you guys get together and take this land back, capital by capital. Just go and eat up the clergy and get that country back together. Stitched if need be. Everybody is unhappy in this country, especially the Khan. Yes. I mean, just look at this map mode. A tiny country. You know, let's take Trebizond, for example. A tiny, relatively centralized country does a whole lot better than I do. Punches well above my weight. Which is part of the reason why I love the Golden Horde. They're huge, but they're just laughably pathetic. I think if you even played as like an Italian or French or German miner, within 10 years you'd be strong enough to take on the Horde. Maybe 15. In fact, I wonder how the AI Horde handles in AI hands. I haven't had much time of watching how the AI performs in this game. I've heard the time lapses can be quite miserable to look at, but it's a whole lot of not my problem. Lack of food? Ah, you'll be fine. Come on, there's plenty to eat out here. It's just your horses who need to eat. Okay, so consolidation. Oh, wait, could this be good? I plan to take these two provinces. Oh no! Oh no! Muscovy is currently at war with Novgorod. Is that good or bad? Muscovy is doubtlessly going to destroy Novgorod. If I don't intervene, then I'll take at least this. I'll probably take a lot more. Novgorod, tell me more about this war. Damn, this is a little earlier than I wanted to be doing things. Also, I can't declare war while my levies are raised. My levies are busy over here doing bugger all. Oh, it's just Muscovy they're fighting. Muscovy apparently didn't bring in their little iddles and diddles. Oh, and I destroyed Novgorod's forts, so they won't be able to hold out very long. I think I need to absolutely strike Muscovy during all this. Muscovy are still allied with Chernihiv and Nosvywotsits. That's irritating. Because if I fight them, I also fight the Rurikovic family, which includes all of this and their subjects, so it includes Mormon and Gallic as well. And I'm raising these units, and of course I told them to raise slowly, so they're going to take extra time to be made. Oh well, I better gear up for war. That means I need a better general than whoever you are. I wish you could check replacements before just dismissing that leader, because what if you dismiss him and you don't have anyone better? Our mercenary, he's not bad. The AI is going to be better, they always are. Our general and mercenary, very good, get involved. Boom. you're the next place. Are you just this entire area? No, we need to deal with Tomsk as well. Although maybe they'll just give up the rebellion. It's not like they have troops. Alright, I was not too thrilled at the idea of war with the Rus this soon, but it looks like that's what's going to be happening. Keep the army maintained. They need to go marching north real soon. Is there a way to toggle just this fort on? No, I think that's lost technology. Don't know how quickly forts reinforce, but I would assume it's going to take some time, so let's get that ready. Come on, how long could it be to march through the vast wilderness of Siberia? Just follow the river, lads. I need to get you, dismiss you, and then bring you over here for service. But yeah, I really don't think Novgorod's going to last long. The problem is, these get... Wait, I've got a fort here. Did Kursk always have a fort? It says fort level 0. What? It's a level 0 fort castle. Oh, nobody's working there. Huh. I don't recall it always having a fort. Maybe the estate built it. Which is kind of cool that the estates will build buildings whether you want them or not. Anyway, Cherniv remains a bit of a concern for me. It's those regulars that do certainly concern me. I don't want them running rampant in my country when I'm trying to destroy Muscovy. And I can't force them out quickly because they've got a fort of their own. I think what I might do is I just purge... What's their land like anyway? Not what I was looking for. Ugh, it's foresty. Forested, but still flat. Yeah, the thing is I need to push on Muscovy fast so they don't destroy Novgorod, but on the other hand, I need to not get destroyed by Chernihiv on my flank. If you destroy Moscow, who would be the new Slav boy? I don't think any of them would have the power to be the Slav boy, but if I completely annex Muscovy, I wonder if the Reykjavik organization would just fall apart, or if there'd be something new. Why are you not sieging this? Okay, good. Alright, huzzah. We've got all of our horse archers and a half-decent general. At least I have a fort here on Ryazan. So they might get distracted there, but chances are they're going to roam around here and do nasty things. So they're going to bring all of these little powers as well. But Chernihiv is an ally rather than a subject, so it might not be too bad of an idea to just rush in, carpet siege him, pull out when he has no more units, because he's quite isolated. And then... Yeah, that alliance is a big bugger, because I could otherwise just focus all my attention here, but this is a concern, especially since he has quite a few troops to throw in. And 22 tax base, I think that's on par with what I have. It's also worth noting, as I attack into these countries, it's all Black Death all the way down, which is not good. Damn, if this castle actually had some kind of fortification, that would work for me a bit better. The attrition in the Black Death is going to be rather unpleasant. Are you okay because of immunity, or are you just... Where does the immunity show up, anyway? Does it only show up if there are diseases? Doesn't look very immune in this region. Yeah, I'm not keen on just attritioning out my foes. Muscovy needs to die. And this is what I worried about. I was hoping it would take quite a bit longer for him to turn his attention to Novgorod. Tricky. Funny thing is, loans are from estates, and they use the interests to pay for buildings. Well, I just bribe my estates. Right, well, either way, I need these guys taken back into the country before I can even consider starting war. Yeah, the other alternative is ignore Chernihiv, trash Muscovy, so that Novgorod has a chance to win the war, especially if I just body Muscovy's army. Also, Muscovy is busy. And these armies are kind of crap. I just don't want to chase them across the entire world. Maybe I don't have to. I mean, who cares if they just grab bits of land here and there? Kazan is a nice fort that we have, getting in their way. Yeah. Is there anyone anywhere around Ryazan that's not riddled with plague? Kurkino! Nice and safe from the plague. Although that's those filthy Mishars doing what they do, isn't it? Alright. Get over to there where it's relatively safe for now. Poised and ready. We've got to just strike in the heart of Muscovy. It's bothersome because there's a fort there. It's not like I can siege down Muscova. It does bother me. It bothers me a lot. Maybe I could just grab some throwaway levies to siege down Muscovy, whilst I use my proper army to destroy Chernihiv. That might be better. The whole idea is to draw the Muscovite army away from Novgorod for a bit. Tricky to think about. Alright. We'll charge down Chernihiv then. They do bring considerably more to the fight than any of these little Russes. Okay, looks like you still need to go, and then that'll be the end of your obligations over here. I got a bit of time before we move over here regardless. Also, I got my spy network in Georgia. I plan to create a make tributary Casus Belli. Take the capital for it. That means it's not a show superiority war score, but hopefully I am just superior enough to trash Georgia on the way. We're going to start making that. I'm going to stop spying on them. Feels weird that you got to spy for that. Spy in order to make them a tributary. Such callous lines in the game. I wonder who wrote them. Have the Russians learned about professional soldiers yet? Don't know if I can check their advances, but I can check their army here. That sure doesn't look like any regulars. It's all irregular infantry. So that means they're a nice soft target for me, but it's not like Novgorod has much to throw. Oh god, we can see them actively dying. Oh, that's good. I mean, it's not good, but it's funny. And funny is good. Alright, please get over there, take that, I will disband you, and then I will begin my war. Because as you might know, you can't... Wait, what? You can declare war with your levies raised. That I didn't know. I can force Chernihiv to join in, but that'll bring in their allies, which include God knows who. I don't really care about that, though. It does tell me about how they'll all join in the war. Of course, why would they not? Alright. Chernihiv must die. I'm the one that softened up Novgorod. You do not get to claim all the goodies for free. Either way, I think I'll still disband these guys. They're kind of just lost to sea out there. And I want to make sure I'm actually standing in lands free of bubonic plague. Excellent. Stock up on supplies, lads. Gonna need them where we're going. I'll have my allies join in the war. I don't know how much use they're going to be. Probably not much. And it will be a show superiority war. Alright, good, this war's over. You guys just get back home. My Republic of Surgut, which is a Republican fiefdom, continues to exist. Although I don't know why. What do they do for me? What do they do for anyone? Alright, not looking forward to this. This is going to be messy. I wanted to do this on my terms when the bubonic plague had spread through their land, killing them, and was no longer in my land. But as it stands, we have to fight in the thick of the death. But it's all worth it if it means a few more Rus bend the knee. And there are quite a few knees that need to bend around here. Worry not about the costs here. I need to charge in and kill their regulars as soon as possible. And then the levies will come in and lay the siege down. Yeah, in comes the attrition from plague in the region. Wow, that's a lot of attrition. Oh well, just get moving. Muscovy, the time for war is upon us. This is Horde expansion, naturally. We can win this war. That's good to know. You can win just about any war, though. Just double checking that it is Horde expansion here. Good. There's a lot of people I'm fighting, though. Right, first and foremost, kill them. Hey, is this your subject or something? Probably should have checked that beforehand. But yeah, it looks like it is. I just assumed I'd be able to march through this, but, well, as long as I can, it's all well. Right, I have a lot of... Oh, jeez. I really don't like it shifting control away from me when I click that button. There are a lot of levies I can raise, and I will probably need rather a lot of levies for this war. But if I can avoid just raising them willy-nilly, that'd be handy. This is ridiculous. I actually reduced the UI scaling, but this window is it's everything. I don't even want to see this. I could just hit raise all levies, but people will be unhappy if I just raise them everywhere. Then again, what is happiness? I just need to raise a bunch of militia to bring over here, and other militia just to fill in ranks for there. Yeah, this is hideously large. Like, why is the screen so huge? It's just ridiculous. Yeah, raising all levies might just be the better idea for this. It'll reduce the population by 1 each as their families follow them. Raw materials go down. Yeah, well, like that is even a concern for me. Lamentations and whatnot. Do we really care? Seems they're marching south. To where? I seem to have so much trouble telling where people are going. The army belongs to China. It's in Zinobov. Yeah, but where are you going? Well, whatever. You're no match for me. Maybe they're heading down to Vorj something or other. Ah, but we are faster than them. Man, it's good being on horseback. I need to take them out, swiftly lay them under siege, and get my levies to fill in the gaps. Hopefully I don't leave levies out and about to just get destroyed. And maybe Nagai will do something useful, although I'm not holding my breath on that one. I don't think Nagai have regulars. I know they have the army buildings for regular... Oh, wow! I think 3 horses just stumbled along the way as we trampled over their bodies. They didn't even get into position by the time we ravaged them. Well, isn't that wonderful? We don't want to hang around here too long, though. It's very Black Deathy. Trying to think what my best way about this is. I mean, should I just split up and swiftly grab all of these? My armies are strong enough that they will utterly crush any levies that we come across. That might be the best idea. Just like split into batches of 2. Because yeah, we're going to be waiting on the levies if I don't do this. So if I do something like, but not necessarily this, I can send you into the different locations. Right, that's one of them. How do I remove you, by the way? Okay, I would like a little cross to no longer be selecting this army, for example. Oh gosh, that's a good question. There used to be something like you press V and then it gets rid of one of the units. But I can't think how to quickly cycle through them. Like, no longer be selecting this unit. Maybe we just... Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is getting confusing. Stand still for a moment. It's very, very confusing seeing them move when the game is paused. Anyway, the larger one, head over to lay siege to the capital. One of the smaller ones, go here. One of the other smaller ones, go... to Saradub. And let's be aware that they can change what the capital of each of them are. Get over to Gomel then. Yeah, very annoyingly, the capital of a province can change after one gets looted. I was agonizing in a previous war. Oh dear lord, Novgorod's eating it. What's the current war score there? It's not a whole lot. You're only down 11.5. Maybe you can start seeing some hope after I trash Muscovy, but that's going to take a little bit of time because I need to trash his ally first. Oh yeah, I also need to take care of this Rislet country, or county or vassal. It's a bit of a shame your armies can't be selected from this far out. With a big nation like this one, I got all my levies all around the place. It can be hard to... Oh, I got additional horse archers. Wasn't aware I was making even more of them. Try and get over there as quickly as you can. Join up with the others. Russia's really a state of mind. Well, I don't want it to be a state at all. Maybe a state of dismay. Get rid of Kursk, because we love the Black Death over there. Alright, don't go there. Go here, maybe. Get a Ratatouille or whatnot. And then we've got some other guys hanging around here. Oh good, everybody's at the party now. Is there anywhere relatively safe from the Black Death I could send you all to? Have you form around in Oh, Jesus. Bringing up this gets rid of all my armies selected. Inconvenient. I think I said somewhere like here. Get over there and be relatively safe. So yeah, I want to charge these guys down. Like we have mentioned, we cannot separate piece them out. Honestly, I would white piece them out. Might even consider paying them out, really. I don't think the weird movement bug is fixed by having just single units. I mean, what the hell is this? Paradox, please. Oh, I've long missed this feeling of just blaming Paradox for my every ill. Yeah, you get out of there. No time for attrition to the Black Death. Ooh, at least manpower can be suckled to replenish these. Levies don't replenish. Manpower is, of course, scarce. Monthly manpower 51. What is this, a U3? It's quite funny in its own way. Alright, huzzah. Grab the slaves, take the lands, and maybe while you're here, you should take out Rus. How many people do you think they're going to be raising here? If I had to guess, it's not many. Maybe I should... Well, I could engage them for war score, but I don't think it's a big deal. This is one of those 100% wars. Muscovy must die. And all of Muscovy's friends must no longer be Muscovy's friends. Whether that entails them dying or not is not really my call to make. I'm just holding this, but depending on the amount of levies they raise, this could be a problem. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Sneaking suspicion that problems are not being had over in West Chernihiv. Change it to Golden Horde. Change it to Golden Horde. Good, good. Are there any other areas I need to be taking here? Yeah, I need to take Nizhin. Try and consolidate what I can before Novgorod just freaking dies. Time is of the essence. I just need to murder all of their troops, lay their capital under siege. Actually, you know what? You guys just go straight to the capital. I need you to lay it under siege. And since I don't trust you not to die to the Black Death, take these guys as reinforcements. Name me a problem that can't be solved with just more horses. Serious lack of food. Well, you guys are doing fine, right? I don't see any problems. And yeah, I'm playing this slowly because, you know, things could come out of nowhere and cause me great ill. They're just standing around for now. Maybe I'm advancing a little bit too far forward because I don't want all these levies just to keel over and die for no good reason. Maybe in the spirit of that, bring them back a touch. I think that was a bubonic free zone. No, but this is. Getting live updates on where is and is not bubonic free zones. Alright, just get all of you over there to watch each other's backs. They are raising their armies. Nagai, for some reason, barely has anything. I really wish Nagai would raise some regulars, but I guess like me, they don't know what money is, but unlike me, they don't have tributaries and subjects of their own. Has a mass death changed your demographics? Well, I think everybody dies equally. So yeah, we're still 44% slaves. It's just we've lost 500,000 slaves. Well, that's okay. That just means fewer slaves to rise up in the upcoming Golden Slave Rebellion, which encompasses most of my country. Yeah. If they're all dead, who's left to rise up? Gamers, that's who. The most oppressed members. Alright, Gomel is down. Son of a gun. It happened again. The capital changed over to Novgorod. So we don't actually get all of this. And then if I sack Novgorod, it'll probably change again. Probably, but it might not. Once you deal with that, go and take Novgorod. Disgusting. Disgusting the way that happens. It really should not be able to change like that, the province capital. Or maybe have a more strict decision on how it changes. Because it just goes, oh, this is no longer the most populous area. I will change now. And then I get very sad. Alright, that is down. Go and take Novgorod. Although, my units are almost here already. Take Novgorod anyway. As expected, you die. Bahrain is the province capital. And will remain so even after I sack it, is my belief. Yeah, maybe it's actually worth checking the populations first. What an awful feature. Yeah, it's almost assuredly a bug. I mean, how could that possibly be intended? I do not know. Alright, Chernihov's having what could be called a very bad day. But they're in luck. I will go easy on them. Well, I mean, I'll take all their money. And I mean all of their money. I'm going to need war reparations for this. Would I want to split them up from Muscovy while I'm at it? Oh, right, I don't want them to have a fort. Yeah, that fort has to go while we're at it. I could liberate some countries out of you, but I'm not sure I want to. I'm more interested in you not having friendship anymore. Isn't that is an option, right? I thought you could... here we go. Annul all treaties with Muscovy. Almost no antagonism. You do get a bit of antagonism for breaking down forts, I think. But yeah, that's pretty good. A good way to deal with these guys. Because I can't just annex everything. The land will do virtually nothing for me. It'll be a liability for me. But what I can do is bully people mercilessly. And I'm generally open to that. Not open to all this attrition, though. Completely abolish the use of... Hey, Mongolian becomes court language? What? Ordinary Mongolian folk are being forced to have their legal trials heard in Kipchak. There's a growing clamor for the judicial system to adopt Common Mongolian. I need to look at my laws for this, because I'm not entirely sure how this all works. What is this considered, anyway? We have court language. I mean, what is even Kipchak? Nobody speaks Kipchak. What are some other actually spoken languages? Oh god, Mongolian, no. Couldn't we have classic Arabic? I have no idea what the difference of court power is here. And we lose language of pleading, whatever that is. Here we go. Ah, I see, I see. So when you plead in front of law, you can use the court language, which makes the nobles happier and gives us cultural influence. Or I assume we go into common language if we do this one. Or maybe we go to no law. Either way, cultural tradition goes up, free subjects. We enact the common language policy. Retain Kipchak as the universal language of law. I don't even know what Kipchak is. You ask a difficult question when I don't understand what needs to be done here. I don't know the difference between cultural influence and tradition. Let's start with that, shall we? I don't really care about free subjects or serfdom. I might care about free subjects down the line. Maybe we should actually have a look at that, huh? Is there ever a chance that we're going to have free subjects in my land of 40% slaves? Riddle me that. We're not actually as serf-heavy as you might think. Free subjects will mean better prosperity, better promotion. Actually, I want promotion to get my slaves out of slavery and have them be more productive. Peasants eat less food. Peasants pay less taxes. Well, who cares about taxes? Moving towards free subjects actually doesn't sound all that bad. I don't like my peasants eating more food either. So we could certainly move towards a common language policy in the courts. Doesn't hurt us much. I just do not understand Kipchak. Like, what is Kipchak? And what is the meaning of court language? Tell me more, game. Court language receives an increase in its language power relative to the total political power of the pops belonging to the primary culture. You can always change the court language to our common language or liturgical language of a great power in our religious group or that of our overlord. So if I wanted to make it Mongolian, it would cost 20 stability. And I assume if I make it Mongolian, that's going to make Mongolian culture more important, which would give me more cultural sway, although I don't really know how that manifests yet. Cultural influence is your culture's offensive ability, and tradition is defensive. In a battle between cultures, it affects assimilation and speed. Definitely something I'm going to need to find a wiki page for and digest information about. Currently, I think the idea to freely change to common language and gain some stability is a pretty nice one, so I will take that. Yoink. As I continue to struggle with this very costly war. More slaves, Your Majesty. Good. We need to replace the old ones that died somehow. Yeah, look at that. Bahman just suddenly became the new province capital. For some reason, you know, something happened to the people over here. Don't know what. Wait, what the hell was this? Where did those 1,000 troops come from? Well, they're going to be wondering the same thing real soon. We haven't made any real progress on this siege, but oh, this Horde militia can't really be broken up any further, can it? No, it's all or nothing with these. Have we truly made no progress on this thing? How do you detach one? Maybe you use this. Ah, there we go. That's what I was looking for earlier. Yeah, not having my general here is surely going to hurt as well. Although, surprisingly, my horse archers are just that good. They're taking very few losses here. And at least those losses can be replenished with manpower, unlike my poor levies, which are just left to die. That said, you know, you can't last forever in these kinds of engagements. Alright, I am curious about where you're running to, because I can't have you constantly chase me down and cause me grief. I guess what I can do is I can bring you guys together. Although the whole idea was to bring additional levies over. Why are you guys dying? It's not like the bubonic plague is there. Oh, because it's winter. Alright, go figure. Armies. My main army can't be everywhere, but the Russians can certainly be everywhere. They're certainly all over Novgorod. Yeah, they're going to get their peace treaty with Novgorod, and it's going to hurt. I could make them return the land to Novgorod if the peace treaty looks good for me. I don't want to cause too much antagonism, although maybe I don't care with the Russians. I want this to be a very Russian-crushing engagement overall. We take this, then all this land should go over to us, that is. 5,000, 3,000, 11,000. Yeah, this should remain in primacy. But this is another area. Still shocked that they grabbed that. Were those mercenaries? No, they were just levies. Levies out of nowhere. Scary stuff. What are they going to do? Unionize? Oh, God. A terrifying impossibility, thankfully. Right, so everybody's marching on over to there. I hope I don't get caught by you. Maybe give them a wide berth with that in mind. But yeah, my main army being busy with these losers is most unfortunate. Like I said, I would happily just take white peace with these guys, but they will not separate peace until at least a year has passed. Although one wonders, I mean, really, if I just cancelled all of this... Yeah, it sucks that you can't just siege down a foe. I hope you... Wait, no, Kursk doesn't even have anyone defending that fort, so it's not like it's going to defend us from anything. Alright, there we go. Grab the 1,000 slaves. That shouldn't be enough to change anything. And I think I will detach the militia to deal with this, because the attrition could get really bad over here. I don't know how many minimum soldiers I need to keep the siege going, but let's be sure that they at least have all of my crummy militia. And then you guys maybe chase down the second army wherever it's going. And then once you're done with that, we go and get our horses together and slam into the Russian core. Meanwhile, what's Nagai doing? What's anybody doing? Well, Perm is doing its utmost. Tell you what, I think I still have my subjects on be sleepy passive. At this point, let's just try supportive for everybody. I was just not seeing this having any real effect previously. Right, what are we looking at here? 11,000, 4,000, 8,000, 9,000. This should remain as the main thing here. I want you and you together to smash into the first army of Novosil, because it's all just crummy infantry. Although you have no commander. I think you'd win, but I want to win a bit more decisively. Having no commander is going to hurt that. I believe there's a mechanic in the game where units can be hidden in fog. Yes. Even if you have an adjacent unit? Yes. Thick forests, mountains, they can completely block your view. Don't be at the siege of whatever. Go and chase these buggers down. I feel like your units forget to chase quite quickly in this game. As in, they arrived... I think they arrived before them, just because horses are so much faster. And then they go... and then nothing ever happens. What are you guys up to? I want you together in this non... Oh, right. Infestation has occurred. Alright, get over to Yelits then. And you try not to get caught. Just trying to avoid the plague, you know? Outrun the plague. It can be done. Because it must be done. Kursk is probably still full of plague, right? Yeah, it's becoming less plaguey. Where'd they go? They ran into the unknown here. They can run pretty fast. I'm not sure if they're still shattered retreating, but maybe I can still ruin their day. Couldn't you just go here and kill them? What's with this weird movement? I cannot follow what's going on. I get that they tried to go away from the pretty sharp movement of EU4, where our armies kind of snap going in one direction or the other. But this just doesn't work for knowing what units are doing. Well, hopefully I can murder them all, because I need to not have to worry about his units whilst I'm sieging down here. Despite the horrible attrition that I'm taking. Just fighting through the thick of the bubonic plague. Although it's burning out in my country, which is good. Could do with some burning out. Plague is our main Why did you just give up? I told you to chase these guys. Some of these army commands, I'm telling you. Right, maybe, just maybe, I should catch them like so. I mean, he looks like he's going to Kursk, or Risk, or whatever. If I can just catch you in an engagement now, then they're going to run elsewhere, aren't they? More slaves, Your Majesty. Oh, right, he's still shattered retreating, that's the thing. That's why I'm not catching him. But where could he even retreat to? I don't know, but I don't like the fact that he could turn back and try and retake his capital. I think we need to give up the chase now. He's probably going to go and combine with the other units, so in that case, let's get our arses over to Kursk. Kill this army, and then do a lot of killing of armies. Am I willing to start sending these units? I actually wouldn't mind sending those units over to Moskva. Start moving them towards that location. How are you doing that fight there, Muscovy? You are also at war with Tver. You know, I don't mind Tver taking land. Tver is going to be my juicy snack in the future. For now, we'll see. Oh, right, I'm at war with you as well. And you're just an ally. Oh, that's even better. In that case, I want you guys to just occupy Novosil. In fact, if you guys could go north and take Belyov. If you take Belyov, then Rizovets is going to become the new capital because this game hates me. Is there anywhere else that is going to switch? I hope that bug gets fixed real soon, because it looks like it will ping pong 3 times, maybe even. Who's to say? Get over there. Meanwhile, we are going to murder you, I think. Wait, why is it showing some other unit? Oh, because they're not all here yet, are they? This is so hard to read. Like, who's the invisible man here? Scatman John? And he's still retreating, but he's going in God knows what direction? Yeah, tons of units are dying too. Whoa, hey, look at that. Look at that. Maybe if all of my units can just get here and we can figure the rest out. Right, how about that? How's that sound? The people taken from slavery are being rescued from the plague, and they're being protected by herd immunity. I wonder if that can bring the plague back. That would be very funny. Well, I mean, not for me. There we go. Get the heck out of here. Get ourselves merged under the glorious leadership of Captain. And then they are running away. What the heck? Oh well, let us advance while we can. Want to advance in this guy's general direction anyway. Keep ourselves rebalanced. You guys take care of the north so I know I can piece these guys out. Hopefully the north there doesn't cause me too many problems. Yeah, he's running and he's running south, but surely he can't retreat into... Wait, what the hell? Why? Why? Were you not in that fight or something? I'm at a loss for what is going on here. It's so hard to read the unit movement. Yeah, whatever they tried to do to smooth it out, it ain't working for me. Quickly, retreat to the enemy capital. They'll never see that one coming. Hey, I knew trouble would be coming. Vladimir's on his way. Looks like he's heading into Tula, which probably means he's going to go and ravage these guys, but I've got reinforcements coming from the south, so it's not the end of the world if my levies take some damage. Glad I didn't send my units as far north as I was originally planning, at least. Yeah, it certainly looks like he wants to come and do a number on me here. He doesn't have regulars, so maybe just keeping my units together will be enough to dissuade him. And these guys will be able to come up and just pound them into misery guts. Yeah, it looks like he wants to go and retake Belyov. Anything that keeps him in place for a little while to allow me to send my horse archers in to destroy him is going to be good. Destroy him, I said. Oh, goodbye. Ever mention how much I like horse archers? Right, taking the capital sounds nice. If only I had some crappy small units with which to do so. Would I even detach a small unit of my horse archers to make that happen, just to get it quickly? Because I want these guys out of the war 100%. Take 2 of my crummiest horse archers, because that covers this whole area. There's no way it wouldn't be the capital. It's their, well, country capital, right? And then head up north with you. Oh, yeah. Come over to Plavsk. Lovely flat land. Beautiful flat land. Barely any trees, although there are trees. This is what I want. I want pitched battles, although they can be hard to get. Let me just charge on in. Where did your horse go? Where did your horse go? Maybe I don't want to know. And I do want to bring my main levies in with this as well, so that I can maybe absorb some losses into them. Whoa, not bad. Not bad at all. Hey, they want to keep coming. I'll actually get defender advantage in this forest. While I'm at it, though, keep that formation balanced. The massive difference it makes having that balanced out. Why that is not something I can toggle, I will perhaps never understand. Yeah, who needs horses? What happens when you lose your leave your horse at home? All right, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. This is excellent, actually. Tver is ruining Novgorod's day. And that means that Muscovy won't be able to annex this land because Tver is the one holding it. I don't like the fact that Novgorod's losing strength, though. I actually want a strong Novgorod to counteract the Russian prince's the Russian prince's northern expansion. I'm trying to eat them from the south. Novgorod is a bulwark, but as we can plainly see, that's not working. Novgorod just doesn't have the staying power here. Yeah, Moscow's got 20% on Novgorod right now, and Novgorod doesn't have forts to defend with. All right, well, continue to kill. Oh man, that is some good killing. Bring everybody under our command, head north, slaughter these guys, and then I will want to detach. Did I have any more levies, by the way? For some reason, my levies have all died. Wish I could explain why. Anyway, go and win the battles and place Novgorod under siege. Cannot tolerate heretics. I do not want Shiism around here. I don't care if it costs prestige, they gotta go. Prestige normalizes anyway, it's not a big deal. Huzzah! Yet another place falls to the horsepower. Make your way up north, have them enjoy some bubonic plague. My greatest export. What's the main difference compared to 4? Well, this feels more like EU3. The abstractions are better. The systems are better. Perhaps the biggest thing I can say is that I no longer have a desire to play EU4, and this game has brought me back to grand strategy, period. It's a good feeling. Was Tula the capital here? Of course, Tula was the capital. And then they're going to take the rest of this. Oh well. More for the slave pile. How many units do I have here? I could actually just detach some of my crummy units to take back Tula. Well, looks like that'll be happening pretty fast. Are you already in Tula? It's so freakishly hard to tell. Like, what are you doing? Where are you? They'll arrive in Veniov, great, but are they in Tula? I can't tell by looking. I think they might be. Is there anything that tells me exactly where they are? Location Tula. They are in Tula. Okay, in that case, please drop off a small bunch of very crappy militia who will take Tula. Very good. The rest of you carry on. We must go north and destroy Muscovy. Hey, army morale just shot up. Excellent. I'm not sure shot up's the right way to put it, but it's on an upward trajectory. Yeah, as expected. They're causing me grief over here. I want them to deal with Ryazan. Can Ryazan actually just take that back? Yes, they can. Good, so you having that is not of my concern. Well, I remember EU3's core is appearing randomly. 50 years. Hold on to a province for 50 years and it'll be your core. Don't lose it for even a second. Speaking of losing, that's all these Russians are going to do. But it's really hard to get the stack wipe. Alright, carry on, carry on. Now, big question. Do I take on Muscovy or do I take on Muscovy's allies? Muscovy is currently busy in Novgorod, and with any luck, Tver is going to prevent them taking any reasonable chunk of land. They're just going to hurt Novgorod. Unless Muscovy has a subject that's going to eat some of that land, which could be a problem. Well, no, as long as Muscovy doesn't directly take land, of course they're going to take this little nugget right here, then I don't think it's a huge deal. Well, they could. Pretty hard for me to tell who's subject of who when I'm considering making peace here. I don't mind these guys being disparate forces, but they're all united under Rurikovic. Yeah, Semyon here, Semyon Rurikovic. You actually have 2 subjects around here. But I wonder if that means I could actually separate peace with Vladimir. I can! Okay, now that is good. That is really good, because I don't mind Vladimir existing. I mind a lot that they have a fort. So, maybe we bypass Muscovy initially and tear apart all of this, especially knowing that we're destroying their army, because their army's all levies. The levies are dead, they won't be able to raise more. So shatter these, tear through this land. In fact, I'm going to tear all of this flank apart, and then I'm going to bring myself back through. That's the Grand Master plan. But these people all need to die first. Well, I say people, right? You know what they are. Who are you and where the heck are you going? You're shattered, retreating, and I don't know where to. Okay. Maybe down here, because it's your ally. Who do you belong to, anyway? The Principality of Kostroma. I will not claim to know who that is. That's Kostroma. Kostroma are a subject or not? Kostroma are not a subject. I can separate piece them, so I don't really care about him running around. I'll just go and 100% him and purge him out of this war. Do love purging. More slaves, Your Majesty. If you're wondering why I keep saying that, it's a very on-the-nose reference to the video game Majesty. What the hell? They were heading north! He's down here, he just goes, nah! Forget it, I want to fight in Rostislavel. What in the world? Chat, if I don't like Victoria 3, will I like EU5? I can't stand Victoria 3, Susie DBD. So, take that from what you will, because I'm really, really enjoying EU5. Alright, there we go. That guy ran into his death for reasons that we might never understand. Favorite temple in Majesty? Why must you ask me your most difficult questions? Also, how do I merge these units, right? I can't merge them. Select them. I can merge them. There is some really wacky things going on. Why are you over here now? Oh, I have no idea what these people are trying to do. Right, Mormon, I want to smash your army as well. And then we just take over the ones that can be separate pieced. I can't leave any... What? Please, someone who understands what's going on, tell me what is going on. Yeah, I was opening by saying how remarkably not buggy the game was, but this army movement is... cray-cray? I don't know, what's the modern lingo for bat poop insane? Stop picking on my subject, by the way. They're under my protection, not yours. Some very, very dead levies, just as I like them. So yeah, formation squishy, boom, formation good. So I can't separate Peace of Mormon, and I don't want to deal with Vladimir's fort. So what we do is we go and purge Nizhny Novgorod. And Galik Mersky. Wait, aren't one of you a subject of one of the others? Loyalty to... Oh, loyalty of... Wait, you subjected Galik Mersky? Impressive. But that means I can deal with Nizhny Novgorod. Not sure if I care about them having them as a subject, but if I'm going to beat them up, I might as well split apart the members of the Tatar yoke, keep them fighting amongst themselves. Speaking of fighting amongst oneself, it's time for Parliament. In the midst of this big war, the Ulema still want my guts for garters. Maybe it's a prudent time to bribe them, but we should see how this goes first. Yeah, the Ulema should probably be bribed to stop insurging against me. Also, the Nagai Patriots, with one province, want to rise up. I wouldn't have a problem just giving you over to Nagai. It's just one crappy province that does a surprisingly large amount for me. Not bad. Okay, you can't have it. Alright, what do I even want to do right now? Gaining 5 diplomats is rather nice. Wool farms can employ 1,000 more slaves in Astrakhan. What does this mean? As I mentioned before, I don't really understand the economics of this game. Prosperity up is surely good, but what is 1,000 more? Does that actually mean that the RGO gets expanded? I assume it does. I assume the RGO just goes from 1 out of 4 to 2 out of 4. More people's got to be good, right? Yeah, there's no way that's not bad. Yeah, this is pretty much the war to break the Russians. Unfortunately, Muscovy are attempting to break out. Fortunately, Tver decided to actually expand into Novgorod as well. So although Novgorod's a bit of a rump state right now, I think Tver are blocking Muscovite expansion, which is good. Yeah, let's get some more of that. More livestock, more wool, more grains. It's got to be good. Allow lower classes to level up. That means they use more resources, produce more resources. Using more resources means you can be more profitable and pay more taxes. All right, so more of not much is still not much. We mostly make our income through beating up other people. And that, I think, has to remain our economy until the threats are gone. Once the threats are largely taken care of, we can focus more on the within of the Golden Horde. But I need to take care of the Rus with my big chunky armies. I need to get some additional income, probably from Bulgaria and Georgia. What the heck is this? Byzantine Pretender Rebellion. Okay. Yeah, so I need to forgo the economy in favor of sucking it up from others. And then once threats are taken care of, and they are threats, then we can focus on building an actual country that can sustain itself. That's my belief. I could be dead wrong, though. But let's get those farming estates going. That means it'll automatically pass in Parliament unless we change things. And I'm always open to changing things, because if I can get some nice bonuses here, it might be better. For example, a law change. I don't want additional taxes here. We gain 25 opinion of somebody else, and the commoners are unhappy about it. It could be worth it. The Republic of they're insignificant. I can't even place them on the map. Would boost parliamentarian support, so I might be able to do this and push through a law change, although I don't know what law change I would be looking for. Let's take that. Okay, but the rest of these are too small. If I do this, I won't be able to pass my parliament support. Is there any law that I'd actually like to pass, by the way? The nobles controlling the mining operations... makes them happier without making them more powerful, which is quite nice. Force the slave conversion, we must. Favoring the elites in the distribution of power. I mean, I certainly would like to stop making them so powerful. Increase their tax, increase their food, increase their impact on nobility. I'm not sure if any of these are so important that I really should change them, but then I don't know what's good and what's not. I'm currently changing this law as it is. Maybe allow the unwanted daughter to become the Khaness. Is that a law? There's heir religion. You have Sharia law. That's the legal code here. Disallows female rulers. Does it do anything good for me? Gives the clergy power. Makes me hate heathens. Maybe I should like heathens a bit more, considering how much they're ruining my country. We could become civil or more traditional. I actually like decentralization, and happier estates has got to be good. You know what? Maybe I should force through traditional law. I become a bit more tolerant of heathens, which is good because they hate my guts. And it means that we might be able to have a female Khanate? Khaness? This does mean that this law isn't going to pass. I'll lose stability and I will lose the things actually happening. Although there might be events that help out with that. There's 10% conversion from shield. Yeah, if I wanted that, I could give the Ulema yeah, I could give the Ulema some power to increase pop conversion speed, because currently the pops are barely converting. Yeah, okay, I think we should go for traditional law here. The estates become happier, we become more decentralized, which for us is good. Yeah, I'm all for that. Although, you know, maybe at some point we're going to want to be decentralized. For now, though, we got to live, so let's demand that change in law. Maybe it'll even be codified by the time our daughter is going to be taking the throne. Anything's possible, right? And then I have to hope that there's some events that help us out here. Autonomy support? Lose stability? I'm not keen on losing stability. Allow slave religion. No, and heavens more no. Yeah, I'm not sure parliamentarian support is going to increase enough through these tiny little allowances. Hey, I've still got some crappy militia hanging around here doing not much. I suppose this is a good opportunity to go and start sieging up Muscovite land. You there, you've been 100%ed, meaning I can actually sue you out of this war. You're only doing the stuff for yourself. I believe I had something I wanted you to do, right? For one, it's no longer be friends with Muscovy. Are you not friends with them currently? Here we go. Annul all treaties with... Where's their treaty with Muscovy? Annul all food access treaties with Muscovy. Did you lose your alliance somehow? Allied with Muscovy. What am I missing here? This is what I get for lowering the GUI scaling. Annul treaties with Karachev. Where's the kill Muscovy thing? I want them to no longer be allied with Muscovy, but I can't seem to do anything about that. I could always just annex them, right? But that's not what I'm looking to do here. Crazy how much antagonism I get from making tributaries out of Russians. Even just small crappy ones like this. Do they lose the alliance automatically for doing a separate piece? I don't think so. I could have sworn it was an option earlier. Let's remove everything and then check again. Right, seize land, country things, tributary vassal, block building, execute, humiliate. Annuls all food access, getting food access treaties with Muscovy. Maybe this also does the alliance thing? Annuls all treaties with Karachev, food access, food access, food access, military access. I'm not seeing anything to remove the alliance. What if I were to do it with Muscovy? Sue for peace. Annul treaties. Yeah, I could make... What the heck? It's not here. Maybe it... Oh, here we go. Annul food access and food getting access treaties with Novosil. Look at this. I think there's something bugging out with the text here. Because for removing treaties here, it says annuls all. And then here it goes annuls all and cuts off. So I think this actually includes alliance. Yeah, if they have a food access treaty, that is also part of the agreement. Well, we'll find out, won't we? Because we're making peace with these guys right now. They're giving me all of their bloody money. Pay me war reparations. Get humiliated. I don't want your land. And then we're going to annul with Muscovy. And we're going to see if that breaks the alliance. Is there anything I'd want to do with these guys? I suppose I don't want you being friends with pretty much anybody, but then you're going to get eaten up. So maybe a friendship with Chernihiv isn't so bad. Vladimir need to die in their own time, so I don't have treaties with Vladimir either. Yeah, too much text to put in a box. Alright, let's see what happens here. Wham. So, are you still friends with Muscovy? Please say no. Hey, there we go. If you annul food access, that also annuls the alliance. I guess there's just too much text for it to all be written there. Whew. Too much excitement there. I need to take a short water break. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes to continue slaying Russians. Alright, back to it. Can't believe there's still so many involved in this bleeding war. Hang on. We actually have something here for war enthusiasm. Muscovy are not happy. Wait. No, that's stability. This is war enthusiasm. Right, I was looking for this a while back. An explanation as to why it is what it is. There's a base, there's balance, there's threat. Making gains? No, they're not. Military strength? Sure. Men losses? Also sure. So Chernihiv are not happy about this war because they've been utterly brutalized. But I don't think I can take them out of the... I knew leaving them alive would be a problem. And it is a problem. I can't kick them out of this war until November, and this little detachment's going to start taking back these lands. It won't be enough to threaten my army here, but I still don't like them being there. But hang on, I left a detachment of still just a steppe horde militia, which have their own jobs going on here. Alright, maybe I can happily ignore you, take your capital, And then when you waste your time trying to take your capital back, then I can retake this, as long as I'm just wasting militia lives. They're only slaves, lad. Actually, are they only slaves? Do I have a way of knowing what pops made this? Because I would be mighty chuffed if I found out that they were all just slaves. I don't know, but I would like to find out how to know, because it would give me a great satisfaction. Where'd the army go? Are they there? Oh, who knows? Certainly a whole lot of bugs associated with army movement. Okay, where actually are you? Okay, there we go. There you are. But of course. Why are you running through Mormon lands? I'm starting to think I won't actually have many enemies to face around here. But we know that Muscovites are... Well, they could be anywhere, couldn't they? Concerning. I need to get these guys out of the war so I can just close down the flank here. And I think just ravaging Nizhny Novgorod on its own by taking... hopefully that doesn't change. Taking Kadi and their capital should be enough, and then I can close in. Such is the belief that I hold. I don't like running through their land, by the way. Maybe I can have an easier time going this way. Yeah, we've mastered instant transmission. Now we also need to have a conversation with King Kai. Jarkol are asking us for money. Who the hell are Jarkol? Oh, it's my colony! They want 20 ducats off of me. 20 bloody ducats. So apparently this is like currying favor, isn't it? I never played EU4 after curry favor was added. I don't really know why this is a thing. But it is a thing. It can be used to demand money off of others, although I don't think anybody would give me money. But apparently my subject thinks they can demand 20 ducats off of me, considering what little they give me. Seems pretty bad. They'll lose trust. I don't think I care. We lose dip rep. Do I care about that? Where is my diplomatic reputation? It's 9.1 or 9.01. Right, well, you're certainly not getting that money. But I'm curious... Oh, didn't look to have changed my diplomatic reputation at all. Strange. Well, still not the strangest thing we've ever seen. While I'm at it, could anybody give me some bloody money? How about some siphoning income? Halik could give me 31. How do Halik feel? I think if I'm looking at my subjects, I'd rather look at it through manage subjects and go here. Yeah, Halik would happily give me that money. Oh, they're only too happy to give me that money. 31's not a lot, but money is money, and I should be taking it whenever possible. Because there might be a day when I can't take it. This is sad. I don't have enough soldiers to actually take this. Does that mean I should detach a little bit more to help them out? This movement is really off-putting. I miss the old version where it was maybe a little bit sharper, but at least it was very clear where your units are at any time. Alright, detach a... What the heck? Create a new unit. Okay, there we go. What the heck? Some weird stuff going on, I'm telling you. Right, I want you to go and take Kadi, and then we'll be done with these guys. Then we can rein it on in. Needs a NATO counter mod, just like you get for Hoi. Oh god, Hoi players need not apply. Hopefully they don't get wiped out, but if they do, they're only militia. So that means this land will be brought on over. I might as well just grab Morum while I'm on the way back. Vladimir does need to fall, which is a bit sad. I really hope I take this before we... Oh, hello! Actual allies approaching. Who even are these guys? Sorry, I don't recognize your flag. Oh, my little buggers down here. Wait, are those my vassals? I thought you were just my tributaries. Why are you involved in the war? This spares further investigation. No, they are vassals. Cool. Okay, well, we get small little garbage bits of units to maybe help out in a fight. Very wise of them. Follow the Horde into battle. Foreign aid. I'm the one exporting the plague here. Our merchants lose trade advantage, but Kiev like me. Gain, oh, Kiev hate me if I do that. Ah, on you go. It's not like I care too much about my trade advantage. Not like I care much about trading, period. So Caddy remains the largest thing here. I don't need to worry about it changing hands. Go and take this. You should be large enough to actually lay some smack down in these. And again, I don't really care about laying siege to Gallic Mercy, because I should be able to 100% you just by holding onto your core lands here. What if that's not the case? What if they care about the subjects' occupation as well? Also, what is Kostroma in all of this? Kostroma is not a subject, so actually, could you go and take their capital and also take Lyubin up north, and then I'll be able to knock them out as well. That little detachment's doing a lot of work if it doesn't get caught. Vicky 3 was never going to be good. Vicky 3's number go up is very, very addictive, and it feels good. But almost all systems that don't revolve around numbers going up in the economy are really, really bad. War system, no good. Colonization, no good. Trade makes me want to rip my hair out, but my hair is just too thick and full for me to yoink it out. Alright, you're so close to... Hang on, tell me that's not a different area. Good, it's not. Yeah, so it looks like you can't sue for peace within a year, unless... Are these lines actually going to be going over? Yeah, there we go. There we go, but if you 100% them... They're not 100%ed yet, but they're guy close. Wait a second, maybe their subject does count, because they're not quite all the way up there yet. This little detachment has a lot more work to do, it seems. My medicine's expired. The traders will lose money and hate me, or I have to actually pay myself. Well, that's okay, I have money. I punched it out of my subjects nay too long ago. Alright, now it's pretty much just me and Muscovy. All these other guys are down and almost out. Okay, that is meant to be part of Caddy. It's not come over just yet, though. I guess the zone of control goes like one layer of provinces, then the next layer, and so on and so forth. You there, 4th Army. Maybe you can at least take Toma. Nobody lives in Toma. Did you play Vic 3 since a big trade update in summer? Nah, I don't think I played it. Well, good question. When's the last time I fired up Victoria 3? VIC, Victoria 3. Last loaded up in July, but I don't think I last played a campaign since late last year, maybe. Certainly I haven't witnessed any big trade updates. Uh-oh. I was curious if Muscovy was going to be coming back, and they absolutely are. There they are. Oh, it's not surprising that they're back. It's a shame that I won't be able to get Kostroma out of the war. It's a real shame that I'm not getting you out of this war. Do I wait till November? That's not very long. I might be able to hold on to this until November comes and then kick their arses out. For now, though, I do want to ruin Muscovy's day. Get occupations going here. Aha, yeah, they are back. They are back with a vengeance. Their tiny little crummy armies. Again, I cannot piece you out because you're a subject, but I can certainly piece these guys out in November. And I'm certainly working on Chernihiv. Ah, my subjects are here to help. Good on them. That's what they're there for. Curiously, is Novgorod going to manage to hold out to get a more favourable peace with Muscovy? They're only down 17% against Muscovy. They're down 30 with Tver. Tver could be the real up-and-comer I have to worry about. Notably, Tver do have a fort, and I hate dealing with forts as a horde. We're all about taking pitched battles. Not taking pitched battles. I think we need to start working on Muscovy itself. Get these militia out and have them work that siege. Although Muscovy, this teleportation is screwing me up, man. What am I meant to make of it? September. If you end up taking back Nizhny Novgorod, I won't be able to push them out of the war, and that'll be a shame for me. Good, good. That little bong noise that comes up keeps throwing me for a wobbler. Right, get the main army over there to protect this siege. Don't worry about lack of food, right? We'll all be able to eat plenty of dead Muscovites at the end of this war. Just keep this siege safe while the rest of these get occupado. More slaves, your majesty. Hey, look who's 100%ed. It's this guy right here. Right, time for Nizhny Novgorod to say goodbye to this war. Holy smokes, am I meant to be able to read this text? Can you? My old eyes are failing me here, and they've been surgically enhanced. I feel like a lot of space is being wasted here. Right, anyway, I'm not here to take your provinces here. I'm just here to break up the supremacy of Muscovy. So you will, of course, get humiliated. You will, of course, give me all of your bloody money. Release them from servitude. Oh, they won't accept. That's apparently a very powerful peace offer. I could probably drop the humiliation. Yeah, the humiliation is only worth 10. Nizhny Novgorod, are you an ally of Muscovy, or are you something else? Because it could be that you're part of the Rurikovics. That certainly looks like a Rurikovic. And if I double check on this, we will not find... Oh, there's Nizhny Novgorod, yeah, so not much I can do about that. But if I punch out Galik, then at least it's no longer, by extension, part of the Rurikovics. Probably not saying that right. I'm watching on phone, just woke up, I couldn't read. I couldn't read it if it was your entire screen. I see what you're getting at there. Alright, well I do want all your money, but that's a lot of war score for very little money. I think I'd rather have the war reparations, which are far more modest. But I do want to release... Wait, no, not release. It's not releasing I'm after. It's liber... Huh? No, it is. It is release. Alright, so release, liberate, and take a little bit of money. That gets them out of the war. That makes you a standalone nation. Whether that's good or bad, time will tell. But, I mean, you'd just be integrated by these guys. You'll probably just get attacked by others, but whatever. For now, it's probably strengthening me. And I can't get rid of the alliance because you're part of the Rurikovics anyway. So let's just get you out of this war. Bong. Now, there are still Muscovites out there. But where? Perhaps the best thing I could do in this situation is take over this area by taking over Kirazash. Very conveniently, it's the closest one, and lets me keep you protected. What the... Weren't they here? This is getting worse and worse. What is causing this? Anyway, take this just so I have eyes on the situation. I don't want Muscovy jumping out and catching me with my pants down. But I do want Chernihiv to end. Okay, that's a good sign. We've taken their capital. They managed to take back a lot of their other land, so my war score isn't tremendous. But I certainly outnumber them. So if we just take back these lands, then life gets better. I'll take over these, I'll take over these. Yeah, that's fine by me. Let's just take this back, get as much war score as we can on Chernihiv. The temptation might be to subjugate them. But no, I want them to lose their fort. We're actually quite close to being able to make separate peace even without 100%ing them. Wait, what? No, I'm not taking that. Yeah, tributing them costs me an astonishing amount of antagonism, which probably isn't worth it. I'd be happier if Kiev just eats them. Then Kiev is bigger, stronger, makes more money, and I make my money off of them. That's pretty good. Doesn't cost me diddly either. Do I want to release Rilsk? I mean, sure, why not? Do I want to liberate small crappy countries out of you? Also, maybe. I mean, that's more food for Kiev, and a big strong Kiev, as long as they continue to be my tributary, is good. Can a subject just end being a tributary, I wonder? You know, I can end it for them. Hopefully they have to fight to end tributary relationships. And it's absolutely important that you no longer have an alliance with Muscovy. So really, this is an expensive peace deal. I will have to pretty much 100% them anyway. Oh, look who's reared his ugly head. The Reykjavik scum. And wait, for some reason I'm not in the right place. Those aren't regulars, at least. Got that going for us. It happened again. This land did not convert over. It decided to get itself a new capital instead. This game knows how to make me hopping mad. Kostroma. I have a desire to piece you out separately. And I've got good war score for it. And unfortunately, you're part of the whole Reykjavik family, right? So I can't... wait, what? Buy? Buy province. Oh, the province is called Buy. Okay, okay. I'm following you now. Yeah, quick, lads. Move that capital. Where the hell are you? Okay, I can only assume he's going to go and try and take this back, so we need to... What the... What? Oh, I'm very confused. Okay, you are working up there. I will take this. Get all the areas back. Have them 100%ed or near enough. We failed to get the thing through Parliament, but that's okay because I changed a law that might mean that the tribal succession crisis won't be a crisis. Oh, hang on. Hang on. You're actually going in for this fight. I don't want to lose too many of my levies. They are important for taking Muscovy. And who are you, anyway? Vladimir. Vladimir needs to die. Oh. Well, I stepped on something along the way. It's so hard to tell where people are. They keep teleporting. What is this? Also, I got some levies just hanging around here. Not really much left to occupy, but I suppose I could put Vladimir under some strain. Yeah, let's work on that. You may or may not be enough to even start that. Important thing is to kill Muscovy, of course. But I feel really bad for Novgorod. Uh-oh, I don't like seeing this, though. Look who's back. Good job taking that. Apparently this is a capital town now, but it's being taken as well. Take Saradub if that's even relevant. costing me a lot of morale to be chasing after you, you know? For some reason, it's not costing you morale. But life is unfair. Once I am poised and ready to kill you, you better believe I'm killing you. In fact, my formation probably would allow me to slaughter you anyway, but let's just actually try having morale for a change. These fights are getting really, really messy. No doubt about it. Alright, but what I can do is I can force Chernihiv out of this war. They are not happy with the current situation. I'm taking all of their money. The antagonism comes from tearing down their fort. And they will no longer be friendly with... Yeah, no longer friendly with Muscovy, and that gets you out. Good, I certainly want that. Paradox uses GDR Jake AI to Q8 does the job alright. Not perfect, though. Oh no, I never should have let them scan my brains. I think you might need to reload or restart to try and fix the teleporting. I wonder about that. I mean, do you have anything to base that on? Strange question. How are the map panning hotkeys rebindable? Are the map panning hotkeys rebindable? Had not cared to check. Maybe I can... Oh, you can't search this for some reason. Camera up, down, left, and right. To up, down, left, right, WASD. Very nice. It's great when you get multiple options for key bindings. Alright, it's looking good. I don't know if bringing you out is going to be any good for anybody, but you're out now. Get over to Kursk. I'm going to assume that the Black Death has burned itself out in my country. Yay! It's burned itself out everywhere. Huh. I feel like we suffered more than most. Once upon a time, we had over 4 million people. Now we got below 2 million. It's okay. They will breed and we'll have 4 million again. Or we will simply conquer the millions. Right, go and kill them in Tula. They need to die. More slaves, Your Majesty. Shuya. Give Shuya a chance. Alright, give slaughtering Muscovites a chance. They're standing up surprisingly well in this fight, though. Well, they're not standing for much longer. They're all dead. Well, not quite all, but give me Tula back, please. Remember, I need Vladimir in this war as well, so once I'm quite assured that there's not going to be any more threats, we're going to lay siege to Vladimir. Oh, wow! Nogai actually came out and helped us out. I don't care about fort buildings. Alright, give us long-term fort defense then. I don't need it short-term. A costly war to be sure, but I think I can finally bring you guys back into the fray. Still working on my make tributary CB for Georgia. Oh, wow! Georgia destroyed Trebizond. Did they conquer it? Or... Well, it says conquered, so I assume so. Trebizond is now just reduced to this. I did not see that coming. That makes Georgia bigger and all the better to give me more tribute. Although that's even more antagonism for taking it, but I don't think these guys are going to amount to much. Yeah, it's a shame I have to take the capital for that, but I really think I would benefit from putting Georgia to sword. I don't like how they keep building up more and more of a permanent army, though. Yeah, the Ottomans are growing strong as well. How are we on that alliance, my friend? What do you mean subject actions? Don't give me subject actions, give me all actions. Form a defensive league? Don't want to be dragged into their wars, but... Invite the Ottomans to defensive league. Countries mutually agree to defend each other if war declared on either of them. I mean, that's a good start, isn't it? They don't seem to be interested in an alliance. Partially because I'm at war, but there's a lot of other reasons for that. But yeah, a defensive league sounds nice. I think the Ottomans are going to be doing just fine. And with the Byzantine Empire getting destroyed by infighting like this, it's probably a good idea. Now, is it likely the Ottomans will be dragged into suicidal wars? I think the Ottomans are going to be doing fine, right? Let's believe. Let's have a defensive pact. Hey, oh, we can see it here as well. I wonder if that actually gets in the way of starting an official alliance. Doesn't seem to be blocked. Alright, very good. They're circling around me like rats. Do rats circle around things? Oh, it doesn't matter. Remember, I'm not here to kill Vladimir. Not entirely, at least. The important thing to do to Vladimir is to dismantle this fort. It's not like I can break them out of the Rurikovic chokehold. But, you know, while I'm here, I certainly want all of the money I can get my hands on because I am exceptionally poor, and all my money comes from beating people up. So yeah, tear down that fort and get this other stuff done. I could actually stop Mormon from being your subject as well. In fact, looks like we're going 100% here anyway. Let's completely tear you apart. I could liberate from you as well, but that's not important. They might even just pop out as more Rurikovics, and then all I'm doing is causing additional problems. Right, perhaps I should go and make sure that Vladimir's falling, because it looks like Nagai wanted to ignore that siege for some reason. More slaves, Your Majesty. While I'm at it, take Kolomna so that this land gets taken. They tend to circle around other rats when playing or engaging in mating courtship. Fascinating little creatures. It's a shame they have to spread so much disease. But yeah, I could be talking about anything when you say that. Those insurgents aren't about to kick me in the teeth, are they? The Elema just are not backing down here. I might have to bribe them, but I wonder if I just give them an estate privilege. For example, I would really rather like to have pop conversion speed increase. So perhaps some enforced religious unity could go a long way here. Communalism. Communalism is good. Yeah, that might be a good idea, considering I struggle a lot with converting my people. Let's give it a go. How are the others going to feel about it? The chieftains won't be happy, but the chieftains are never bloody happy. The Ulema don't get any happier, though, so I might have to also bribe the Ulema, which I suppose I'll do. There you go, because I really, really don't want them rising up, and I'm going to assume that the cutoff for insurgency is something like 55 or 60%. Guess we'll find out soon enough. Suzdal needs to fall as well, please. This is so costly for my poor units. I'm not sure if this war has been fought well or not, because we didn't really see things going tragically bad, and for all I know, my brilliant play prevented things from going tragically bad. Truly hard to say. Right, Kirzach remains the province to take to seize control over this area. Oh, poor Novgorod. Tver is going to be a real issue, but I will border Tver soon. In fact, why am I not preemptively building up a spy network in Tver? They need to be put in their place. They're the final piece of the proverbial puzzle of keeping the Rus where they need to be, which is dead and buried. What's this? Nice new army. Here's Dave and his pals from the pub. Alright, Suzdal goes down. Put Vladimir under pressure for now, please. Not like I have much left to throw at this situation. Alright, there we go. Take Vladimir and call it a day. Even if they bring all their armies together, I don't think they're going to deal with this. They could try, though. Especially under good leadership. They might actually be able to do something about my army here. But then we have them in one place and can destroy them. Besides, Moskva is going to fall soon enough. Yeah, the plague and the war has really done a number on the Muscovites. Done a number on us as well. And it did a number on us first. And we had to fight into the plague. Yeah, go figure they'd be there. In that case, could I, give you some units to continue the the siege. And then we go and deal with this. No, because I need a minimum amount of... How many soldiers for this? Too few men. Okay, you're going to tell me how many I need? You will not. Why? Okay, how about we don't have you attached to me? Then you can continue the siege. Much better. More Muscovites to kill. You get more slaves if you siege a province repeatedly. I think a province has a recently sieged thing which stops it from being further looted and sieged. And once again, they've just moved their capital. That must be a bug. Perm have asked us for money. It's sod off. Is that actually costing me diplomatic reputation? No, it's not. Being fed lies. Sweet little lies. Alright, Moskva goes down, Vladimir goes down. I'm going to tear down his forts, eat this land, and then Tver is mine to be attacked later. My country needs to take a breather, by the way. I mean, holy smokes, how do I keep making money in this situation? The problem with the Black Death is that it ate up all of my money. Like, Hungary's only giving me half as much money after they got ravaged, so I assume half of Hungary died. But that doesn't stop me having to pay certain costs. I think I'm going to have to make my court a lot less extravagant. I'm going to have to stop paying for my forts. Need to keep investing in stability. I'm already minting pretty much as I can. Well, I guess I need to beat up more people for money. Or suck it out of others. I guess I can stop paying my army so much once the war is over, but without bombards, my god, do these sieges take long. That's why I'm interested in tearing down fortifications. Alright, now this time they're not moving their capital. Good. Wait, what the hell? How do they keep coming back? Just can't keep a good Muscovite down, it seems. Is there such thing? But yeah, that means he's going to take these lands back, which I'm not up for. Yeah, I'll take this back and then chase him down. He's slower than I am after all. Looks like he wants Kashira. God, these sieges take forever. This is really bringing back memories of playing the Horde in, well, you know, all EUs. Thank you, Perm. Get permafrosted. Wonder where he's getting all these extra levies from. Maybe they slowly replenish. I've never had to fight a desperate war like this. Not on his side, at least. Why the Horde and not the greatest Scotland? Because Golden Horde is my favourite country in the game. Has been since EU3. Yeah, they keep desperately raising a few more units to throw at me, but just ain't enough. Hey, there we go. Right, so the fight with Georgia could be even worse. I didn't even check to see if they had allies. Thankfully, they do not. They do have subjects, however. Right, that CB is mine for 5 years. Hopefully 5 years is enough to spit and polish my country into being able to do something. But we are completely unable to deal with Vladimir. Our attempts to tear these walls down has gotten us virtually nothing. Might as well just loot the area around it for some pocket change. I thought you went to work for Paradox. I left Paradox in 2019. It's forever ago now. Your information is out of date. Yeah, we scored about a ducat out of this crappy little province. Muscovy is one thing, but Vladimir really needs to fall. Yeah, you're right. That is 6, almost 7 years ago. I only worked for Paradox for under 5 years. Still 2007 if you ask me. Boy, am I pumped about Halo 2 multiplayer. Well, Halo 2 multiplayer was pretty great. No arguments there. Oh, then the Olema did stop wanting to kill me, although it doesn't stop everybody else and their dog wanting to kill me. The Slave Rebellion is the only one that has any real teeth to it, though. All these... Okay, the Tengri Zealots, but... they're barely growing. I'm sure we could grind them down eventually. It would be really nice if Novgorod could make peace with Muscovy. I do not want to go all the way over there and lift their sieges for them. Oh my, Tver is actually becoming the new Novgorod. And unlike everybody else, other than perhaps Yaroslav, they are going to have a fort. What's Yaroslav's situation anyway? I'm sure it's like Yaroslavl, but I prefer just Yaroslav. They have a couple of... wait. Why are you saying that Kostroma is your subject when I'm currently at war with them? I can do whatever I want with Kostroma right now. Well, not quite. How did you end up in this war without your overlord? That's because you are part of the Rurikovics, but you're also Yaroslav's subject. That is weird. They don't have a fort, so I don't particularly care. But I can still do some suing for peace with them. I want their money. I want their more money. I want to humiliate them. And I could take their provinces off of them, but for what purpose? There's no good reason. Oi, I don't want that. What are you doing? Yeah, weird hierarchies going on here. Yaroslav will remain a bit of a thorn in my side, but as long as it's not Muscovy, it's no big deal. Surely. Surely? What is food access, anyway? Food access allows our armies and navies to gather food from their locations. I mean, is it a bad deal just to take it? Also giving me military access? I don't know if this causes any diplomatic issues here. If I don't need it, I won't bother with it. But remove your things with the Golden Horde. Is Novgorod actually strong this time? Not really. They're similar to the Horde. They're big, but they have no control over their lands. So there's very little they can actually do. You know, kind of like Muscovy right now. There's very little they can do. They can keep hiring their units and getting them killed by me. Jesus Crivens. It's been a year. Muscovy just refuses to fall. I have 100% war score, but I cannot end this war without destroying Vladimir's fort. And, you know, since this war has been so costly, I certainly want some money for my troubles, because I need to expand my army if I'm going to deal with Georgia. Oh, what's this? Oh no, it's Lithuania that's taken over this land. I wanted Kiev to take it. Ah, crumbs. Wow. Thanks. A core in the Bed, Bath and Beyond. And two idiots fighting in a Russian forest. I think I want to play as a one province miner. That's the only way I enjoyed EU4 multiplayer. This game is certainly a slower experience. Well, it feels it. Maybe when I get more comfortable with the game, I will know how to expand lightning fast. But for now, integration is slow, the world is large. And even when you take over lands, it's very difficult to exploit it. You know, in EU4, for example, you could take over land. You'll pay power points to get it cored within not very long time. But notably, you can slam down autonomy and just kill the rebels, and then you'll advance on pretty quickly. But in this game, we don't have such levels of abstraction. But I imagine in later eras, you access abilities and bonuses that make it much easier to integrate. But for now, yeah, I'm struggling to take over these two provinces I took from Kazan a decade ago. And I am absolutely struggling to lay siege to these rotters. I hate dealing with enemy forts. That's why I like Show Superiority Casus Belli. You don't need to take forts, but some peace deals require it. Why is this occupied? Bulgaria? Bulgaria, you're at war with Hungary. Alright, screw Spy Network over here. I think what I need to do is focus on how I slay Bulgaria. The Hungarian-Bulgarian War. Oh, I am eyeing up my freshest, newest tributary here. Alright. build a spy network over here. Beautiful. Because, you know, I need money, and the only way I can get money is by beating it out of other people. My slaves certainly don't help matters. I think these guys can return home now. Right, you've done well. Go and tend to your fields or whatever. It's not fields, though. It's animals. Now, just Vladimir to fall, and we're all good and done. How's the custom flavor of nations work in EU5? Nations have different age advancements, events, and other things. There's actually a summary on the select your nation screen of all the unique content for a nation and what it's based on. Maybe it's based on their religion, their culture, their tag, whatever. We, for example, if we check out our ages, have certain things unique to us. For example, because we are Islamic, we have access to Islamic Golden Age. Because we are a horde, we have tribal religious values. And these are things that we don't just get, it's things we have to work towards, but they are options. And here's something. Because I am an army-based country that can own locations, but its existence relies entirely on its armies, then I can get Casus Belli creation speed boost. Here's something here because I took diplomatic focus for my age, although that's not really nation or tag-based. Trying to look for something that is tag-based, though. I might be on the wrong night. Here we go. Legacy of the Golden Horde is something that I can work towards. And in fact, I am working towards, because Horde unity is important. Gives me discipline. Gives me pops that actually follow me. Gives me great power score. Will I ever be a great power? Anyway, finally, we've taken Vladimir. Now I can do what I want with Vladimir, which is take all of their money, destroy their fort, release their nations. Is there anything about this country that I also want to ravage? They don't have alliances. Well, they give food access to Muscovy, but they would join Muscovy anyway because they're all ruled by the Rurikovic. There must be... If I click on this, it's going to show you as a fiefdom, right? Fiefdom? We're going underneath this. Are they a fiefdom or not? Maybe they're not strictly a subject, but it's just because they're part of the Rurikovics. Anyway, destroying Muscovy entirely is quite the priority. I wish they would end their war with Novgorod, though, because for all I know, I'm going to peace out with them, and then they're going to get back to destroying Novgorod. Although, with what army might be the question. They could certainly raise more than Novgorod right now, though. Anyway, before anything, I need to deal with Vladimir. That fort must go. Dismantle the fort, release 2 nations, pay war reparations to me, pay money to me, and I suppose that's all I need. Have you tried Switzerland? Is it fun? I've barely had any chance to play anything other than the Golden Horde, which I will continue to play because I enjoy it ever so. I don't think liberating these nations will do anything for me. It's just going to be more food for Muscovy. Muscovy needs to die. There is the idea that I could vassalize some of these guys. It's not the world's worst idea. Because I do need to rein in the Russians a lot. And since I can't properly administrate these lands, you know, I need to annex Muscovy, so they're getting annexed off the face of the earth. But in terms of subjects... you know, even subjugating Vladimir while they have their fort isn't even the worst idea. What if I subjugate Tver? I'm about to border them. The thing is, I'd like to annex Tver because they come with extra subjects. Tver already have... Oh, just one subject. Kashin. What about Dimitrov? I thought they were also your subject. Okay, even so, subjugating Tver might not be the worst idea. And they are somebody I need to prepare for war with. Especially after they take over more of Novgorod. You know, subjugate Tver, tributize Novgorod, cripple Muscovy. One can only hope. It would be really nice if I could make another nation here so I don't have to administrate this land, though. Is that not unthinkable? No, we must absolutely kill Muscovy. If that means holding on to their revolting land, then so be it. Right, dismantle fort, cancel, other treaties, money, fine. And this is strictly with Vladimir. Is that any relation to how Putin got his name? Right, and then finally, is there anybody left in this? There's Uglich. Wait, Uglich? What's your situation in this whole war? I could actually go and kick your arse as well. Did you guys get exiled? You are in exile. Maybe I can unexile and then head over to Ugly and... You know, it's probably worth it just to kick a few buckets out of them. Ducats out of them. I didn't even notice you there. What's your relationship with everything? Are you another Rurikovic? Yeah, you're yet another of the bleeding Rurikovics. And I can't seem to get there. Yeah, okay, must be military access issues there. Thanks, Rostov. Can't believe I brought you to such lofty heights for you to do this to me. Wait a second. Muscovy becomes a vassal? Oh, I had not considered that. That saves me a lot of headaches. But it probably creates many more. It also stops me getting land access over to Tver. Yeah, fun headache. Please swap the ch sound at the end of Rurikovic and Uglish. My ears can't handle it. Well, that probably means that you're east of the Berlin Wall, in which case your opinion holds as much water as a cup with a hole in it. So, I don't think that's going to be happening. Rurikovic sounds right to me. And I don't have to care. I feel like I feel like Muscovy is going to be a real headache as a subject. I think it's better that I just kill them. Although I will concede that's a really cheap peace deal. Okay, no it's not. Everybody hates my guts. And then they would probably want to rise up against me anyway. Wait, could I just annex them? Imagine a world with no... Why can't I take this? That's okay, Uglik won't exist. Imagine a world with no Muscovy. Every Russian everywhere would hate my guts. And this land would be revolting, and there's not much I could do with it. But there would be no more Muscovy. Yeah, all of the other Russians would hate my guts forever. But on the plus side, I've already ripped apart most of their forts. That's a really, really risky play. My plan going into this was simply to take this province and this province, which doesn't make them quite so cheesed off, as well as, you know, take apart Muscovy's capital. Their capital fort, that is. May as well humiliate them while I'm here. Take over the market center. Huh. Moscow relocates to Ryazan. Oh, sure. It doesn't seem to cause antagonism, and it will weaken them. They cannot be allowed to hold that fort, though. Liberate something out of them? Yeah, anything to keep you small and to save me aggressive expansion is good. And pay me war reparations. Yeah, so the whole point here is that I get access into Tver. Muscovy gets utterly ravaged. I cannot release that subject, can I? The writing here is so small. Is this good? It's hard to say. Yeah, Muscovy will hate me, but Muscovy always hate me. All these Russians are going to want to coalition me. Well, it's just all the more reason to bring the fight to them. The money is certainly welcome. People who hate you will unlock hate too, so it won't matter. Yeah, look, Shadden, it's complex and slow, and I don't know the game very well, which is why things are going slow. I also have a country that's really quite burdened in a lot of ways. I'm going to stick with this. These lands are going to be horrible and revolting for me, but it's nothing I shouldn't be able to put down. And Muscovy is small enough that I can just constantly ravage them. And they shouldn't be able to take any land from Novgorod here. Well, maybe this. Yeah, what if they could take land here? Yeah, they might be able to take this, but are they going to do more than that? It's hard to say. I do just want them to peace out with Novgorod, but might not work to my advantage. Wish I could just force them to drop their war with them as well. Yeah, it's like learning a new trade from scratch, and in a way this really will be my trade. Maybe they're getting food access. Yeah, maybe if they don't get food access through these guys, they won't be able to continue their war, but let's give that a go. Boom. Ugh, I don't like holding on to this land, but I suppose it's mine now. Let's get my beloved army back here. We can disband the levies. I'm actually prohibited from disbanding my standing army. And then you guys get back. There's no more Black Death to worry about. During this war, our country became a whole lot better. Unfortunately, I can't afford to pay the army, so I need to withdraw that. And we need to start thinking about how we proceed from here. Poor Novgorod's getting brutalized. War with Tver and Georgia are pretty much around the corner. Tver sooner, though. So I guess I'll keep the army up north ready for Tver. Notably, I now have a border with Smolensk. Smolensk have a fort, but only one fort. I think they'd make a pretty soft target, but maybe even a good subject. Like a proper vassal subject. Because that aids my buffer on this side. There's also the idea that I could tributize them. They don't have a standing army. I also could just raid them for money and captives and such. It's also worth noting, I think Smolensk is an accepted culture in my lands. And you'd think Smolensk is the better part of that. You know, they are the king of that culture. You had 3x million when the Black Death started. How many population do you have left? 2 million. I'm eyeing up Smolensk and trying to figure out what to do with them right now, though. If nothing else, I could build a spy network in them. Ali, Shvolhynia, the Ottomans, of course. Tver need to die. Georgia. I'm into building a spy network over in Bulgaria. Yeah, I am. Bulgaria and Tver. I already have my casus belli for Georgia, so I suppose we should head on south and prepare for that. Although, how's this war going to go? Georgians are pretty powerful. We're a fair bit stronger than them, so they claim. Maybe they got Black Death as well, but they have quite a lot of a standing proper army. I have to hope they come into me, and then I destroy them a few times, and then just push in and take over their land. That's my general plan. And I can declare war on them whenever I want. You'd think, what about giving your poor nation some time to rest? And to that I say, what? The coalition against the Golden Horde has been formally disbanded! Oh, poor Grand Principality Muscovy. Whatever will you do? Well, you need to continue paying your Tatar yoke dues. But yeah, payments towards me have stumbled, courtesy of the Black Death. Whew, tough. Okay, new people are joining the coalition against me. I have to hope that it doesn't involve Tver. Dying of plague is no excuse to stop paying tributes. Actually, it is not. By assisting our chieftains, we've greatly enriched our landed aristocracy. We gain prestige. Nice. Surprisingly prestigious country. Also, I was noting that the truces might be 5 years, but some of these look a lot longer than 5 years. I was hoping for a way to see all of them. I don't see it, though. Alright, what is our truce with Muscovy? Truce with Golden Horde for 8 years. So it looks like it scales up to 10 years instead of 15. The 15-year truces were never popular in EU4. 10 years in such a long game seems fine. Red turbans. The Chinese are revolting. Well, you said it, not me, game. I'm not entirely sure that the struggles of Great Yuan are mine to care about. I was a little worried about that. Tver is joining a coalition against me. I'm not particularly worried about these guys, right? They coalition me, I beat their ass into submission, and then all is done. What is Perm doing over there? Maybe that wasn't Perm, maybe that was Lithuania. Lithuania beating up poor Smolensk. So the fun thing is, I could make almost anybody a tributary. I could do it to Lithuania, I could do it to Hungary, I could do it to France. I do not need a border to make tributaries. That said, let's remain realistic. I want Georgia and I want Bulgaria. Which is why the army heads south to consider how we handle Georgia. But yes, making Georgia into a tributary and taking all their money sounds good. It's probably going to make all these people hate me and coalition me. Is there a map mode for coalition? There is not. There is, however, antagonism, and that probably colors people in red if they've joined a coalition. Yeah, here we go. Risk of coalition is black. But that's nobody. So what in the world is the threshold? You got 59. You've got 48. You've got 55. How is 55 not at risk of joining? I don't understand. Oh well, maybe I don't need to join. Maybe I don't need to understand. Good job, Bulgaria, taking on Hungary and apparently kicking ass. If only my spies could get me my network on the double. Alright, I don't see any point in delaying the fight with Georgia. What's going on here, by the way? Construction of a sand pit. Oh, that's actually quite handy. Get some jobs for my slaves. Maybe Novgorod can't coalition until the truce ends. Do I still have a truce with them? They're Veliki Novgorod. I don't see Veliki Novgorod here. I didn't think we had a truce. We don't have a truce. That fight was ages ago. Yeah, maybe it's just a little bit too busy. I'm contemplating how to handle Georgia right now. I have an army. It's a good army. Feels smaller than it should be. I guess that's just because I'm not paying them all. No, wasn't it larger than this? I didn't accidentally disband some of my army, did I? Because I thought my... Ah, here we go. It just becomes 1k here. That's the correct size. I think we should just fight Georgia. Tell them to bring it on. Admittedly, I will be running a deficit during this fight, as I often do. But that's okay. That's what I have subjects for. Oh, beloved subjects of mine. Like Kiev. Kiev, surely you can spare us a few bits and bobs. Oh, they were born to spare me a few bits and bobs. Alright, there we go. Feel much better now. Anybody else want to give me some dosh? Volhynia, for example? Give me some... Oh, yeah, Volhynia don't really have money to give. I don't know why. I mean, look at the size of them. Population-wise, they outnumber their neighbors, but why do they not give me any money? Perhaps they're not built up or centralized or controlling? I guess, yeah, well, that's actually the problem. They are not exerting control over their own lands. But holy smokes, Halik is really centralized. I have to hope these people never get any funny ideas about rising up against me. Does diplomatic reputation actually play into that? Let's look at Halik specifically. Liberty desire from events, yeah, and me taking their money. Dip spending, value... Okay, I would have thought that diplomatic reputation would play into here. It doesn't seem to play into many things. Whereas it was very powerful in EU4. Right, so if I'm paying for this, I say we just declare war on Georgia. If they want to come into my lands, I kill them in my lands. I will bolster myself with a few levies just to make up the numbers. And then destroy them on my many flatlands. Because they'll have access through my subject. And once they have been sufficiently destroyed, we have to move in. Unfortunately, they have forts blocking all of the good passages in. So I will have to take Omalo and then ride on to their capital. But once I have that, it shouldn't be too hard to... Hello? They demolished their fort on this side. If they got military access through, say, the tribe of Hituk, and maybe I could get access through Hituk. Not a chance. Negative opinion, even though I should be terrifying to them. Alright, as long as you don't have any friends, let's just go for it. I would like you to become my latest tributary. Alright. See how this goes. Maybe, just maybe, before I do this. Save and save often. Never know when I want to come back to save and test things out. Not that we save scum around here. No, I can just save it with a date number, that's fine. How do you feel about the new map mode interface, by the way, and no minimap? No minimap, who cares? Everybody knows the world map. And it would just take up valuable screen real estate. I don't mind it being gone. This feels a bit clunky in a way. I really don't like this little animation every time I hover over it. I think it would be fine if it wasn't covering these bits at the bottom. And I don't know, maybe it needs another row, because this is going to get tightly packed pretty quickly. I wanted about 20 map modes quick to hand when playing EU4 here. But these are minor complaints. Overall, I'm very happy with it. The fact that this is as much nitpicking as I can do is actually a very good sign for the game. Right, make tributary, take capital, Georgia, let's fight. And it is my belief that they are going to come to me, and then I'm going to kill them again and again until they have no real units to speak of. And then it's a bad day to be Georgia. Why do we just snap like that? Another member joins the coalition. Coalition of the Faithless at this rate. And I'm sorry, my people. Well, I'm not that sorry, but I do need my levies here. Hey, I got some noble cavalry joining in. These are hardly large numbers, but they are welcome. Yeah, there we go. Just have those to bulk up my numbers a touch. Whilst we are extremely effective in combat, there are not that many of us, and it cost me $100 dues to make another unit of horse archers. Notably, I'm not rich, and I am also notably hemorrhaging money, especially at war. And part of that is because all of my subjects are also not paying me as much due to little sniffles. Sniff, sniff. Couldn't possibly pay you what you're due. I've got a cold. Oh, that's right, these guys are my vassals. I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Yeah, because they're probably going to cleave their way through this. That could hurt me, but this isn't a show superiority war, so I don't mind little battles being lost here and there. The whole war score is made or broken off of taking the capital. Nagai. Nagai have a rival warlord popping up. Are you going to win that? Because I certainly don't want to lose my subject due to a new warlord popping up. And if I recall, that's exactly how things go in EU4. Alright, I want to check out the peasant levy, and then I'm happy to see these other things. Very good. Maybe I should go on the attack. Seeing as all my little scrubby vassals are here. But no, I want him to raise his army, come on in here and get smashed. That's how we operate. Strange that he's not drawing me into this war. I hope he wins. Let's have a look-see. Horde of Nagai, war against the others. Think he's got it in the bag. Certainly hope that he does. Are the new institutions spreading to you at all? Is that something we have a map mode for? Does this look like it's spreading to me? I'm the one that does the spreading. Ugh. Yeah, I don't think the Golden Hordes are going to be the brightest thinkers of our time. One can dream, of course. By the way, it's totally okay for people to attach to me again, and that would be a good thing for my subjects to do, because they're just going to get themselves killed out there. But yeah, this is the passageway which I have to hope that my enemies are going to use. Because I want them to come through here and then get smashed. If I have to go in the offensive, then I'm going to be sitting in this horrible mountain whilst they could attack me. Which is not what I'm looking for. Wait, what? Oh, that's Genoa. Good job, Genoa. That's what you should be doing. But yeah, access around here isn't going to be happening. But I'd be very interested to see if I end up getting access through that. I do like this war map mode. Isn't there a military access map mode, though? Yeah, here we go. And yeah, the only military access is going around here. I was curious if Georgia might get military access through one of the minor tribes into me. And I think that would give me conditional military access. Ah, look who's here. That's good. That's what I want to see. I don't care what happens to my little crappy subjects here. I want to goad them into open plains. Is that hilly? Yeah, these are hills, huh? The unwanted daughter is gregarious. Okay, good for them. Can I automate my children's education? Research, laws, cabinet, parliament, estates, acceptance, doctrines. No, it seems not. Because I think if I was paying attention here, I would go here and I would like change your education to be focused on something, although, yeah, balanced is fine. Richer would be better. Did the law work? The law has not been codified yet, I don't think. Maybe it has. I suppose I should probably have gone and checked. Hey, we are in traditional law, but where do I even check my heir? And why are these old lassies not giving me any children? You're not that old. Maybe we've just given up after having two. Although I really do wonder who the heir is. I mean, when you pop your clog, who's coming? I'm unsure. Alright, don't you worry there, Georgia. Just come on up here. Although he does not appear to be taking any particular bait. Maybe he's waiting for that to get taken. Or maybe he's wise to my ways. I can't fight this war forever, by the way. I'm hemorrhaging money. And this is even without investing heavily in my government. I should double check what I'm even getting myself into here. If I sue for peace with you, and I wanted to force you to be my tributary, wouldn't be popular. But down here, nobody seems to care that much. That'll be fine. On top of that, you have 100 ducats to give me. Not a lot. You know, this is kind of the ideal situation here. Maybe give me war reparations as well for a good lark. It'd be tough, though. I need to ruin this guy's day. I can only assume he was waiting for the reinforcements. Ah, that's where his regulars are. We've enslaved people? How did you get down there? I think I need this military access pinned. Am I able to go that way? Wow. And you know what? You've got a lot of nice plain flatlands. Okay, I don't know who secured us access through the Chibbowatsits, but you have my greatest thanks. I'm certainly not taking that mountainous pass, though. The problem is, if I go around here and he just goes deep into my lands, I'm going to have some problems with occupation myself. Even so, you know what? Maybe we'll see what my subjects end up doing. Let my subjects do all the work around here, whilst he sits like an idiot scorching away in these mountains. It's a shame it's June. Imagine if it were the middle of winter for him. I'm imagining it. Maybe in somewhere in the country tab of the government you can see your next area. I'd love to. Tell me where it is. Estates, Parliament, Cabinet, my laws. Is this meant to be heir? Tribal oldest male. Ah, that's our succession law. Wait, I can change that? Ah. Matrilineal non-exclusive. The new ruler is the most capable person. That would cost me way too much to change, so it does need to be a male. So the oldest male of the tribe is going to be the next one, but there's nobody available, so what's going to happen? Imagine if the game just game overs. Just boom, you're gone. No, what'll happen is almost certainly tribal succession crisis. Hold it back in here for now. If he makes his way into Tariq, that's actually really good for me. The Jurshen Rebellion. Okay, well, good for you. But the Jurshen tribes are already there. It's a bad day to be China. Well, my subjects are harassing, which is good. But I'm really keen to see if they come down into lands where I could destroy them. Any of these flat lands would do. But it looks like they're going for the capital. The capital's not fortified, so I don't think I could get any bonus from attacking into there. And gee, look at the time. All roads lead to tribal succession crisis, and a child can be Khan. Well, I just have to hope that my existing ruler lives for a good long time. Because I can see a lot of bad things happening. Like I said, I don't really care about these being taken. That's not my concern. My concern is destroying this army and then working my way in to take his capital. Capital's ticking war score. Spread out, take the country. Force him to be my tributary. Where is he going? It looks like he's just picking off the capitals of my subjects, which I don't really care about. Research progress. Prestige. Nah, give me that research progress. Cabinet minister dead. I don't care about his information. Show me the cabinet bit that he has opened up, please. Not that I'm made of money, but we're currently integrating, which is a martial thing. Don't have good martial people. Don't have good people in general. But we can have commoners. You know what? Time to give the commoners a go. Yeah, on you go. You're not good at the job, but at least the job will be somewhat done. Ah, so they're a bit more in the way of Georgians. I'm not surprised, but I am unhappy about my money situation. I don't want to mint my way out of it. Actually, speaking of which, I want to not mint so that I can get rid of my inflation. But yeah, no longer getting big fat stacks of cash is hurting. Which is partly why I'm rushing down Georgia if I can. I say rushing down. Does this look like rushing to you? Should have considered taking some fighting over here. Maybe I'll run into problems of not having food access if I go around here. I hadn't considered that. Because these guys, when it comes to access... Ah, they will give me food access. Oh, well, that's quite nice. Thank you. Yeah, I could see that being a problem if I didn't do that. I had to step away for an hour, so did I miss any world-splitting, earth-shaking cannon events? Some cannons would be nice for my country, but that's not what we're getting right now. Looks like he wants his land back. I probably should just consider rushing around going for his capital, but I was hoping that he would enter my country and I would ruin his day a bit. I guess what I will do is I'll come around into here. And is that a fort? Okay, it's a barely staffed fort. Maybe I can rush that one down on my way to the capital. But yeah, it seems like waiting for him to come into my country is not what's happening here. What a shame. Wayward weather of none. Okay, good. That's just stellar. The Red Turban Rebellion. Red Turban? Call me when it's the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Alright, right on my horse archers. Try not to get caught in the hills. Bobe over here is flatlands. Not only that, flatland, grassland. My favourite combo. Whilst Georgia's sitting in the mountains not knowing what to do. Actually, he is knowing what to do. He is actually coming for me now. With any luck, he'll get stuck on Astrakhan, and then when he's hanging around there, on what may or may not be a coastal fort, then I can ruin his day. We'll see soon enough. Wait, I actually have to siege this down? The fort has nobody in it. Fort level 1 with 66 out of 100 garrison. How in the world can I not just instantly take that over? And now he is coming into my country. That's not welcome. Tell me, could I actually just go over to here? Just ignore that fort altogether. I'm more interested in taking his capital, which is unfortified and causes ticking war score. Although it might cut me off from food pretty badly. Yeah, there we go. Nice capital, fool. Unprofitable. Not my problem. I've got that automated away. The war goal here is to subjugate them into being a tributary, but in order to do that, ticking war score comes from the capital. Hopefully I take the capital fast enough to not starve to death here. And also, hopefully, he turns his army around here. I'd like to slaughter his armies to advance things as well. There we go. And surely we won't starve hanging around and taking this. The existence of his forts does concern me, though. I mean, just taking this is hardly swinging the balance of the war in my favor. The defenders achieved a war goal. No, I don't think they have. So that ticking will come in my side. Yeah, that tiny little occupation does not mean much. The problem is he's got a bunch of forts around here. But there's also a lot of places where he doesn't have forts around here. Maybe what I could do is just split up and spread out and take a whole lot of this, because I know his army is a bit busy over there. And if he ever comes knocking, all I need to do is consolidate my army and give him what's for. Although, go figure, it is winter. I can see these doing their capital switcheroo on me, which I'm not cheesed to see. Although I can bring out my relatively useless militia to go and do such things. Especially over on this side where I don't anticipate problems. Yeah, that's not the world's worst idea. This will be taken over largely by you, but what can be done here? Kutaisi. Kutaisi is a big player around here. The fool has no forts whatsoever around here, right? You go and work on Kutaisi and everything else. Although, however... hold that thought. I actually think what I want is for you to take all of my militia. The militia aren't worth diddly in a fight anyway. I'd rather have them siege up this land. Given the population there, I might need quite a few to siege it down. I still haven't got a good idea of how I'm meant to know how many to bring into a fight. Or a siege, rather. Let's just work on securing some land around here. Surely it wouldn't capital swap the whole country. Let's not trust these guys at all. I mostly want the occupation so I can get views on this place. All the hills are going to get in the way of what I can and cannot see. But yeah, swapping the capitals of all the provinces keep catching me out. Wait, why is Defender still ticking in their favor? Correct me if I'm incorrect, but the goal is the capital. Take the capital, Kartili. Wait a minute. Where's Kartili? I thought Thibsby was their capital, but where the heck is Kartili? That's Trebizond, Jake. Kartili, come on, I thought it was right here. I have made mistakes, it seems. Anybody know much more about Georgia than I? Come on, it should be easy to find their... Somebody's pointing out that Katili might be the state. Well, it says Kartili the state here. Yeah, maybe I do need to secure the entire area. Well, it's being secured. Okay, what do you make of that then? We just enslaved a bunch of them for good measure. Don't like hearing how I keep running out of food around here, but they'll be fine. They'll figure it out. Okay, that swung the war score. Or did it? No, that was just occupations. Huh, what is going on here? This is surely their capital, right? It's city. Kingdom of Georgia. I am marginally confused by that. Take the capital, Kartli. Alright, what's the easiest way to do this? Maybe we should just find Kartli. This is it. Oh. Okay, no, I thought maybe there's a location, Kartli. Maybe that mountain pass fort is their capital region, and you need to take it. That is not unreasonable. So I think once you are done there, you're going to work on that fort. Although that fort is really bad news for me. My horse archers will not be able to dominate there. So I have to hope that his army faffs around whilst I deal with him down here. Alright. Faffing mode, engage. See if you can lay siege to this. You cannot. Is that because it's a mountain in winter? If I had to guess, that's exactly why not. In that case, go and take over Poti, please. Go Poti. In the meantime, unfortunately, I'm not taking this over, probably because of this fort, right? And that fort. So yeah, taking this over is not so simple, because this fool actually invests in forts, unlike me. And I have talked about how much I don't like dealing with forts. Maybe if I take Kunani in the south, which is also kind of fortified, then I'm going to run into more problems. Got a lot of problems around here. Alright, well, we'll see what we can do here. Yeah, as expected, the fort is getting in my way. Well, we'll wait for winter to pass, secure that, go up and take the fort, and then all will surely be better. Am I only the one who can't open EU5? Well, I don't think it's out for most people right now. Oh, hello! Not a situation I want to be in a... Wait, why am I dealing with a fort here? Is this actually a fortified province? Anyway. I want to go and fight you right there. Nice, flat, open land. Oh, good, you're locked in. Is it actually good, though? You've brought your regulars, and you do outnumber me 3-1. So, how good's your general? I think we have you beaten on that front. All right. See how the Georgians like it. Smashing his levies is going to do wonders for me in this war, anyway, assuming that I can. More slaves, Your Majesty. Good. I need my population back after bad things happened earlier. Can't explain, but something bad happened. Uh-oh. Oh boy, I wonder if you can get out of there at all. Maybe with any luck you'll come over and help here. Wait, what the... Charge! The world's most motivated peasant with a pitchfork. There's something messed up with this, I'm telling you. Okay. Whoa. Why is that fight going so fast? And how are they hurting me so much? That must be the power of actually bringing regulars into a fight. At least we've managed to go potty. Question of the age. Do I go further out here? I could take Anacopia. And I think I will. We'll deal with that before I go into the mountains. Not liking my losses here, and those are not my levies. It's my regulars here. Are they all regulars? No, actually, I have some. I do have some levies still here. But yeah, I don't like those loss numbers because he outnumbers me tremendously. That's more like it. Ruin his flank and then close in on the center line. I need that pretty badly. Good, good, good. The best Georgian. An extremely dead Georgian. The ratios are still good, but they're getting worse for me. It's not like the start of the game where just everybody was dying if they brought levies. Still, good fight. Where's he off to? Maybe I could chase him down. I never trust the chase down option, though. Perhaps a better idea would be to... damn him and his forts everywhere. Well, securing the capital is of vital importance anyway. He's still getting defender ticking war score, but when I take this fort, that should be game, set, and match for the war. But I need to keep these guys in check. I also need to reinforce my numbers, which might be a struggle here in enemy territory. Can you reinforce on occupied territory, I wonder? Because if I can't, I'm going to be in trouble. Like, he will out-attrition me. You cannot reinforce unless you're owned and controlled and not in combat. So yeah, we got to be a little bit careful about losing ourselves to attrition. Wonder where he's running to. Alright, get that done and get this fort down. I need to have a way back home. Although this doesn't get me a way back home. I have to take the long way around for that. At least this gives time for my allies to come and help me. And it looks like the Horde of Nagai was able to take care of their pretender issue. Promising to see that pretenders can die easily enough. Snowtoad is asking if they should do their very first game on Iron Man very hard. Well, I did not, so do as you please. I hope I don't chase him into mountainous territory. Oh, is he running all the way back over to here? That would be bad news. Alright, it's April. Surely it is time to go and deal with this. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. Where the heck is he going? I really think he's legging it over to Trebizond. That's fine in a way. See, I can hold out in Tsagvili, take this fort, and then if he comes, at least I'll be defending in a mountain, even if I don't have good units for it. No, stop asking for my bloody money. Ah, good. Reinforcements have arrived as well. And those crappy levies will probably fight... they probably won't have as many malices in the mountains as I do. That's just a guess, though. I don't actually know what malices horses get fighting in the mountains. It just seems like an educated supposition that they will. So this siege could last a year. We could be here for a damn long time. And that's going to cost me money. Fortunately, the whole war is going to cost Georgia a lot of money. I'm looking forward to suckling their tributary teats. And hopefully capturing their capital is going to make all the difference there. There is an argument that says have my army go and do another siege on a fort, but I'm okay taking a lesser peace deal. If it, it could be that I can't actually afford to go and do all that stuff. Captain's dead. That is bad. That was a good captain of my army. But would you look at that? We have an even better captain, kind of. He is a... I think I'd rather have somebody of my clan do it so I can get a bit more crown power. Don't want my ruler doing it, but maybe I need your... Maybe I need your powers in combat. Still have to rely on you. Also, formation. Formation's okay, but let's keep it well balanced. Flesh it out as much as possible. God, sieges are pain. And I bet this takes even longer in a mountain. minus 42%. This could be here for a long, long time. Oh well, supply shortage from the get-go. It's a good sign, although I better believe I can see that attrition pouring in. 5% attrition. That's all the little dudes I can afford there. Maybe I could raise a few levies to bring this land back under my control. Really wish it wouldn't do that zooming in thing there. Very strange decision. Okay, I have very, very few levies to spare, but I think I will grab these and bring them over. I'm reminded how you can turn Black Death settings in CK2 up to super maximum. Our ruler's wife is dead at the age of 50. A lot of people die to wild animals. Would you like another wife? Because I would like an actual son. Okay, nobody wants to marry you. And I have nobody inside the realm to marry? Could marry a lowborn, but that would not be advisable diplomatically. I would not be surprised if they're going to come for me in this kind of situation. Wait, how did this fall back under their control? Oh, I don't like that. This fort will be the death of me, I think. I do not like him having free reign inside his country right now. That's not how we operate. We don't allow such things. There was an opportunity where he was going through flat land there, wasn't there? Oh, but I'm losing view over the area, which is bad. Yeah, losing this probably due to the fort. It's not all I'm going to be losing at this rate. I hope we always have enough units to siege this. Is there any way that tells you how many units you need to siege somewhere down? You know, something like twice as many of the defender? Not information that I currently have. Lack of food here. Wait, what? That's really bad. My allies, how dare you eat up all my food? Maybe we need to go and take Thibsi back, but I really worry about the others coming. Oh god, he's taking his lands back. That's not allowed. But we got peasant levies. Right, how does peasant levy manifest itself? Didn't notice my levies going up anything spectacularly, but what in the world is peasant levy? Allies eating all your supplies. What is this, Hoi 4? It could be CK2. Yeah, still don't understand this. Unlocks peasant levy, but what is that? Is it a law? It's an army levy. But what does it mean? Maybe it's just the number of pops that you get to raise when you do a levy. For example, could I levy again from these locations and get more? I don't understand. Perhaps I never will. Anyway, you guys, please get these places back under control for my allies. This is a really, really bad idea, moving away from here. Because a big fight here would cost me in a big way. And for all I know, they're wandering around here right now. Well, that's kind of what they are doing, right? No, go and hold on to this. Wandering around here is costing me a lot of food, and I'm just going to die to attrition, which is really bad. All because I want this this fort taken for the war. This could cost me the war, by the way. Oh, but we got a breach. At a very nice time. My poor starving units here. At least not having food is nothing unusual for the Golden Horde, but it is going to attrish me to horrible death. Lack of food plus 500% attrition. Live off the land, you fools. It's what we're meant to be able to do. Yeah, this siege goes really slow. Very, very good mountain fort of them to have. Should I just slam everybody into here? Otherwise we're going to run out of people to even do this siege with. Although I might end up stuck in the mountain. That'd be even worse. Yeah, eat the horses, become infantry. Yeah, surely they still have bows and arrows. Food shortage. Okay, well, at least we spread our plagues in many ways. Well, hopefully when I take the fort will be full of food for me to enjoy, despite all the food shortages. Just eat the people inside. What was that Chinese war again? I need to save some money here. But there's not much money to save. I mean, what do I do? Not pay for stability? Need to do diplomatic spending. Need to keep my horde thingy high. I guess I don't need to pay for my forts right now. It's not that kind of war. And I can get back to minting a touch. There we go, practically positive. On top of that, I'm sure I have some lovely subjects that are all too happy to give me some dollary dues. Like Kiev. Hello, Kiev. Would you like to give me some money? They would love to give me some money. Thank you, Kiev. And Halik tend to have good money. Principality of Halik, I need some money. And they're only too happy to give some money. See, everything worked out. Sadly, Volhynia never have any good money to give me, although I can double check. Grand Principality of Volhynia. Siphon income. No, they got 8. 8 monies. I want more than 8 monies. Tver. I can actually fabricate a... Oh, wow. Tver took a whole bunch of land. Maybe I really should subjugate Tver. Unfortunately, I require a diplomat for that, and I just went and spent my diplomats getting money. I like the fact that I'm keeping these people really rather happy, because I need them to keep siphoning money out of them. I guess I just have to wait a wee while to get my diplomat. You don't need a diplomat to sue for peace, at least. Man, that would be horrible. Starving horse archers. This problem should have sorted itself out before they reached the age of 16 if they were raised right. Come on, lucky 7% roll. Let me advance this war because it's not necessarily going to my advantage. Also, there are Georgians here. Egads. Beat a hasty retreat then. Whilst all my units starve to death out there. Alright, with any luck I can take this. Defenders deserting is also good. End his ticking war score, do a land grab, and then have enough to win the war. But I highly doubt it's going to be this lovely 95% peace deal. The main thing I'm trying to get is tributary. And that's already quite pricey at 60% war score. Yeah, this mountain, just the engagement in Georgia is not working out how I wanted it to. Who even are you? You're just some guy, the ruler of a minor tribe. Insulted us Casus Belli. Oh wait, that was us. We offended them. Well, too bad. I doubt that tiny minor tribe is going to do anything about it. And even if they do declare war, it's just another passageway through here for me. That's got to be considered good, right? Yeah, their occupations don't mean diddly. Hopefully mine will mean a lot, but I need to get this and their capital and then re-spread out with what little units I have as they die to lack of food. Yeah, this mountain fort has taken me forever to take. Ooh, how is the fort zone a controlled siege system? Are there supply lines to make it harder to wage war that far away? I'm currently dying to my lack of supply lines, so yes. If Georgia hadn't lost their army to me in an earlier raid and they just focused on me and destroyed me, I would die here because I'd be starved out and destroyed. And actually, if I lose my army, I lose my country, so I really can't afford that. So we're doing the best we can as our poor troops just starve to mega attrition. On the plus side, we might win this siege, and then we go and spread out and take the center of the country and win the war. That's the belief. To think I fought this war because I was out of money. But once Georgia's my tributary, assuming I can enforce that, it should be a good source of money forever. And I want to do similar things to Bulgaria. I want Bulgaria to be paying me money as well because we struggle financially. have to wait 4 hours till I can play the game. Can't wait for my nation to crash and burn on my first play. Who will your first nation be, Igars? Actually, that goes to everybody who plans to pick up the game later on today. What's your plan for the first nation? Alright, now I could march on Thibsi. Well, I could if I wasn't frozen in this bleeding mountain. Oh, and there's still no food here. Alright, we're gonna have to hope that Thibsi's full of food. But we still can't march. We're stuck here. With not many people at all. Quite bad. Please get me out of here. Okay, wait, what? I was able to move, but I wasn't? I don't get it. Alright, Thibsi. We're going to take that and hope that it's full of food. We will gain some food. And then all will be well, right? The school is officially sanctioned. There are many courts throughout the lands. Entrepreneuring merchants. We don't really care much about merchants. And we need the Ulama to remain quite happy. People put less out, though. Commoners become happier, meaning I could maybe even tax them more. Well, that tax money I don't get any of. Alright, there we go. Georgia's noticing that something is amiss. Hey, you guys came out faster, and you're my kind of useless guys. Alright, in that case, I want you guys to head over and take these other places. Although I should probably wait until you get some bloody food first. Assuming we can get food from here. Not sure if we can. Actually unsure if food needs to flow through somewhere like here. Because if that is the case, then these forts are going to cost me even more than they have been doing so already. But yeah, let's see if we can just eat Tbilisi. A man can dream. Alright, huzzah. Oh, would you look at that? We actually ate their food. Good, good, very good. Get over to Poti to secure that region. And then do a land grab as best we can. As long as there are no forts, we should be able to land grab pretty well. But there's forts all around here. So we have to focus on this area. Unfortunately, my army is so decimated that I really don't think we can bring the fight to them. So maybe I need to focus more on occupations. And that certainly doesn't look good. Defender ticking. Don't give me any of that. Also, this gets retaken by the fort if I move off of it, so maybe I do need to wait here and let my irregulars grab what they can. Alright, the land grabbing begins now. How are they still getting bleeding ticking war score? Take it, take it, take it, take it fast. Looks like their armies are on their way back. I have to hope that my, at least now fed, army can do something. I don't want to consolidate, even though they're going to be fighting very under strength. Yeah, Jake had a lot more units before the siege, but if I hadn't joined in the siege, I think I would have had not enough to continue the siege. I don't know, it's hard to say. Really hard to say what could have, would have, should have happened there. At least my subjects are going around and doing what's what. Oh, hello! Can't let you do that, Star Fox. Hopefully he's going for the fort so that I can at least get defender bonus on him. Because I don't really want to engage him down there. Oh, he's just going to hang around there then. Can't afford to lose Thibsi, but I really don't want to fight you on hills. Maybe I should anyway. I just slaughter them. Lambs to the slaughters must be done. The game thinks we'll win. Okay, good. Uglik. Uglik are gone. Please tell me it's not because Muscovy annexed them. What in the world is going on with this war? What do you hope to do, Muscovy? Hopefully not subjugate Novgorod. What a disaster that would be for me. I'm meant to curtail the Rurikovics, not allow them to become enhanced. We are not getting the devastating victory that I'm hoping for here. Yeah, my poor, exhausted units are having a very bad time. They don't know how to fight in these situations. At least I have some reinforcements coming in. But then, so do they. They got like another 2,000 hiding around out there. And I cannot reinforce from these fights. So I have to hope that my land grab tactics work out here. Also, smashing his army will surely aid bringing him over to the... I can't make the game go faster. What? I'm trying to make it go speed 3. There we go. It was not liking that for some reason. Alright, very good, very good. That's a ton of war score as well, which is very welcome. I don't like the direction that he's going. He's probably heading over to here. Is this being retaken? I don't think so. Should I go over there anyway? I also don't think so. But where else would I go, and where else would I do? I would take note of the fact that I didn't take Kutaisi as I should have. Let's go and take that. I just hope he doesn't take Thesili back. He's actually surprisingly close to peace. We will push this as much as we can, because the more we can get back, the happier we're going to be. I'll be very unhappy if that counts for making me not have control of the area. I want him to go for the fort, and I very specifically don't want him to come for me. Because I'm not in the mood for piecing out, that's for sure. Costa's the province. Go and take as much as I can. In a glorious land grab. He's going to Shorapani, which is over towards me. But I am on flatlands, where we do like to fight. Unfortunately, I am so incredibly destroyed. He could actually beat me in a fight now. My allies probably won't make up for what I can do. Probably won't. Yeah, sounds nice and close, but it's not nearly close enough. Hopefully he's kind of wandering around, which he is. He's probably going to try and take Potty. Could I actually waste him right here? No, he's actually brought his regulars, so he would probably smash me. Which is bad. Let's keep our eyes on the situation, shall we? Looks like he's wasting his time heading north. That'll buy me a bit of time to have the control spread a bit around here. But I'm running out of time for that. You might have to start running real soon, lads. Taking cost is a good sign. Steal those pops. Run away. Don't want him wasting my army here, though. Okay, he's going for a siege there, which is kind of nice. And he's changing his mind. I really want these to be taken. That might just change the war for me. There's a monk that's becoming a real nuisance for Great Yuan. I think I missed people saying the First Nations they wanted to play as. I think I'll try and play as Ulm, get tall, take over the HRE. Ziri wants to do unifying Spain. Somewhere in India. Battle Pope. Holland. Classic. Livonian Order or Lithuania. And yes, Georgia ate Trebizond, which is all the more reason that making them a tributary is going to be... Oh, there we go. Yes. All right. While we're here, I would like as much money as you can spare. Do I want 66 upfront, or do I want war reparations? It's got to be war reparations, right? And maybe a little bit upfront. So there we go. Very, very costly war, but now Georgia's secured as my tributary. Hopefully this vast amount of antagonism won't become a problem. Kashin, Novoski... These are just Russians. Yeah, who cares what the Russians think? Alright, thank God for that. That was a disaster of a war. But it really speaks to how the systems are nice here. Like, I'm very happy with there being systems such that throwing myself into a country and wreaking havoc kills my people. Speaking of my dead people, get them out of here. You guys, you did good, but let's just disband you. And I'm very happy you guys survived. That means you can go home and continue to plow your fields. If I can find the disband button. It's under actions, of course. Alright, very good. Thank you for your help, Georgia. How do you feel about me, by the way? Hate your freaking guts, they say. Oh, isn't that sweet? Curiously, if I were to take your money... you give a not insignificant amount of money into the coffers. Okay, in that case, I will improve opinion as soon as I can. My army's going to get back home. I need to begin... yeah, I need to work on Tver. Tver need to be put in their place, and I think the answer is subjugation. And if I subjugate them, I'll even let them keep their fort, so they don't crumble and die quite so easily. Tver, do you have regulars? No. But I do need to do something about their great expanses. So I think I'll subjugate Tver and make Novgorod into a pay-me-money country. My favorite kind of country. And then the Rus will be largely taken care of. I still want full annexation of Muscovy, just so they cannot do Rurikovic things. Curiously, if Muscovy goes away, what happens here? Wait a minute. Members leave the Union when they no longer have the same ruler. But how would they get a different ruler? They have to fight for it? I think the Rurikovic problem just continues to pervade, but it's not a big deal as long as Yaroslavl, as long as there's no forts within the Rurikovics. It's not a big deal, but it's very funny that Muscovy is no longer the head of this. Oh wait, no, it says that Muscovy is a senior partner. How am I meant to read this? The current seat of the Union is Vladimir in Vladimir. But Muscovy is the senior partner. I don't know how to read this, but okay. Anyway, I will continue to annex Muscovy as the need rises. Hey, the Nogais are stopping to be such an issue. I think working on my stability is helping me out a lot. The Golden Slave Uprising continues to be troublesome, but troubles for later. Right, so, Tver, I need you taken care of. We're going to create a casus belli for Horde expansion, which I will use to make you into a subject. I will stop building a spy network in you because I need the diplomat. I also would like to make a casus belli on Bulgaria to make them into a tributary. And I know, seeing how the war went with Georgia, why do I think I could win against Bulgaria? But Bulgaria is not quite so mountainous. It has its moments, but overall it's far less troublesome, and it doesn't have horrendous choke points with forts. Even better, if they come and attack me, they have to go through the fort of Ismail. And Ismail's going to be the... well, it's already been the bloodbath of many a Pole and Hungarian. Why not add Bulgarians... Poles and Hungarians? Why not add Bulgarians to the mix? Riddle me that. Okay, get back, folks. Good fighting. Still, this is costing me a lot of diplomats that I don't have because I'm busy trying to make good friends. Hey, Ottomans, why can't we be allies? He really hates the idea. I'm the likely target of a coalition and I have to pay. Okay, well, if the coalition were not a problem, and it didn't cost you, then things would look a lot better. Let's just try and stay very good friends with them. Although, that's a good enough relation, and I need my diplomats going spare right now. This will halt the improvement of the country's opinion. No big deal. I think it degrades quite slowly, right? What the heck? Nogai! I don't have the time to deal with this. My country is kind of teetering right now. What's happening? This is why I don't like Horde subjects. Well, Nogai has an army, they don't, but they can probably raise an army. Well, best of luck winning that one. Yeah, this would be happening to me if I wasn't taking care of my tribal succession crises. Keep my Horde unity strong and trying my best to have a male heir. But trying my best is not good enough. I'd need the Milky Bar kid for that. Whew, yeah, it's going to cost me tons of my manpower to reinforce, thankfully. We don't have many manpower worries, because, you know, all of our people died some time ago. Wish I could explain why. They just disappeared. Vanished. Best remember, I do also need to make friends with Georgia. Stop that spy network. Hopefully that doesn't just completely remove all this spy network stuff. I wonder at what rate it goes away. In fact, where can I even see my current spy network? It must be this, right? It goes down by 1 each month. That's quite a lot. So next month, let's start fabricating on Bulgaria. Well, fabricating. I don't know why you have to fabricate Horde expansion, CV. It feels really weird to send spies into a country in order to say, yeah, you need to pay tribute because I'm bigger and stronger than you. Which is the biggest of bluffs, right? We should just be called the Golden Bluff. And this is for making tributary. Yes, because I want you paying me money. I want as many people as possible paying me money. It also kind of keeps them off my back. If they are a tributary and paying me dosh, then surely they're not going to start thinking about attacking me. Unless, of course, I let subject loyalty get out of hand. But at least we have a truce to help with that with Georgia. Should be a good long one with them for a wee bit. Why do you allow Theodora to exist? There's no real reason right now to attack them. Well, I could punch them for 10 ducats. It wouldn't even be worth the diplomatic overhead of getting a casus belli on them. Wouldn't be worth the paying of my troops to send them over there to take the money. Maybe someday it will be, but right now it is not. An army is getting expensive to maintain. And the payments that I get from my subjects, you know, I'm kind of chasing an old dead horse. I'm no longer getting war reparations from Hungary, which is a significant blow to what I was making previously. But I gotta say, Georgia's picking up the slack in terms of diplomatic income. Very nice of them. This is where I would call my prior victims to vouch for how dangerous we are. Unfortunately, they're all dead and thus could not come. Yeah, that's the kind of bluffing we're doing right now. Non-integrated provinces, and I'm nowhere near being able to integrate them. Having to spend everything I have just integrating the old Riazani provinces. But yeah, I think making Tver chieftains demand things. Well, they're happier. Yeah, and I can't afford the chieftains to be at my neck again. Right, as soon as I have the extra diplomats, we're going to start assuaging Georgia's fears. The guy's doing an alright job dealing with her breaking up right now, but, you know, just... Wait, Emirate? It would be very good for me if you're no longer a horde. Really, really good if you're no longer a horde. Settled! Actually, thank goodness. I guess that's why they had all the rising up. They were trying to settle. That's great. I do not want horde subjects. Horde subjects, as you can see, just explode. And I am always on the tenterhooks of exploding myself. No money. My army is a real paper tiger. If I catch you in the exact correct circumstances, I will kill you. Otherwise, But hopefully Bulgaria has those exact right circumstances for me. Just neck the chieftains. I did, and they just about blew up my country. I had to bribe them, I think, 3 times. Otherwise, they were going to do a full-blown breakaway in my country. Which I maybe could have won, but I could have done without the headache. But yeah, necking them's proven difficult. Let's get that opinion improved. It's costing me a whole lot of my diplomats. Silence of the Lambs. Months and years are spent underneath those unwavering stars. Our livestock have fallen one by one. Harmless backs turned to the ground like carpets in our tents. Curses, spells, and hexes. 10 years of nobles eating more food. No thank you. Contact? Diplomatic reputation and capacity goes down, but my capacity is fine. For now. How long does that last? 10 years. The Elephant Man. Monthly gold. Wait, is that plus money or down money? Some shady individual secured us an alternative source of meat. Elephants brought from far away. For some reason, having elephants roaming in the steppes does not feel weird. What? I mean, I could do with the gold. The prestige... prestige decays plenty right now anyway. Elephant Man. This event feels really weird. Looks like positive gold, but why? Yeah, I'm very curious about that one. I don't trust it. And I can handle the diplomatic problems. Whew. Always feels like the Golden Horde's just holding its breath. That's why I think you need to be aggressive with this country. And I do think we have been aggressive. We fought with almost all of the Russian principalities right now. And the next fight, we take out Tver, who hopefully have not made strong alliances. Yaroslav is a great alliance for you to have, because I actually want to kill Yaroslav as well. I want to tear down Yaroslav's fortification. And I want your money. Oh, very fitting music coming in after an elephant event there. Whew. I need a drink after all this excitement. Still says that the Black Death is going on. How many people did you kill? 88 million total. Well, we were patient zero, so stands to reason bad things happen for us. Stop procuring remedies? Nah, I'm sure that'll go away on its own. Don't want to lose the stability for it. Rookie numbers. I'm glad to be making money, right? Absolutely. Oh, there we go. The Reaper claimed 1.3 million of our pops. Very good. And now it goes away. Excellent. Right, so working on Tributary and Horde expansion. Tver will be the first to go, which means I want to be poised and ready to fight Tver. Yeah, the main problem is they've got this fort. Can I get around that fort? Seems to exude a zone of control quite far. So I don't know if I can just walk through here. I don't think I can. I probably would have to take on Tver before I could go around this. But if Tver are foolish enough to get military access elsewhere, then it won't matter at all. Also, Tver is a flatland, so I could just siege down their fort and laugh at them. Laughing at them sounds good. Did the Ottomans have Constantinople earlier? No, the Byzantine Empire had a revolt. Still really, really keen on getting an alliance with the Ottomans. If I weren't target of a coalition, I'd be pretty close, but they really need to stop wasting their time with their subjects. It is subjects, right? Ottomans have got 3 subjects. Yeah, I need you to eat those up so you have diplomatic space for me. We are natural allies, right? Although I gotta say, when the Ottomans turn on you as the Golden Horde, it's always a sad time. Because you're never in a position to turn on them. The power of being a centralized state versus being this bloated mass. Ooh, bunch of diplomats at a time when I need diplomats. Theodoro, Rilsky, and yeah, people I don't care about gain opinion. Road building. I think of all things, I care about getting these diplomats more. Every nation over 50 aggressive expansion gives -10 reasons to ally. Well, we might not be getting an alliance for a while then, because when I pound Tver and Yaroslav into dust, all the Russian principalities are going to hate me. Alright, let's go. And while this is going on, bellicose support pushes me really high. I could do that and maybe something else. Antagonism. I mean, we're made of antagonism. Do I really care about that? And being belligerent is actually quite good for me. Commoners won't be happy, but the commoners are never bloody happy. It's 1 antagonism, but what does that actually mean? Let's check with Muscovy, for example. Muscovy have 111.9. I'm going to do this. Now Muscovy have 111.9. What? How did that antagonism even work? Heaven help me, I do not know. Maybe it takes a month, maybe, but then other numbers could easily change. Right, so I could actually change a law during this time and still have this pass if I also give autonomy. It does cost stability, but that's not a huge amount, and it's a great opportunity to change a law. This feels like the best way to do it. The troubling thing is, what do I even want to change? I would actually love to change distribution of power. Favoring the elites? Yeah. On the other hand, what if I favor me? All of the estates are significantly less happy. That might be a problem. I don't have succession laws that I can change as far as I'm aware. Succession law is here. Matrilineal non-exclusive. Eligibility rules, female lines. Allows male, allows female. But costs a ton to do. And I don't know what that 0 is next to it. Anyway, it's not relevant, because if we die before this thing is of age, it's probably going to be succession crisis anyway. Let's face it, we are a succession crisis waiting to happen. Ooh, who are you? A 16-year-old woman could be just what I need. Alright. Plow those fields and see what comes out. I'm desperate for a male heir here. Although even if I have one, I need you to live quite a long time. Huzzah. Still though, what about the laws? Yeah, the problem with changing that law is the massive change to my horde unity and stability. 50 and 50 is a bit much to swallow. Means when I die, I go down to 0 horde unity. It's tribal succession anyway, and then I'll probably end up with a new ruler. So let's not shake our country any more than it's about to be shaken. In that case, what else could be done? I federalized the tribe. Proximity cost. Did I already move towards that? Because the state satisfaction with codified power actually sounds quite nice. We already got common language. The ICTA for land acquisition. RGO size is up, centralization up. Although we kind of want decentralization for our horrible country. I'm happy to have religious teachings for the masses. Distribution of power is one of the main things I'm considering here. I could even run strict censorship. What about no censorship? The clergy's unhappy. Heretics and heathens become more accepted, which is probably good for me in a lot of ways. Innovative is good for me. Yeah, to hell with the clergy. It's a tough one. Let me check once again on no longer favoring the elites. Distribution of power. Yeah, currently favoring the elites. They eat 10% more food, they get more impact on agenda, brings me to aristocracy. Maximum tax on noble estate goes up for some reason. I feel like the estate's satisfaction equilibrium -5 is a huge hit, and I can't really use that crown power all that much. It's really hard to know the impact of all of these. Traditional distributions doesn't even look that bad, because crown power is not that useful for me. I don't think it is, at least. Whereas keeping the estates happy and keeping my horde unified, now that is nice. Yeah, I just do not know. I have not run these numbers, so looking at all these, it's, you know, they all sound good in their own way. Except maybe that satisfaction equilibrium. That means I can tax them less. But to be honest, I barely tax them at all. Maybe I should just favor myself. Consider what that would do for my crown power. Not much, because the problem is all the others have massive boosts to what they get. You are the Khan, after all. No doubt I am. Yeah, 20% more in this only brings it up from like 8% to 10%. I don't think the impact is meaningful enough to go for this. Whereas not having censorship and having my heretics and heathens, or it's all just heathens out there, isn't it? Not be so unsatisfied is probably a good idea. Let's try and move away from censorship. No censorship in my life here. Excellent. And then for parliamentary support, just doing this. We gain 1 war exhaustion. That's not a problem. The chieftains will be very unhappy about that. Why are they so bloody unhappy all the time? Alright. Let's get some autonomy support instead then. Stability's fine. It'll grow back. Okay, there we go. There we go. Hope that doesn't end up hurting my country even more. Ooh, we lack a rival. Well, I'm about to attack Bulgaria, so surely that's good. Wait, that could be my rival? What? They're insignificant compared to us, but they are possible for a rivalry. I should consider who the Ottomans have as a rival. Good way to make friends. Hating who they hate. They hate Byzantium, they hate Aetundis, and they are hated by Genoa. Strangely enough, they don't have any relation with Bulgaria. Is it possible for me to hate on Byzantium? No. Invalid for some reason. Maybe they're already my rival? No, they're not. They're just invalid for some reason. I think it has to be Bulgaria, right? I'm about to go and trash them. Oh wait, they're already our rival. I can't do that. Yeah, I've got Muscovy and Bulgaria. Vladimir? Poland? Croatia? Serbia? Serbia? There's also Hungary, but that could cause me a bit more ire than I'm looking for. Let's consider the idea of subjugating Serbia before us as a tributary. Eventually, they're probably all going to be Ottoman food, but for now, he could pay me money. Making friends with the Ottomans, washed up EU streamer Jake stoops to new lows. What's next? Allying France. Well, when there is a France and not just some blue vomit in Western Europe, then maybe we could consider it. Grenada's holding on, but... death knell. Alright, tell me more about yourself, Serbia. Serbia has enemies aplenty, including Bulgaria. And they have an alliance with Helk, Volhynia. That makes things difficult. Really makes it difficult if you end up allying my... Bulgaria is allied with Muscovy. Is that an opportunity to purge Muscovy again, or what? An interesting thought. We'll have to see when we get to it. Doesn't answer the question of who I rival, though. But I think it might be Serbia. I mean, it could just be one of these crappy little countries. What would that even achieve, though? The Muscovy mash soon. Alright, go on. Let's say that we don't like Serbia. I don't want to be without rivals. It makes me weak to espionage myself, and knowing that you can kill a ruler makes me really not want to have the massive negatives to that. At least the warlords have their own internal issues too. The Shen Rebellion. Alright, good luck, Shen. How many people live there? 10 million. What does 10 million look like? Our poor little country doesn't know. Whew, I am so happy to see Nagai be an emirate. You have no idea. Maybe now they can somewhat centralize. Look at all that centralization. 25 control, 8, 5. What do we get? 0, 0, 0, 1. All around my crappy province is the only place we have any control. Although I swear control is spreading around here. That's got to be good. Now the Wu are coming out. Ooh. I'm sure it's fascinating stuff if you're a cinephile, but I'm absolutely not. Love me some Three Kingdoms stuff, but, you know, if it's not Dynasty Warriors 2, 3 Extreme Legends, or 8, I'm not particularly interested. Was it 8 or 7? It was a decent PC one. I didn't even like the latest one, though, and it makes me worried about them remaking Dynasty Warriors 3. Alright, well, I'm happy to have a nation that's somewhat repairing itself. That diplomatic income is coming way back up, as well it should. Lose support in the... Wait, no, I need support in the parliament, please. The army recovers morale faster. I didn't really want that, because it's not very relevant, but it was a necessary precursor towards... There shall be no grass. Eat less food, move faster, and get better initiative. Seems great, considering I entirely rely upon my army. How do rivers compare to roads for distance reduction? It feels like a flat 15 whenever I run across the rivers. I mean, look at it. There's no roads here, but we are, I think, running down a river. Yeah, here we go. It's weird that you can't see the river on the control screen. Maybe that... No, whatever. Anyway, it runs its way down here, and thank goodness that's the only way I get control over Astrakhan. I would show you roads, but I don't have roads. Maybe Hungary has some roads. These dashed lines look like roads. Frankly, they've made a bit of a mess of it. But yeah, you can really see how it holds better through the roads than through the not roads. And then... Ugh. And then you can see a really well-maintained nation. And yeah, you can see the roads coming through here, spreading control. It's good. It's damn good. But yeah, we can't afford roads. It costs us $2,000 to run a road from our capital to Kazan. And would that really help much? I'm not convinced it would. We just have to accept that our country is quite crap for a long time. But someday, maybe, we can make something of it. We need to shore up our defenses along the borders and see what we can do to reform ourselves internally. But I don't want to step away from being a horde, because I love horde life. Why would a horse need a road? Exactly. Why does this hurt my control? Just have horses go around. Are all those zeros development? No, it's control. Control is kind of like autonomy was in EU4. So no matter how wealthy a province is, you're only getting essentially this % of it. So let's choose this sorry-looking place. It has a tax base of 16 ducats, but due to lack of control, we're losing 85% of it. So we don't get a whole lot out of that. And then what comes of that gets divided amongst the estates, and we're cutting pennies, really, at this stage. Compare it to... Let's take this province right here. We only lose 20% because it's got decent control for being next to our capital, and then it's still actually barely pennies. And the amount I can tax is pathetic, sadly. Yeah, my capital's the only province really worth talking about, isn't it? Maybe I should increase RGOs there. Yeah, keep my people productive. I will increase it by 1. Go on. Couldn't hurt. Not that wool is an amazing thing, but I just want to try investing in my poor country. But I should always be investing in the army. That's a troubling thing. Right, how are we doing on those? Casus Belli. Make tributary Bulgaria and horde expansion Tver. As long as Tver doesn't make some big frightening alliances whilst we're waiting here, we're poised and ready to subjugate Tver, smash Yaroslav's fort, as well as rip money out of them, and possibly spit a nation out of them, and then continue to be sad because the Tatar yoke just doesn't pay money. Look at this pathetic amount of dosh. Ooh, I think Muscovy are overpaying me. That's amazing. Wait, is that my inflation? No, Muscovy have inflation. Because I forced them to take loans and fighting me. Alright, somewhat surprisingly, the demographics are slowly shifting in my favor. Emphasis on slowly. The Sunni religion is proving very difficult to spread, but we're doing our utmost. Still a lot of Tengriism around here, though. Barely any of it spreading within the orthodoxies, but again, that's to be expected. And culturally, the Astrakhani are gradually being replaced by Mongolians. There's a lot of Ryazani here, but don't worry, they're slaves. They were only slaves. Even the Crimeans are starting to see some Mongolians taking root. This is one of the big secrets to why Golden Horde is such a complete disaster. We have no religious or cultural unity, and most of our people are slaves, so stand to reason we're not able to get a lot out of our people, and they want to, rebel against us. I continue to be worried about that slave uprising. I don't want it to manifest. Don't know what I can do about it, though. Probably make my country more stable would be a good start. Could actually work on that, actually. Investing in stability would cost me Not that much for gaining a good bit of stab. Alright, you know what, I will throw that onto the bonfire. If you were converting to Tengri and accepting Sunni, it would be a lot harder, no? Probably. And it would hurt my nation a lot to switch like that, but I think the cultural part is a big problem. It's such a cultural mishmash. At least these are all culturally grouped as... Wait. That's religion group. Wrong group. I was like, thinking, that's a lot of Russians in the world. Yeah, East Slavic is a nice, big culture group, whereas I am Mongolian. And Mongol is struggling. That said, it looks like my little colonies are actually doing a good job of spreading their demographics. Hopefully that means that someday they'll be able to get some money out of their land. Whoa! This is a lot better than as I left them. I don't care about pirates over in Yuan. Nice, we might actually get some money out of these subjects someday. Let's check and see how they're performing. Remember, at the very start of the game, I purposely cut myself off from Asia by establishing Nagai, giving them a bit of extra land, and then I set these up as colonies, except for Surgut. Just to show off a weird bug, I purposely kept them as a fiefdom republic, however that works. Hey, loads of diplomats and relations with people that I don't care about. I'll have to put those to use. We are currently doing a lot of improving of relations. The Ottomans are probably not going to want to be my friend as long as we have this coalition breathing down our throat. I should absolutely check to make sure that Tver isn't in this coalition against me. Where is coalition? Casus Belli, Defensive League, Tatar Yoke. Is there a coalition? There's no coalition, but there is antagonism. And this should tell me who's actually in the coalition. Yeah, it's the red people. Notably not Tver. Weird that Tver are not. I should strike them before they get any funny ideas about joining it, though. Fascinating. I don't know anything about missions. I feel like there were some settings relating to missions, and I clearly didn't pay attention to them. Oh, right, these diplomats need to be used, or else I'm just wasting them. Currently making Casus Belli. Should I dare to try and make one on Serbia? Serbia have alliances with Wallachia and Picnic Table Cloth Country. But I might cause myself a bit too much of a coalition issue going that far. What about the Byzantines? Byzantines have no friends. We're stronger than them. They have a decent tax base. Once I slaughter Bulgaria, I could make them pay me money as well. The problem is they're going to be Ottoman food at some point, but the other question is, when is some point? There's another idea that the Chobanids could give me money, but I don't trust hordes to not just fall apart and then stop paying me. There's also Litauen, but Litauen surely has friends, right? They got subjects, that's for sure. Wait a second, where are all their friends? Isn't the whole thing about, you know, Polish-Lithuanian friendship? I suppose that hasn't been codified at this point, has it? Not many friends, you say? Some annoying forts, though. A great way to make me not want to attack your country. Have forts. Bulgaria made a tragic mistake of dismantling all their annoying forts. I'm very, very tempted to start gunning these guys down for tribute. The Lithuanians are pagans and everybody hates them. How's their base tax? It's reasonable. They don't have regulars either, and I can march through Kiev because I have military access through my subjects. Maybe we do force Lithuania to pay us money as well. Yeah, slowly but surely, all those tributary monies are going to claw back up after the Black Death, and as they build up their countries more, they're going to give me more. Lithuanian money. The question of, are they still pagans? It looks like they are. Looks like. Let's double check that. Yeah, look at that. The Teutonic Order failed. There is also the idea that I want Novgorod to be my tributary, but looking at their base tax, maybe, just maybe, they don't have any money to give at this point. They're still at war with Muscovy? I dread to think how that's going. You are at war with them, right? Wait, you're at war with everybody. Okay, I don't think they're long for... Oh, wrong screen. It is just Muscovite. Wish they're winning. Unsure what to make of this. At this point, subjugating you won't really benefit me in any real way. I should concentrate on people that can actually pay me money. So there's Bulgaria, there's Romania. I should give a go at making the Lithuanians pay me money. My main concern is that they have these little subjects. And a couple of them have forts. Well, you've got a fort. Hate dealing with forts. But it's flat-ish land, and they don't have regulars, so... Yeah, no one's going to care if I subjugate a paltry pagan. And everyone's going to have their own problems. There's also the big idea, what if I make Hungary pay me? Hungary don't have friends. Just imagine the money that Hungary would give me as a subject. As a tributary subject. They've been forced to annul treaties with Poland. That's very interesting. Lots of rivals. They're part of the Hungarian-Croatian treaty. And yeah, I know I can smash these guys to death in my lands. We've done it before, we could do it again. Having the Hungarian taxman working for you for once would be quite the change of pace. It would. Did Moldavia get rid of their forts? It could be a bit of a drag of a war, but so was the one with Georgia, and now look at me. War with Hungary is a must. You need to conquer Balaton, make it your genuine seat of power. Somogi, that lines up. Vesperem, that also lines up. Even the shape of Balaton lines up, and I live right about here in Shiafok. That is severely tempting. It's a big war. Like, it's a huge war. He could muster a lot of strength, but I'm fairly confident that we just invite him in, smash him, and then once he is severely smashed, we take these fights. You know, we do it gingerly, right? We move on in, bit by bit, and as long as I'm not engaging him in the Carpathians, I should be able to ruin his day. I say we go for the jugular here. Subjugate these guys, make Bulgaria give me money. Oh, hold on! If Bulgaria giving me money, I don't have to go through the Carpathians. We can go down and around after smashing him. And what's the line to Buddha? I can avoid this and go for Buddha, but I think it's better to just slowly but surely chip away at his country. Force him to give me all of his bloody money. That would add a lot of diplomatic... what's it called anyway? Loyalty issues, because the total strength of all of them would be a lot compared to me. But if I just stop pissing them off so much... I mean, look at Kiev. I keep punching him for money and he still loves me. It must be done. Build a spy network in Hungary. It'll take some time. I should have made them my rival, come to think of it. Should I do the same in Serbia? I mean, if Hungary pays me money, why not Serbia? It's not like Serbia has a much better standing army, and they still have dollary dues to give me. Yeah, everybody's got to pay their dues to the Golden Horde. This goes faster as well because they're my rival. Okay, very good. Can't wait to have undead as a population demographic. Our ruler's uncle and courtier, once again attacked by a wild animal. I am getting increasingly concerned about my bloodline. I mean, who is actually going to be next? When she comes of age... I'm probably going to have to pull the rug out and change our inheritance laws to matrilineal non-exclusive. Oh, we only lose 5 Horde Unity on succession with that one. Whereas we use 50 with Tribal Oldest Male. Tribal Horde Unity is actually really high. Maybe I should switch to Tribal non-exclusive right now. Not losing 1,000,000 Horde Unity is massive. Still worries me what that 0 means next to it, though. The new ruler is the most capable person in the dynasty of the previous ruler. That does allow female, and it does keep it within the dynasty. The ruler is the oldest male child of the previous ruler. Yeah, but we don't have one of those. I actually think matrilineal non-exclusive will do a lot for me. Yeah, to hell with stability, right? We already lose that all the time. Nobility, clergy, burghers, and crown. Nobility... Wait, what? Are we losing a... Are we losing an estate here? I think the 0 might be the current number of available candidates. Yeah, probably because my daughter isn't of age. But I think this might be a good law for us, mainly because of this. We don't lose 50 Horde Unity upon succession. Oh, right, nobility and crown, or... This means that clergy and burgher members can become rulers. Current ruler is ignored. It's a big heavy hit to my stability, but we've been cruising on virtually no stability all the time anyway. The new ruler is the most capable person in the dynasty of the previous ruler. I think your matrilineal non-exclusive also means anyone from your dynasty, not just your kids. Your heir might be real old, hence only losing 5 unity. I guess I'm okay with that. Just not losing 50 Horde Unity on every succession. And when you have a succession crisis, you can have those back-to-back, so your Horde Unity just goes to 0, and then you're just locked in perma-conflict. So I actually think this is worth going for. I mean, I'm tempted to save before doing it, but whatever, let's just jump. Whee! Goodbye, Horde Unity. I'm going to need to invest in that. Goodbye, money. Going to invest in stability, but I already was. But at least it goes up faster when it's negative. And then, oh, goodbye, money. It was nice having you. Doesn't show me any possible heirs now, does it? Unless it takes time to codify that. Lost control over Tibet. They might claim independence, but they will return to Yuan. Yeah, he's not wrong. Yeah, the negative stability is going to once again cause horrible things to happen in terms of rebellion. But we'll see if overall this is beneficial for our nation. Horde expansion is not far away from triggering for Tver. And as long as I don't make any last-minute friends, like... who was it that was here? Ryazan. Yeah, Ryazan really screwed me. Whilst at war, making an alliance with Novgorod, that dragged things out big time. The growth of Kazan. Commoners are coming along. Commoners belong on their turf. I'm not sure I care that much about it, either way. They moved from Uren to Kazan. Where's Uren, anyway? Okay, well, it is just solidifying people into our cities, and you know what? I'm okay with that. It was a mid-war alliance. It makes it a lot more dangerous. Exactly. Very horrifying to think that that could happen. Measles in the country. Okay. That's fine. People die. We can always get new slaves. Depopulating, no problem. Too many relations. Wait, what? I have a feeling I just lost something important with that recent change I did. Because my diplomatic capacity used to be very large. Now I'm a little bit worried. Did I do something weird for my entire country? We're still a horde, right? We're still a horde. We do have the matrilineal non-exclusive. What happened to my diplomatic capacity? So it used to be so huge. And I need it to be huge because subjugating Tver and making the other tributaries is going to cost me a fair bit. Oh dear. Yeah, there's that contact thing. How did Nogai change to emirate? Looks like they had some kind of civil war. But they won the civil war, so maybe they were trying to push some big changes. Yeah, these big powerful tributaries are costing me a lot more diplomatic capacity than I was considering. I always just assumed that I had tons of it. But covert actions hurt that? Well, that I was unaware of. How about the stability? Doesn't seem to affect this. Yeah, I don't know why my diplomatic capacity suddenly plummeted. Maybe I had a temporary boost to it? Kingdom, country, the blood, traditions, renaissance, archives, spending. Blood of the Khan seems to have gone away. Was that a temporary modifier or something else? I'm going to assume it was a temporary modifier, but now I'm not so sure. I better save now so I have a before and after. I'm going to do something like check blood of Khan before. Yeah, curious about that one. But yeah, part of my big strategy is having plenty of diplomatic capacity. My strategy being having all these people pay me. Tributaries cost proportionally a lot less. Even so, it's scary stuff. How to get as much of this as possible? Is there anything that gives more diplomatic capacity? International organizations can cost some. Actually, the yoke. I would be happy to lose the yoke because it's not worth this. A little bit of prestige, a little bit of tribal cohesion, whatever that means. That's not this, is it? Not quite. Contact will be gone soon-ish. Where can you actually just check all of your country modifiers? There's my kingdom, there's my army-based country, there's my steppe horde. Do you get notifications at the bottom right about the blood of the Khan? I get something that says... Oh god, Novgorod bankrupt. Crown power gone, everybody unhappy, bad time for them. Okay, then they will not make for a good tributary. I don't see anything down here about that. I'll even trim away chat for a moment. It might be just doing that casus belli on Bulgaria has hurt this. I wasn't aware that spy actions caused your diplomatic issues. I thought they just caused a diplomat. Alright, well, it's just temporary for now. Soon the spy actions will be done and we will get those back. My concern is that when I have these guys as tributaries, that's going to cost me. Any age advancements to help with that? Anything for diplomatic capacity? Maybe I should actually go diplomatic capacity. No. No. No, but... if I just search diplomatic, range is not what I'm looking for. Yeah, very much interested in anything that allows me to have more and more subjects. Which isn't this, but that does allow me to fight for it. Ah, reputation, so close and so far. Annexation cost, also not what I'm looking for. Oh dear. Improve relations, also quite nice. What about the Age of Discovery? When does that even start? It'll be a while yet. On the search for diplomatic capacity. This is where having a wiki can really help. Just search in for all sources of something. Kind of concerning that I'm not seeing anything to... oh, here we go. They just weren't highlighting. I guess you need to retype it in. Formalized relations after printing press. So it can increase. I'm really concerned about the lack of the blood of the Khan. Like, what happened there? Was that really an inheritance issue? Or was it a temporary modifier? I'm so curious, I'm going to have to check. We just made a save, right? Check blood of Khan, 5513. Close enough. Let's go and see if it was temporary or not. I'm so happy I'm getting to know the interface by watching Jake being confused instead of being confused myself. Yeah, well, I'm learning and perhaps we can all learn together. The city has fallen and I'm still alive. Constantine's last words. I'm still alive. Great last words. Not incorrect. Well, after playing Farthest Frontier, any tech tree looks good. At least you can tell by looking at something what it does. Because it has things like a name. Okay, so... wait. This is... Oh, it must have autosaved really recently. I should have gone a little bit further back. Surely a year ago will work for us. Eagle-eyed Jake is setting an unrealistic example. Don't be too sad if you cannot match it. Eagle-eyed Jake. A blind eagle, perhaps. It's not that my eyesight is that bad. It's just... perception. Seeing is different from perception. I often read words and I just say a different word from what it is. Right. See, that's more like it. 9.8. And we were under the impression that it was coming from this. Available in the Age of Traditions. Borghini blood. Is this temporary? Maybe what we should do is right now, let's change this and see if that causes it. Metal exclusive, yeah, sure, bang. Do we still have our blood? Well, it's still there, but let's give it a turn of a month. Because it could be timed. Still there. Still there after changing. Age of Traditions ended in 1342. And it is an Age of Traditions effect, is it not? I mean, this is a big deal for keeping my tributaries, so I absolutely want to understand what happened to it. Available in the Age of Traditions. Requires cultural traditions. Age of Traditions. And it was blood, was it not? Yeah, Borghini blood. Good. Are we sure we actually lost that? Now I'm losing my mind here. Let's jump back to where we were here. And I don't trust loading all these games, so we're actually going to reset the game once we've investigated this. Screenshot it and compare. Ah, that would be clever to do. But at least I've got a rolling screenshot of all of it. Advancements don't just go away in other ages, as far as I remember. Yeah, but our capacity definitely went down from 9 point something to far less than 9 point something. Yeah, it went down by 2 points. But we still have the blood. What in the world is dragging it down? Is it the contact and the covert actions together? But I swear we had the covert actions earlier. What in the world is causing this? Anybody with sharper eyes able to notice something? Contact wasn't there on the previous save. That is a good point. We took some contacting and I said, I'm not worried about temporary diplomatic capacity things. I'm going to believe that it is contact. Now, I hope that wasn't for 10 years, but I think it was for 10 years. Is there anywhere that shows all of your national modifiers? Contact is also multiplied by the percentage. Yeah, it's not just -1, it's -1. And it's also reducing the one that I would have through plus, wow, like 150%. Dang. Yeah, but is there national modifiers anywhere? We had a whole sub-menu for that in EU4 because there just ended up being so many of them. Geopolitics, military, diplomacy, society. I doubt it's production or economy. Truly, I have no idea. Agenda. Alright, never mind. Alright. What I will do is I'm actually going to exit the game because I do not trust it one bit. It's a paradox game. Resetting state can be hard, so I'm just going to completely exit to desktop and reload the game. Alright, quite the distraction there. But it's impactful because it's very important to me to have the diplomatic capacity to have all my subjects. And I have a lot of subjects. Besides, the covert actions thing should make a significant change as well, once we're done with those. Perfect opportunity for the Nancy Drew FAQ out. I don't think anybody wants a FAQ out. Well, maybe Chumro does. They say it's a perfect opportunity for it. The authentic QA Jake experience. Well, it's important. If you want to know these games inside out, as I often do, when you see something that doesn't quite act the way that you think it should, poke at it, see what happens, see how it reacts to different things. And then you might find something that's particularly exploitable, or just good to know. Alright, game, are you willing to come back to me? Yeah, there we go. And last time I did that, I got swarmed by hornets. I've never seen a hornet's nest before. I'd be all too tempted to cheese them off, and I bet I'd pay the privilege. Alright, bring it back to me. Yeah, given that the most recent thing I did was send off the spies, it was probably the spies costing me there. If you save and load a game 10 times in a row, your ruler becomes age -255. They're effectively immortal. Was there any weird things that happened with saving and loading? Actually, I did a lot of saving and loading in EU4 early days because there was a bug with events. Every time you loaded a save, certain events would fire. And if you kept doing saving and loading, you could change out the events. And eventually I got an event that I needed to get enough positive relations to cancel out my vast amounts of aggressive expansion. So I fired that event several times. And I don't think it was necessary, but it certainly shaved off a few years on annexation. Someone else asked about this earlier. Do you feel that there's anything really missing from the game? Seems quite well fleshed out. It absolutely does feel fleshed out. Really does not feel like a Day Zero Paradox release, and I mean that in a very good way. Wow, I'm actually making money in markets. What the heck is this? That's right, I stole the Muscovite market, didn't I? Wait, what Muscovite market? Yes! All rendered unto Ryazan, where I have 0 control. Okay, well, that's good to know. Because they hate me. Well, also good to know. Yeah, missing a bit of polish, but it's a bit to be expected. There are some definite graphical issues with the army movement, and that's probably one of my biggest issues. When you're fighting and your armies are teleporting around visually and you can't click on them, and when you're conquering a province and it changes province capital as you're conquering it, that's just messed up, man, is what it is. Anyway, glad we figured that out. It doesn't seem to hurt that much here, but I could totally see this getting out of hand if we have way too many relations. And actually, having Tver as a vassal is going to hurt that quite a lot, because vassals are expensive. I mean, it's probably going to be on par of having Nagai. But I do think it's important to rein in all of the Russians. Maybe I could not do that, right? There's nothing saying I have to subjugate Tver. Because even if these guys consolidate, as long as they don't have fortifications, I can just mess them up by riding on through. And I don't think Tver will bring much in for a fight. So you know what? Screw subjugation of Tver. Instead, we're going to tear down their fortifications and take all their money and take all their slaves. Alright, glad we figured that one out. Jeez. So I used to have a mute button on my mouse, but because this game uses that very same button to back out of menus, I found it much too convenient to keep as my mute button. Call Jihad, you say? So now I have to remember to hit my actual microphone if I need to mute, which I did there because I had to go and cough. And I really don't like streams where you hear the streamer coughing, spluttering, making agonized noises, or eating and drinking. Why? Oh, I tuned into someone's stream. That someone will remain anonymous. And you just hear them going, talking with their mouth full right into the mic. They had their webcam on as well, so you could see it. I'm not a prude, but that is not something I want beamed directly into my ears. Terrifying stuff. Considering what to do here, there is Jihad, but it's certainly not worth my severely diminished ability to call Jihad right now. I was worried it was me until you said the webcam thing. Well, you do a lot of that, but I think you want to show off the food that you're eating. And I can understand, you know, there's nothing more important to an American than food, so I can't hold it against you that you want to share your joys. Well, I suppose I can hold it against you, but I don't want to. Believe it or not, I actually like Andarius. Too soon, Jake. Heavens no. I won't even drink my whiskey live on stream when I'm doing the reviews of them. Been a long time since I've done a whiskey review though, hasn't it? Right, get that Casus Belli made. Yeah, see, I thought the Casus Belli would only cost me a diplomat, but the fact that it cost me capacity as well is quite harrowing. Doesn't tell me exactly what covert actions they are. Oh, Yuan are hoping to break rebellions, although they're getting plenty of it. What was there to rebel against anyway? Come on, surely all was well and good over in Yuan. This Casus Belli is good to go at a moment's notice. I don't think I need to pay my forts so much, so I probably won't. Just make sure my army is well fed, which they're not, alright. And then have them poised and ready to go and brutalize some Tverians. Hold on, is that a regular army? Tver. Thought we talked about this. Russians are not allowed regular units. It's baked into the Tatar yoke. Well, if you've brought it this far, Tver, I'm afraid I'm going to have to raise your cities to the ground and take you home in chains. I also want all of your money. Tver's, well, actually, their tax base is fairly high. I hope they actually have money to give me. Getting sick of all these pop-ups about you. Actually, could I remove that? No, it looks like those are specific pop-ups. The game wants me to care about China. I've only been through China in transit, so I don't have much of an opinion about the country. I do have an opinion about how much I love money, though. Unfortunately, they don't really have a lot of spare loyalty with which to give me more money. But nobody said it had to be a lot. Whoa, Halik! Whoa, where did you get all this money from? What was your loyalty again? It was right there, but I managed to lose it. Halik are willing to give me loads of money. That's really nice of them, isn't it? I wonder if Kiev is not quite willing to do the same. Alright, I'm really glad to see that Halik's centralization resorts to them giving me even more money. It sounds like a really good thing to do, then, is to have small, rich tributaries. Unfortunately, although the principalities are small, they're not rich. And the Eastern Europeans up here, the rich ones are large, so it's hard to find someone small and rich. Nah, not rich enough. Apparently I could make you into my rival. Not quite Trebizond, but you're certainly not rich. I could go on a rampage all the way over here. Oh my god, just brainwave, boom. Picture this. Kingdom of Hungary, my tributary. Bulgaria, my tributary. That gives me a line into Europe. What are some small, devilishly rich nations? Who could possibly give me buckets of ducats? Italians, of course. And since they're smaller, they don't affect my diplomatic capacity so much. Well, look at that. I'm assuming that number is based on... Actually, what is it based on? I don't know what relative power is here. Having their country rank be lower as well is good. What are you? You're Grand Principality. Is that tier 2? That's tier 3. You're a kingdom? Hungary's also a kingdom. Hungary's going to cost me in capacity. I can always shed some subjects, by the way. There's absolutely nothing stopping me telling others to bugger off. Although the small ones don't really count towards much, so why even bother? A tricky thing to consider, that, isn't it? I want a lot of... Actually, maybe I don't need to worry about being over diplomatic capacity. Is it really that bad? It's the loyalty of subjects which is particularly bad, but I think we can handle it. We'll see how things look after we deal with Bulgaria and potentially Hungary. But for now, the main deal is... we want your gold. Sod off. Lots of people want my gold. This is not surprising. Do we need Nagai? I like having Nagai around. And especially now that they've become an emirate, there's every chance that they might actually be able to centralize and solidify their reign here. From not Nogay. What happened to the province of Nogay? I missed that one. Rin Emba? These don't have the charm of Nogay. Yeah, Nogay's a good guy. They keep trying. They keep failing as well, but they try. So, we're eyeing them up. It's time to let slip those dogs of war, or if we're going to play the crummy little worm style game. Wait, no, don't cancel that. Why even cancel it? We're here to attack. Some weird menuing stuff at times. Horde expansion. They will bring in Yaroslav, and I say that is good. That is more people to defeat and take money from. Declare the war. Wait, Yaroslav have their own subjects? I should have known that, considering I've already been here and done this, but whatever, let's just get stuck in. Go, my mercenary general and friends. Are there any subjects you can integrate? I don't want to integrate them. I made those subjects because I didn't want to hold on to the lands in the first place. Alright, well, that was certainly an explosive fight. Lotisho is the capital of this area. I'm curious if any of them come crawling out of the woodworks. I wish the AI was more keen to go straight for forts, because chasing them around is a real pain. What the hell are you? Why do I have a footman regular? What? I took them prisoner! Yes! Oh, this game just keeps getting better. Oh, sweet Mary and Joseph. What does this mean? How does this work? Prisoners are enemy regiments that have been captured after a battle. They can be bribed to be mercenaries fighting for their captors, ransomed, or simply disposed of humanely or not. Oh. Hang on. I believe I have just the quote for this. Quiet music.
Oh, my son. They were only slaves.
Oh, thank you, Seti the First. I needed that. Okay, well, now that we've discovered we can actually enslave Russians better and more menacingly than ever before, then I absolutely do not want you subjectified. Do I have to pay these guys? That's the real question. Tell me more about prisoners. Regiments captured after a battle. Used frontage, regulars. Do they reinforce? Looks like they can reinforce all the way up. I assume that costs me my manpower, but my god, I can enslave other people's regular regiments! It costs real money to make these. Yeah, they'll eat my food, but come on, who doesn't? Oh man. And you know, there might be occasions where footmen are useful in combat, because you can't horse archer your way through everything. I mean, I could try. I would like to. Are these guys going to attack me? Do they have military access through towards me? That's not what I need. If I don't have conditional military access to them, they probably don't have military access to me. Do I go around? How do I approach this? They're going to make units anyway. Maybe I just siege down Tver and then deal with the rest. What just happened in Moskva? I think they made peace with Novgorod at long last. Oh, I didn't notice. I must have stepped on some units there. I wonder how long it would have taken me to notice the prisoners there if they hadn't been following around. Alright, unfortunately, as I mentioned before, we're really, really terrible at sieging. And I'd really rather just fight. Could I perhaps just raise some regiments? Also curious, am I paying those guys? Army maintenance does not break down each and every unit. No, it says 10th Army. Ah, I do pay, but hang on. What's that tiny maintenance for? Why is it so small? I must know more. Army maintenance. Doop. 6. Doop. 10th Army. Doop. Footman. Doop. Yes. Yes. Okay, very good. Oh, right, you chat covered it. Okay, let's do that again then, shall we? Army maintenance. Doop. 606. Doop. 10th Army. Doop. Footman maintenance. Doop. 0.03 ducats. Doop. Prisoner maintenance 30%. Oh, yes. Yes. Barely having to pay them. Compare that to one of my cavalry regiments here. Actually having to pay reasonable sums of money. No. That's not how we operate. Although I have a lot of things that reduce it. I guess the base cost is a huge part of this. So footmen are probably not very good for that kind of cost. Even so, pretty happy with what I see there. Whoops, that's not the chat I want. That is the chat I want. Right, that does let that not distract me from what I'm trying to do, which is raise an army that's just for sieging. Unfortunately, the numbers that I can raise here are kind of pathetic. And I don't really want to raise them from my capital, because that's the only place I've got control. But of course, I'm able to get units because of the control issues. Maybe I can just have my my guys do the sieging. The rest of my army is more than capable of taking care of this. So what we do is we shove out a couple of horse archers, leave the footmen to do the sieging, maybe leave a few more horse archers, and then select the main army and have them head on out. Safe in the knowledge that they're probably fine and I can just go and ruin everybody's day by attacking into them. And if they do attack into this, well, we're close by enough to go and deal with it. Someone must run Doom with these tooltip on tooltip on tooltip shenanigans. Yeah, I was there when we were discussing their implementation at Paradox. It was quite interesting. A few iterations and we thought, wow, this really works quite well. I'm here to fight. You know, come fight me. Fight me, dillweed. Oh, okay. Well, they tried. 2 men fell off their horse in their hurry to loot the corpses of Russians. Oh, man, it's so good. You know what's wonderful? I can talk about all of this. You know, we're slaughtering Russians, you know, by the hundreds of thousands. And Russian people that watch this game, oh, yes, fair enough. All is well. But I mention, you know, slighting one single Pole, and they all come out of the woodwork. What is it with the Poles? Why can they not handle the banter? I've been to Poland. I love Poland, and I love Poles. But give Poles access to information technology, and they simply can't handle it. Can anybody of East enough Slavic connections explain what in the world is going on with that? Alright, Spas, we're going to take you. I mostly want these so I can get views over where the enemies are attacking from, so I can send in my horse archers to obliterate them post-haste. been conquered too much over the years. Okay. Well, I'm not conquering you. Maybe it's just still sore. Disease outbreak. Hopefully for them and not me. Actually, I think it was for us. Yeah, remember that disease outbreak affects the assault, the besieging troops. Kevin the Caveman says, "Oh no, I missed so much of it." What, did you think I was going to be late for EU5? Oh man. Okay, so now that we've gotten those done, it's still harming my... Wait a second. Covert actions and contact is still there. Why do I still have... Why do I have much less of an issue with diplomatic capacity? This stuff bounces up and down like a bleeding yo-yo. I think it's to do with when my troops, when my subjects are in wars of their own. They recruit their units, suddenly their relative strength goes up, and suddenly the cost to have them as a subject goes way up. That's my best guess, and it's a pretty good guess. Now let's make our way over to Vishnewotsits to take this. Although, what are the odds that these change? They change their capital here again. Can always check with you. 7-5. It should remain that. I hate that I have to check that, by the way. I really, really shouldn't have to, but I do. Them's the breaks. Yeah, so onwards to Vishnewotsits. Wait, he wants to re-recruit again? How many units can he's gonna get 32 men. I don't think that's anything I need to concern myself with. Hey, it's my good old buddy, Bronsk. Oh, he's bringing a half-decent leader as well. Maybe I could tell you to attach to these guys, rather than going out and getting yourself killed. Oh, okay, going and killing is also good. Man, I have such good subjects. Good job. Good job, Bronsk. Tyrannical chieftains. Commoners will not be very happy, but unfortunately the commoners don't matter to me. It's the chieftains that can rise up against me. And taxes either way don't really matter much. Actually, the chieftains are... they're already too happy. Alright, chastise them then. God, I love all this enslavement. Now I need to find more people with regular armies so that I can slave them into my army. See, me and the Ottomans, we've got more in common than I thought. You know, he does slave soldiers, I do slave soldiers. I think his slave soldiers are kind of brought up to be that way, but you know, we're trying to be the great imitator here. Uh-oh, we brought actual units now. Or actual numbers of units. Are they going to try and take Tver? More slaves, Your Majesty. Well, he can try what he wants. He's not going to be able to deal with Tver, but let's not give him even a semblance of hope. Muscovite nobles are no longer... Nobles? Nah. Oh, man. What the hell is this? Grand Principality of Muscovy... Wait, did they just immediately... They've lost it! They've absolutely lost it! Muscovy got so trashed that Rurikovics got ousted, and now they've got good Prince Muscovasky. Moshkivashki. You make up these names just to sound ridiculous, don't you? Oh, jeez. Anyway, that is absolutely wonderful news for me. You know, far from breaking the Tatar yoke, I've broken the Rurikovic yoke. So now they probably don't even have... Yeah, isolated. Completely and utterly, butterly isolated. Does that mean they all got their own different rulers then? No, that's... Rurikovic has relocated. How's he passing the time these days? Well... Wait, what? I'm marginally confused. Who is what and where? We've got a Galichki here. Wait, there's Prince Semyon. And there's Prince Semyon. I don't understand you. I mean, what do you reign over? Ah, well. The important thing is that Muscovy is having a very, very bad day, because they're the ones that I am most concerned about. And yes, I'm very concerned about them. They're bound to have all sorts of bonuses. Kaboom. Just slaughter. What a slaughter. You might even say a senseless slaughter, but I can make sense of it all. They're not doing the barracks defense. The barracks defense was when I invaded a country in EU4 and they started building a barracks. And I went, I don't want to conquer them just yet. I want them to finish the barracks so that when I conquer them, I get the barracks. So it would often keep them alive for 1 more year. But I'm not sure I care much about this. What are they even making? Don't care. Bernvo is mine. The army is safe. We move on in, kill them. And then we make our move over to wipe out Vladimir. Semyon had a personal union over a couple of states. Looked like Muscovy gave him the boot. Yeah, not very effectively, I might add. He's just taken up residence in another area. Did I actually raise those militia? Why do I have some militia? I don't recall bringing you guys in. It is indeed a mystery. Coming in here, I want Uglich. Wait, Uglich was a country. Well, Yaroslav put an end to that. I think I broke Uglich out of Muscovy, but Yaroslav wasted no time gobbling them up. Anyone used the barracks defense against you in the multiplayer? No, but there was a guy who used the Fortney defense on me. I forget if it was Lucky or Callum. This would have been way back in like 2012 or something. They put a... Back in the old building system, they put like a level 9 fort on Orkney. You didn't even want to look at it. Good times. Yeah, if you ever wondered where did my insane abilities at Grand Strategy Games come from, well, you might be wondering where they've gone when I'm playing this, but way back in the day, me and the lads were actually a break-off 4chan Grand Strategy General group. Don't think any of the others would admit that, but I have no problem talking about my roots. Man, GSG has gone down the toilet, but what's one to expect? Muscovy think they can be my rival. Who gave you the right? This is why forts are good, blocking people from moving around like this, but I simply cannot be ringed to fording forts. I'd rather just take them off of others. Having a pretty hard time with bad events right now. They're coming thick and fast. I do not want to lose Horde unity. I do not want the chieftains to be even more unhappy. Because I already told them to suck a lemon just earlier. You know what? Let's continue to tell them to suck a lemon. I doubt they're going to revolt just based on that. They better not revolt based just on that. It'd be bad news for me. Yeah, you can see how thankless these fort sieges are. Really not a fan of them. Did this change? Yeah, it did it again. It changed location. Now Kuvish is the capital. Oh, but notice that it is pointing out that I'm looting along the way. I really need to read up on how looting works. But the game is not one to surrender that information. I'm really excited to play EU5. Are you enjoying the game so far? I am massively enjoying it, Kappa Jam. It's bringing back very good feelings. Back to playing EU3 even. Alright. You're still just courtier and it doesn't say you're our heir. Why are you not our heir? Even though I changed the law to allow that. The new ruler is the most capable person in the dynasty of the previous ruler. Allows females. But for some reason, my now of age daughter... Oh wait, that's my younger sister. Easy mistake to make. We're throwing her a party. Then she can get to work. Can you get to work? You decided to be crown member. I could make you a cabinet member, but it would cost me unity. Maybe I could just marry you off. Wait, maybe I could marry you. Nobody will accept a royal marriage here. How good are you anyway? You're astonishingly subpar. Yeah, if I arranged this marriage, could I... No, I'm unsure about things being matriarchal or not. What's the actual term? You know, children being born into our family and not theirs. I probably should make you wed somebody, but I don't know who. I'll just hold on to you for now. Sister, get on your horse and get to work. No, Catherine, not like that. They actually cut us off by taking this as well, didn't they? I do appreciate the speed of the occupations, but it can be a bit of a drag sometime. Normally I would just quickly split off units, but there's a bit more clicking involved in that here than I'm used to. You know me, I don't like clicking. Not if I can avoid it. Water shortage, so Tavera will fall down before too long. The capital around here is Latoshino. Take it back. I doubt they have anything left to throw at me anyway. And then, yeah, Yaroslav has to fall as well. Curiously, could I tear down Yaroslav's fort without actually fully occupying them? I need that fort dismantled. And, of course, I'm going to take all of your money. I wish there was a hotkey for just taking it all. Shift-click is as much as they're willing to give, but that's not what I care about. I care about taking everything. I'm actually quite okay with this. I mean, humiliation would be nice as well, but it's not a deal breaker or a deal maker. Be more interested to see if I can get by with just doing this. Oh god, here they come again. Thanks for joining on the siege. It's quite nice though, you know, I can have my horse archers just run around and put these people to sword wherever they appear. And yeah, he was able to spring out another 300 levies. They fairly come crawling out of the woodwork. I mean, that is enough to go around and cause issues for my my occupations. So you kind of have to keep an eye on where they're making them, because they could just pop up here, for example. That wasn't even on the capital location of the province. The mind. Not another daughter! No! No, no, no. That is not excellent. Oh dear, oh dear. It is tribal succession o'clock when this guy pops his clogs. We have no males. How can you have 4 wives and 3 daughters? How does this even add up? I don't follow. Alright, go and start putting that under siege. I'm sure these things will automatically... Oh god, it happened again. Moved back over to Bernevo. Alright, I'm pretty sure we have good enough numbers here. Just take these horse archers over to Bernevo and get that done. Oh, it's happening again! Right, enough of this. Stop raising more men. I don't know how he keeps managing to pop out more and more men. I suppose I don't understand the levy system all that well. It's a sign the matriarchal horde is on its way. That would be a tough one to convince anybody to follow in this game. Or this period, rather. Where'd you even come from? Get out of my face. Alright, there we go. Movement speed up 20% is pretty good. Food consumption down. That would have been very, very handy when we were pillaging Georgia, but notably we're not pillaging Georgia. Am I even at war with these jokers? Well, war or not, it's time to move over to Yaroslav. Can I go around Yaroslav at all, in any way? Nah, that's fort blocked. We must march on Yaroslav. Alright. Needs must. At least I can pillage as I go. Where's that iron lily picture of the Uma Musune Mongol horde when you need it? I won't claim to know what you're talking about. Alright, how are we doing on that diplomatic capacity? It's looking fine, and I managed to get my spy network on Serbia and on Hungary. Well, not on Hungary, but on Serbia. So, create a casus belli to make tributary. I don't need to do this anytime soon, but we'll have it for over 5 years from now. And that means I don't need to keep spy networking, and that should give me... one would hope that would give me a lot more diplomatic capacity. Is this from an event, then? I'm going to give it till the turn of the month and see what in the world is going on there, because I am curious about it. Don't know what's going on there. There must be... Wait, is someone doing covert actions against me? What does this even mean? This has been a source of confusion for the past hour or so. Because I do need that. That value is very important to the running of my country. It's the Horse Girl Manager game. Okay, well, I've certainly heard of that making a storm, but it's not something I'm interested in playing. I am interested in enslaving Russians, and that game doesn't sound like enslaving Russians. You know, get to me when that's what it's about. Then we can talk. This isn't going to be a wipe, which is unfortunate. Well, it probably won't be a wipe. It's just flank on flank violence. Oh, it's a wipe. Glorious. You know, I have to wonder, during all this time, is my country getting stronger or weaker? Generally feel as you progress in EU4, for example, as long as time is passing and you're still alive, you're generally doing well, and it's not difficult to outpace the AIs. But the Hordes are probably second only to New World natives in terms of pretty much by default being outscaled by enemies. So I wonder how it's going to go for us. You are the greatest lord. You are the 8th greatest lord. It looks like someone is sabotaging you. Maybe check the message list for covert operations against you and have it pop up. Good point. What would it be under anyway? Society, governmental, diplomatic? Maybe it's considered... Oh, here we go. Here we go. When covert diplomatic mission is discovered, when someone discovers us building a spy network, it'll be logged. I'd like that to pop up for me. God, I love the settings here. Yeah, but maybe I did get a pop-up and I dismissed it a little too quickly. But I have a sneaking suspicion that somebody did this to me. Somebody did a covert action to reduce my diplomatic capacity. Can we check, perhaps? Maybe what we should do is see how that's done. Let's take Hungary, for example. I've got spy network here. We can open this and see what covert actions we can do. They really shouldn't have assassinate character, in my opinion, but be that as it is. Lift fog of war. Wait, it only costs 5 to sabotage reputation. Country will lose opinion with the chosen country. That's interesting. And cheap enough to be usable. So discontent. Stability investment down. Stealing maps. Stealing technology. Steal their research progress. Supporting rebels. None of this sounds like ruining my diplomatic thingamajigger, though. Infiltrated administration? No. Corruption? Are you paying the diplomats the same? I mean, do you pay diplomats? Maybe there's a different way to unlock that covert action. Maybe it's like an age unlocked thing? We'll check here. What would it even called? Like spy action? Spy networks? Spy network construction up? Infiltrate, administrate, support rebels. which we don't have access to. So I guess it shows everything that we can do. I truly have no idea where that came from. I can only assume it's some kind of event. They're not supposed to ally each other, but that's where I really wish there was an interface to see all the modifiers, and maybe there is. I'd be very surprised that it doesn't exist in this when it was in EU4. But anywhere I'd expect it to be would not be under Tatar yoke, that's for sure. There's diplomatic spending, which affects how many diplomats you have. Looks like it was maxed out. Yeah, it is, of course. I always want it maxed out, because diplomacy is what I do. I need loyalty of subjects high, and I need diplomatic capacity high. He has a slave economy. He hasn't clicked on the road button. I've only done it to show why I'm not building roads. Sarai, build me a road to somewhere reasonable, like my next large city, Kazan. Oh, that costs 2,000 ducats. Okay, how about in Astrakhan? Oh, that costs 800 ducats. Notably not a rich man. All of the profit that I make, almost all of it, comes from others. We make 20 ducats, 15 of it comes from diplomacy. Tributary, 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 tributary. War reparations. And I need to invest that money in my army so that I can continue to win my wars. At some point, when I have my potential threats destroyed, and currently that's destroying all the forts inside the Russian principalities and shoring up defenses against others. So subjugate Bulgaria, we already subjugated Georgia, contemplating subjugating Hungary as a tributary, of course, not as a vassal, good lord, no. Then the money should come in at a reasonable rate, I can punish them for more if need be, and then I can invest in my country, raise RGOs, give my slaves good, well-meaning jobs, exert control over them, all those nice things that proper centralized countries can enjoy. But until I reach that point, I am convinced that my only real way for survival is to terrorize everybody around me. And I'm doing a pretty good job of that. Muscovy thought he was getting a bit big in his boots. He allied Chernihiv, he allied a couple other princes, he had the Rurikovics backing him, they had their own vassals. That was quite the war, and he was about to expand into Novgorod. And that was unacceptable. I could not allow Muscovy to land grab. So he forced my hand in the middle of the Black Death to attack him. This is just me writing my own history, of course. Let's go and grab these lands. It's good for Horde unity. It's marginally good for my coffers. Curiously, can I directly, through Tver, destroy the Yaroslav fort? That is very interesting. If it is of absolute vital priority that I tear down forts and I can't actually go and fight everybody, then I should use my show superiority to just do it through the war leader. Of course, that comes at the cost of going over to, say, Yaroslav themselves and saying, by the way, give me all your bloody money. And I mean all your money. Yeah, pay war reparations, dismantle your fort. And hold on, would they do that already? I don't need to keep doing this. I don't get to humiliate them. Actually, I almost can. So yeah, let's do a little bit more looting around here. Looting also brings back more slaves. More slaves, more pops, more better? Still unsure if it's actually better. Ah, religious figures. Stability investment and all that, and it's a just one-off cost. Come to me, please. Keeping a quick eye on Sunniism because I'm pretty sure I gave the clergy, the ulema, enforced religious unity. I'd love to see that actually taking hold and spreading more Sunniism around here. Why does there have to be so much Tengriism? Get out, Tengri. Move with the times. History's written by the victorious, yes, and I plan on writing a lot of history. I just don't plan on reading it. Tver is down, so this war is essentially over. It's just a question of how much I want to humiliate Yaroslav, and the answer is quite a lot. Oh, you'll even take it now. Give me all your money, all of your money, and... let me get my magnifying glass to check and see if I want any of this. I could liberate some countries, but why bother? It doesn't bother me that these countries coalesce. In fact, it's good for me. Because then I just have one army to smash, and then we just take their capital and everybody's happy, especially me. So yes. Yaroslav, gimme. Life is good. Tver. Speaking of giving, and over to me, And take a moment to just enjoy having Vertiazin. Let's not forget that I've got my new slaves. Where did these stepward militia come from, by the way? I do not remember raising them. I'm not saying I didn't, I'm just saying I don't remember it. Good job, lads. Now come on home. And let's get our looting going while we're here. Just a few more days of pillaging the Russian countryside. Nobody told my troops they had to come home just yet. Yeah, bigger war reps if I do that with others. Finally, a loyalist with initiative, the Nanping Loyalists. The Chinese come up with such funny names. It's all Ping Tong Ling Long. Alright, there we go. A few more pops, bringing them back to Soldia. Is that actually a town? How many slaves? 84% slaves. Pontics Riazanes. Komi Pagans. One of them doesn't have the little slave icon, though. I wonder what the meaning of that is. Some of them do actually go and adopt other social classes. They can be disgusting peasants. The problem is I think I need jobs for these peasants, so when I stabilize, I'm actually going to have to build up the Golden Horde. Now, whether that takes 50 years or 100 years, I'm not sure. So I hope you're not expecting all action around here. Pay me war reparations. The most important thing is dismantle that fort. You saw how much of a waste of time that was. How quickly that war would have been over without that fort. Just sweep through, kill, occupy, done. Give me literally all of your money, plus loans. And yeah, it's incredibly tempting to make them into a vassal. And if I do that, I'd probably let them keep the fort. But let me weigh this up here for a moment. The antagonism... I don't think I care. The Russians all hate me already, right? There's nothing here that's not already the case. Russians hate my guts. But Tver is kind of large. Sizable. Would be nice to have somebody kind of take the brunt of attacks for me around here. I could take their money and make them my subject. I mean, I don't really care about their well-being. I could even humiliate them, like I really don't care. Well, maybe I do, because I can't afford all of these things. I could take over their market. It would cost me a little bit of money, but I could take over their market. Take over the market center from Tver. The market in Gorodok relocates to Mozhajsk. Where is Mozhajsk? Sounds Muscovite. Wow. The Ryazan market would grow. Okay, this is troubling. Do I actually want them as my subject? My diplomatic capacity is going to be buckling under the weight of having yet another vassal. But maybe that's okay. It would also give me really good access to plunging into Novgorod. And I do really want to raid Novgorod. I mean, they have no defenses. I can just run into Novgorod and loot them for all they're worth and then come back. Tver could actually serve me really well. Don't need to dismantle the fort that way. In fact, it's better if I don't dismantle the fort that way. They might end up dismantling it on their own as they're in horrible debt. But that's for them to figure out. The original plan was to vassalize them, and maybe I should stick with that. I will end up considerably over my diplomatic capacity, but I don't think the downsides are so bad, especially when whatever this is goes away. It's going to spring up by another sizable amount. When does the internal consolation start? As soon as there are no more threats. There are no more... this thing gets in my way so much. You know, the windows are enormous. There are no threats to my east, because I established colonies there, cutting off my own land. You know, cut off my arm to save the body and all that. Threats to the north with this war have now been extinguished. None of them are fortified. And they are no longer unified around Muscovy. So I can just raid northern Russians whenever I want. It's just a question of what do I do with Tver. Threats to the south have been largely extinguished. Georgia was the one main power down there, although there is still the suspiciously powerful Chobanid Horde. We are a fair bit stronger than them, or so they claim, because this land is not good for me to fight in. wonder if it's good for them to fight in. Something to consider there. There's obviously no struggles coming from these minor, crappy little hordes. Then comes the question of the West. Notably, Western powers far better than hordes very quickly in this time frame. Kiev has been pacified, Volhynia is pacified, Halic has been pacified. Moldavia is a march of Hungary, or a vassal, one or the other. My main thing that I'm eyeing up is subjugating Hungary and Bulgaria and Serbia, so they all pay me. And then I just have this lovely insulating layer of subjects who hopefully don't want to go against me. So we actually foster good relations with them for that. And then I do actually want to make Lithuania into a tributary if I can as well, but this is starting to really hurt my diplomatic strains. Maybe there's more Huns to bring back this stuff. Yes, I am actually building up a spy network with a view to subjugating Hungary. It'll be a big war, a really big war. So I need to get all the Russian raiding out of my system. But I'm still considering Tver. I actually think I should vassalize Tver. This antagonism, it will hurt my ability to make friends with the Ottomans, but they're not taking the bait currently. Any plans on Asia? No. No, I think Tver have done all right for themselves, and the window into Novgorod is a sizable advantage. It also means when I annex Muscovy, I can give the land to Tver, and I have no problem with that. It's just important that Muscovy doesn't exist, because I know they're going to get all kinds of hand-holding. Question, could a nation form Muscovy? Surely not. Absolutely surely not. Okay, right, so what we're happening, Tver does become a vassal. That means Kashin is going to become free. Okay, well, good for them. I'm sure they'll get eaten up and they'll just become somebody else to raid. Is there anything else I can do? 5 prestige is probably not worth the money. How much money is it worth, though? I doubt they'll like the humiliation, but I don't care. They're my subject now. Alright, let's just do it. Is there any indication of how much this is going to cost me for them being my vassal? Overlord needs 2.1 Diplo capacity to maintain that. There's no way. There is no way that keeping them would cost... Nagai is a vassal, right? And they cost this. Ah, but Nagai is the same religion. Interesting. Is that relevant, though? Is it really going to cost me 2 to keep them as a vassal? That sounds like a lot. They're a principality. They are only a duchy. I'm having second thoughts about this. That is a lot to spend on something that isn't that useful. But it does open up my way into Novgorod a lot. Tell you what I could do with Tver is force them to give me food access and military access. That way when I go into Novgorod, I can just go through Tver and there's nothing they can do about it. Alright, so we'll clear this demand and rethink it. That means they're absolutely losing their fort. I'm not taking any provinces. I will humiliate them. I will take their market. Maybe force them to release Kashin. Not really sure I care one way or the other, but there we go. Of course I'm taking all of their money. And here's the thing. Give me money, give military access to me, and give food access to me. Yes. Also, no treaties in Muscovy. Muscovy need to go. That way I should be able to just march into Novgorod when it's time to kill them, and I can even get food going through Tver. Tver. Alright, very good. And that still costs me a lot, and I feel like I'm getting value. Excellent. Boom. Right, more money. More money for my perpetually broke horde ass. Right, what are we doing with this? What did I say I was going to be doing with this? Have we got any outstanding casus belli? Make tributary Bulgaria. Right, Bulgaria. Have situations changed since last we spoke? You appear to have a staggering 0 allies. You have some regulars. Notably, not a lot of forts going. Yes, I think we just declare the war now. That way, as we move our units down, he's probably going to move up into Ishmael. And I love Ishmael. Why do I love Ishmael? Open, grasslands, fort, blocks him. You're going to die. No subjects either. And this is a lovely underbelly into Hungary. Also, how in the hell did Bulgaria beat Hungary? How in the worlds? Steppe Horde versus Steppe Wolf. Bulgaria. So strong. They beat the Ottomans with their eyes closed. Just play the right mods. Alright, I don't see any reason to prolong waiting for this. There's no internal strifes going on. All the many, many rebels that want to rise up have been on this list for a long time. Let's not worry about it. Make tributary. I hope it's a worthy tributary, but, you know, blocking off all these possible places where people come and screw me is good. At least if they're a tributary, I assume I'll get a forewarning if they want to break that. I'm also going to be hoping that my army is good enough for this. Right, hightail it down to Dashev. What's that? You've got 2 little bits of... No? Oh, that's the amount of regiments, but they're all regulars, including my slaves. Oh, my poor little slaves. One thing that I lost out on that I was very fond of was the idea of feeding Muscovy to Tver. But maybe it's a far more expensive subject than I thought. This is the kind of thing that I need to internalize through a lot of playing. You know, can a subject be very expensive? They're wrong religion, wrong culture. Maybe that's something worth considering as you make them. Maybe it's something that makes it worthwhile to... This is horrible, isn't it? I hate this. Whatever this massive mouse overlay is. It's a bit better when you're closed in because it's not so enormous. Anyway, the question is Perm, because Perm is a wrong religion subject of mine. Are they expensive? No, because their relative power is practically nothing. So why did it think that the relative power of Tver was so high? Heavens knows. The Horde has a slave economy. Oh, I don't know. Pick a province. Any province. Here, I'll pick one for you. The lovely city of Soldadia. Or Soldaya. I don't know what it is. Also, it's a town. 87% slaves. Pontics, Ryazanis, Chialikis, Udmonts, and Circassians. All brought over to fund my economy. Although they don't really contribute to the economy. They're just population. But in time, they will grow and prosper and actually become a working part of everything. So all the people that we lost in the Black Death, we'll be taking them back. But what about your army? Well, they were only slaves. Where did they go? Oh, no, don't tell me you get back prisoners at the end of the war. No. Maybe there's a way to force them to join you for a longer time. We need to look into actions for that. With any luck, we can enslave some members of the Bulgarian regulars. Damn, I really thought I could have just an army of other people's slaves. I still think I could do that. We need to investigate further. I don't think they'll grow up and prosper if you don't build up the economy. Like I said, that is coming. There are other things that we have to do right now. What the heck is this? Whatever they are, they're building up an army for some unknown reason. You are entering war with what's left of Trebizond. Hey! You are not my heir. Why are you not my heir? Maybe I could live a very long time and then my children can breed and then get me some actual men. Wait, you're still not my heir. That's my adolescent daughter. She's 12. Between 11 and 15, adolescent, not yet adult. But it would still say heir if they were my heir. Why am I so bad at making children? Horrifying. Have a party and get to work. Alright, just Bulgaria. Sweet. Okay, Volhynia is as happy can be. Same with Halik. That is certainly good. Spares me a fair bunch of diplomats at least. Oh god, he's got a boat. I didn't count on that. What if he sails over? Be an interesting way to go about attacking me. Why are you so slow, by the way? Get your arse over here. I guess you don't have the supply wagons that the others have. But yeah, I actually want Bulgaria to like bring up as many men as he can muster and send them in here. And then I'm going to clobber them. Traders are unhappy? Traders being unhappy is fine. Especially if it makes me nice and prestigious, as I deserve to be. Change the main school and all this stuff? No, I don't want to do any of that. Do I want to raise some levies around here? Please don't move the camera like that. Couldn't hurt to have a few extras, right? I don't... that's a nice sound effect, by the way. I don't make enough use of these crummy levies. I really want to know where they all come from, though. We reckon about 90 men will be raised, but I want to know why and how. What if I undo this? And then I go and click here. Raise army levies. How many and why? They're not coming from the slaves, which bothers me. You know, I want slaves. I want slave soldiers. Maybe slaves can't be soldiers. I could have sworn I'd seen slaves appear here. Maybe that's something that the Ottomans can get. In which case, lucky them. Okay, oh well, bring me back to this and re-raise them. I may need them for purposes. Good amount of people to raise around here. That's promising. Hordes don't have economies, they have scattered piggy banks, usually stored in other countries. That's certainly how we're approaching matters, and it's working for now. Hang on, do I actually pay for that fort? Okay, good, good. Automatic fort maintenance increase. Thank goodness for that. Alright, he's raising an army. Good on him. I want him to raise an army so I can destroy his army. And get my units together. Over here in Dashev. And I'll keep an eye on what he's up to. Maybe I should be a little inland. I don't know if he can see me from the sea. With his one pirate boat. Halik? Okay, Halik's not going to fight on my side. Surely not. I'm just weird that they're hanging around. Halik, what are you up to? Halik are at war with Bulgaria. What? Oh, you sided with Wallachia in this war. That means I might just be able to go on the offense because you're busy elsewhere. Ooh, okay. Nice. In that case, let's just get our army together and storm on in. Yeah, I was expecting I'd have to wait around here. Oh, and I don't want you to beat me to the looting. Oh, that's not allowed. That's certainly not allowed. Let's get together. Yeah, that's fine. You take that. I'm going to storm on in further. I'm probably faster with all my wagons and my horse archers. And hey, all my friends! You know what, friends? Do not attach to me. I'm more interested in you guys going off doing independent operations to take these lands. To the point where I will tell you to take independent operations as normal. That's how generous I'm going to be for these fights. Let's hope I don't accidentally run into a hill and get slaughtered by his regulars, but I'd love to find and destroy and enslave his regulars. Slave soldiers like Janissaries and Mamluks are by definition regulars, Jake. Those slaves work the fields. Yeah, but, you know, I don't mind if they're regulars, I just don't want to pay them very much. Seeing those foot soldiers and only having to pay them 30% was just, How can a man not get excited at such thoughts? I'd hesitate to say you wouldn't be a man at all. But only for a moment. I gotta be very careful about the capital switching here. It says it's Kruzy-Wotsits, and it's probably going to stay Kruzy-Wotsits. Down here it's Drastar, and it will remain Drastar. That is a bug that I really hope gets fixed on the double. Moving capital locations, or province location capitals. That army needs some balancing. Good point. Yeah, this formation is awful. This formation is much, much better. Here's another thing I hope to be improved. Like, you should not have to manually do that after every bleeding fight and tick of attrition. Alright, so I want their capital. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Tarnovo is the capital of Bulgaria. Huzzah. Struggling to see a reason why I shouldn't just go around and keep taking more of this. March on the capital and see what's what, because I bet you're going to go and take Targa Whatsits. More slaves, your majesty. Just being dispersed among my land. That little arrow is a nice little hint as to where my units are heading. Now, what I'm contemplating here is simply dropping off my... It's under actions, of course. Not disband, of course. I wonder if it was just a quick way to, you know, drop off all levies. Keep the regulars for moving around. But yeah, just have you guys hang on here. And the rest of us are going to say, no, you'll be fine, you'll be fine. We're just going to head over here for a bit. On, guys. There we go. Looks like I'm zone of control blocked from going there. Probably because I have to leave and then re-enter the zone of control. I'm okay with that. Am I okay with that? They don't seem to want to move. I can't seem to get down there at all. Well, you know what? Just chill out here for a bit. My subjects are going doing the raiding, and I will still get the slaves from it. Hey! The advantages of having a tributary. I don't have to join his wars, he doesn't have to join in mine, but I do get vision. And that angry farmer with pitchfork is really going at it. I don't think they're going to win. Something regulars and leadership. But hey, if Halik loses their armies, then actually that hurts their economy and they'll have less tribute to pay me, which is not good. Speaking of people paying me money, when this war is inevitably won by me, I'm going to want war reparations. I want literally all of your money. 104 ducats, man. You know, Hungary was willing to give me like 500. All the more reason to fight them. Your forts. How do we feel about your forts? I don't think I care, since you're going to be my tributary, and I actually want you to win wars, get stronger, and pay me more money. But you must become my tributary. Who cares about that? Nobody! Everybody hates Bulgaria. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Absolutely brilliant. And I have never been happier slaughtering Bulgarians, and I've been happy doing that. More slaves. Try hovering over the plus and minus symbols and use the scroll wheel. Really? No. No, nada. What I should do is activate my fastclicker.exe. Excuse me? Halik won? Oh, I don't think they're winning for long. Peasant with pitchfork out of bloody nowhere. Right, I'm still bothered by how my army is stuck here. And now that you've got them to help you out, who you should probably attach to, I'm going to get my actual good army out of here. And we're going to continue to take over. Because I still want these people brought back in chains. I think I'm just creating a time bomb for myself with all of these slaves, right? This slave rebellion is ticking up very slowly, but it is always ticking up. Someday that's going to be an inescapable issue for me. And yes, I did notice the army coming through. Maybe I should be more concerned about that. Yeah, maybe approach from the south so I'm more ready to deal with it. Because I can totally see them coming in, smashing them before my army can actually react. I'll hold on to Sliven while I'm waiting, though. But yeah, not being able to see through the fog of war is really cool. Certainly aids the usefulness of spy actions to be able to lift the fog of war. But yeah, if the peasant with a pitchfork comes screaming out of nowhere, he's going to be taking an arrow to the everything. That should take care of this rather nicely. Poldiv is worryingly far away from Tarnawotsits. But what I could do is circle around through to Pelvan, and that'll give me a good view of the situation. Provided they're not... Oh, wait, there's their army. Excellent. In that case, I can take Poldiv. Information is power. You know what? I think I removed this song at some point. Now shall remove it again. I rejigged all of my Grand Strategy soundtrack. I use an external playlist. EU5 is pretty good, but I don't think the music is as good as the older games. There's like 2 or 3 good tracks, and that's your lot. Alright, make your way through to Pelvan. You struggle with that, it seems. If I go to Pelvan, could I go to Tarnov? Alright, sure. I'm still worried that the army that we briefly saw here is making its way over to Tarnov as we speak. I think it's more prudent to stay in within breathing space of Tarnov. Just in case. Yeah, where's your horse, man? Why are the horses over there? Anishix comes in, and they just say hello. Well, welcome. It's a nice enough thing to say as your first message in here. But the first of how many? More slaves. Gotta get those pops. The number of slaves has actually gone down proportional to the overall nation. Is this good or bad? I'm unsure. But it is a fact. The Ulama are happy. That's excellent news for me. Because they spent a lot of time being unhappy. Oh, what a difference it is fighting a nation that does not have forts getting all up in your face. Diplomatic capacity is going to be struggling by the end of this. Of that I'm certain. I think you get this different view when you're at war, right? But why is this window so huge? Like, it could be about 25% of its size. It really gets in the way when I'm trying to think about what I'm doing here. I'm thinking I have too many diplomats and I'm not putting them to use. I'm improving relations with Georgia because I hate my guts. Similarly, Kiev. What I could certainly do is go around and ask for some bloody money. Relation, manage my subjects, check and make sure they're happy. Georgia! Georgia are loyal enough to do what everybody should do for me and give me money. Although they would become a little unhappy, it still seems like a good time to do it. Because I have a truce with them, right? Truce with Georgia until 3 years from now. Georgia, I need some money. Thank you. Anybody else willing to give me some money? Like Halik? Well, yes, actually. Thank you, Halik. Yeah, it puts my diplomats to good use, rounding up all the money. How about Kiev? Kiev, give me some bloody money. It feels so good. Oh, my days. And I like it because it's both passive. You know, I get that glowy feeling inside my heart knowing that every month they have to give me money, but it also gives me that visceral feeling of going up to them saying, yeah, last year's tribute wasn't enough. I'm gonna need the extra. Everything. The shirt off your back as well. Oh wow, 14% hit on Tarnov. It's not a good day to be... Can I actually take this off of Wallachia? I was trying to say not a good day to be Bulgaria, but I think that speaks for itself. What a weird loop-de-loop we're doing here. Ah, perhaps not. Yeah, this isn't happening. However, I can go down to some other town. Haven't even had a good engagement with the Bulgarians, which is a shame. You know, I came here to fight. I don't spend all that time in the EU4 dev clash saying I want people to bring the fight and then shy away from it myself. You saw me fighting Hungary. I didn't have to do that. And soon enough we'll be doing it again. Do they even have an army? Yeah, they do. We saw it marching around earlier. Not only that, it has regulars inside it, although I don't know where that shows here. Here we go. Oh, they had regulars. Thousands of slaves. God. Adding pops. You know, definitely a contentious thing to do for EU, but what a great choice. I am satisfied, to be sure. I mean, I suppose if you're going to be raiding a country, this is the time to do it, right? They are distracted. They're having a very, very bad time. Just march on in. Enslave everybody you can get your grubby wee hands on. And then at the end, when you go, well, look, we've kind of got you by the bollocks here. Oh, it would actually be good for me if he took back Pelvin. Which is probably what he's off to do. Pelvin is also a flat land with woods. Woods is a pain, but we can handle that. And are you heading to Pelvin? He's going to Lovesh, so he's probably actually going to Tarnovo. Which is even better, because that'll keep him busy. What's not good is if he bypasses Tarnovo and goes and chases down my army. But I don't think he can do that, because we have zone of control in Tarnovo. So surely he's going to be stuck there, right? Oh, maybe not. You know, sometimes it bothers me how the names fade in and out. I wonder, would it be preferable if what we did was have province names always on? Do it the old way. You think that's better? I think that's better. I don't like having to hover around just to see what's what. Right, where is he going again? That's where he gains food, but he's going to Boryu. So it looks like he is chasing down my army. Not what I wanted to hear. I think I could hold out against him. There are 2,000 of us, or 3,000 of him. My reinforcements are a mile away. Why can't I move? Don't tell me I'm stuck in a mountain again. I seem to have become stuck in zone of control. That's quite bad. How did this happen? Don't be fooled. He's doing instant transmission. I am a little bit worried about my army getting utterly smashed here. None of us are regulars, are we? Don't know how I can tell that at a glance. Yeah, a lot of feudal levies here, and he does have his regulars, and I think his regulars have reinforced a bit. They absolutely have not. Not really keen on getting smashed here, but maybe the Serbian army can have a word or two with him. Alright, you guys get moving out of there. Corner yourself if you must. Also, if I think I'm about to get absolutely smashed, I can always just peace out. He would probably be keen on that if I dropped down my demands a fair bit. Worth keeping in mind, the only thing I'm keen on really is the... well, he does not want to give up right now. Fair enough. If it looks really bad, I can just retreat out of there. Oh, hang on. He was actually busy with Serbs. And it doesn't look like he's having a good time with the Serbs. How in the world am I zone of control locked here? I entered this. Why can't I exit it? It was a trap. Trap laid by the most cunning Bulgarian. There we go. Bring on the slaves. Pretty good to see Bulgaria get absolutely hammered then. That's what I'm looking for. And hey, Halik is back. The amount of money that I take from them is not keeping them down. And would you look at that, coalition against the Golden Horde removed. Hey, Ottomans, now that I'm no longer target of a coalition, would you like to be my friend? Well, I'm at war and no. Vladimir and Dimitrov, you really care about those tiny little nations. Vladimir and... what is even Dimitrov here? Nobody could point Dimitrov in a map, and you're scared of them? Madness. Yeah, the Ottomans are working their way up. They're absorbing their fellow Beyliks. I actually hope the Byzantine Empire keeps them under wraps for a wee while, because my worst fear is the Ottomans just come and eat all my tributaries, and then look at me going, Ottoman Crimea has a nice ring to it, and then I'm just boned, man. I do not know how I stand up to the Ottoman anything. Come on, freeze in place. Okay, for some reason it does not want me to learn about the Ottoman army, but I do want to learn about the Ottoman army. Now, I've got more regulars than they do. In fact, I could even consider strangling the Ottomans in the crib, but I want to see what they can amount to. I'm sure many of us do. Very glad I was able to get on the capital before Wallachia came and ruined my chances of that, by the way. I could have gone ugly. I still don't care about China. It's a little bit bothersome that I have to share the lands that I am occupying here with Wallachia. And I can't go into this occupied by Bulgaria land either, which is weird. Very weird. Right, what would my army do in this case? Do I just jump onto Van, or Wieden rather? Oh well, onto Wieden we go. Hello Bulgaria, could you please fight me? I need war score. Haven't had a single fight and I do want one. Wow. They are actually really close to giving this up, despite us not having fought at all. And I bet when our zone of control, or maybe when their army gets further smashed, they're going to start seeing the funny side about all of this. War enthusiasm jumps up and down, and we can investigate that in the ledger. It gives you a number here, but it doesn't expand on it. It is, however, expanded in the ledger. Okay, we get this done, and then this was a very, very good war against Bulgaria, expertly timed. I wish I could take credit for it and say, I see troubles brewing between them and Serbia. I will make my strike. However, I see the real prize. Hungarians. Friendless. Moldavia and Bosnia. Ugh. I think they stepped in something. Regulars? Apparently not. Yeah, I mean, I do want to heckle Serbia as well. In fact, there's probably nothing stopping me from just fighting Serbia as soon as this is done. Because Serbia is right here. I'm right here. Why not just keep the war going? It depends on how much of an impact into my diplomatic capacity Bulgaria makes, because that's a good benchmark for how much Serbia is going to make. And if anything, Halik and Kiev are good indicators that they're going to be about 1 each. Hungary's probably going to be 2. But I think the money is too good to pass up. Anyway, Bulgaria, for the love of God, I think it's time to sue for peace. I know I could get my peace offer by giving up like 10 ducats, but have a heart, man. Integration. I don't even know what Talmaz whatever is. Monthly control, as if that makes much of a difference for me. No, life is good. Maybe as their army continues to get shreked. Yeah, see, when they're in the middle of a fight, their enthusiasm goes through the roof. I think it's to prevent you from... Oh, no, it happened again. They switched the capital of this, and now it's taking the land back from me. I might just have to give up a staggering 10 ducats. More than that, more like 15 ducats to get my peace. But it gets me out of the war, and that's worth it. Bulgaria pays me, Bulgaria becomes my tributary, and I'm in a position to destroy Serbia in mere moments. That's pretty good. I mean, I'm forcing through a 91 peace offer with 56 war score. I'll take it. If you force them to change culture, you may get more Mongols. Is that even an option? I think I can do that from subjects, but it carries a very heavy price. Jake, you've mentioned how bad you are at sieging. What is the mechanism at play here? Horde siege, progress debuff? No, nothing like that. It's proportionally I'm garbage at sieging. We are so good at a fight on an open plain that when we just sit down and siege, I have relatively expensive units sitting around not doing what they do best, which is extremely rapidly running through a country, killing everybody, and looting. That's why I have single-handedly raised every single fort in Russia. The only exception is Ryazan, because I took it for myself. Because actually a horde loves having forts, because then that nails the enemies to my fort, and then I run in, kill them, and continue. It's not that we're bad at sieging, it's that we're so much worse at sieging than everything else we do. So that's why when I fight somebody, unless I have a good reason not to, I want to tear down their forts. And a good reason, for example here, is because I actually want Bulgaria to be big and relatively strong to keep paying me tribute, I'm going to let them keep their fort, because I don't want to keep fighting them. We'll see what happens to Hungary. I don't know how keen they're going to be on being my subject. Probably not very. Destroy Serbia before they do it themselves. Ever so tempting. If nothing else, Serbia is right there. Their armies are right here. Right here. Right here where exactly? Also, I have permission to be in this land now that you're my subject. We're moments away from Casus Belli with you. And that costs me... not too much. But Bulgaria do need to be happier with me, because they're certainly not going to be happy. Yeah, Bulgaria, Georgia, not very happy. Total strength of my tributaries is starting to rise a fair bit. I need to rise proportionately to keep up. Georgia could actually become a real problem. Maybe I shouldn't have punched them for money, because it might be more difficult than I think to bring them back up. Is there anything I could do to actually make them happier? I'm trying to think what can be done with them. Diplomatic subject actions. Scootage, I don't think makes them happier. In fact, wait, why can I enable scootage on a tributary? They can't join my wars anyway. And they pay me 25% more? What? Ooh. Let's check Kiev. Oh. Can't help but feel there's some kind of risk here. Like, this shouldn't be the case. But I gotta admit, getting 25% more sounds quite nice. Let's do before and after, shall we? Georgia, pay us a $3 dues and 19. I go to them and I say, hey, I've got a tremendous offer for you, Georgia. You don't have to join in my wars, which you can't do anyway. Save... Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, TVW. Before we start doing things that sound like breaking things, let's save. Maybe the trust will be built up over time. I need to trust that this game isn't going to have issues. But it's going very well. It hasn't crashed on me since we started streaming. It did crash 2 or 3 times during... well, before the embargo lifted, but... That's not here and now. Oh, supporting loyalists. Loyalty to Overlord goes up a fair bit. Costs me diplomats, but it could be a good way to get somebody out of being a pain in my bum. Interesting way of just getting out of jail free if that gives me a whole 20. But yes, let's see what happens with Scootage. What was the number that they were giving me before? It was $3.19, right? Georgia will pay to avoid joining our wars. This might not update until the next Oh my gosh! Well now, Kiev. Wouldn't you like to not join my wars? It'll cost you. God, think of all the money I've been missing out due to that. I'm going to take a triple check to make sure it's not doing any kind of effect on relations here. Scootage doesn't even seem to show up. Recently declared war and improved relations is going to absolutely hammer through the negative opinion. Your chieftain tax is still unautomated. Is that intended? No. That explains why they've been so happy for so long, though. Think of all the virtually no money they could have been giving me. Okay. Right, well, absolutely. The people that pay me tons of money should be paying me even more. So Georgia, Kiev, and Halik. Kiev. Siphoning income. No, no, no. What we look for around here are scootage enablers. And then Halik are good for it as well, although this is running me down on diplomats, and I want to keep them for the war with Serbia, and I really need to improve relations with Bulgaria before the truce is up. Still building a spy network in Hungary. We need to change that into creating a casus belli of making tributary. And yeah, that's costing me yet more of my beloved diplomats. Alright, very good. Seemed like madness focusing on diplomacy as the Horde, right? But what would life be like if I couldn't have all of these tributaries? It would be very, very poor. Or I'd be extremely insular whilst Muscovy reigns in the... What the hell is this? So I was talking about what I would do with Novgorod. It seems like Novgorod's going to have to do stuff with itself before I can answer that question. Surprised our subjects haven't risen up against them on top of that. Release version Paradox Games and Jake. Name a better combo. Frostpunk. Those Frostpunk runs. Some of the greatest streams I've done, those. Right, so I'm still eyeing up Serbia. What's a man to do with Serbs? Seems their capital's over in Prizren, right? Fort defense negative 82. What, are they bankrupt or something? No, they're not paying fort maintenance. Okay, well, I assume they'll pay that when the war starts. Does that mean that I could just run on in and take this? Current garrison's actually quite good. Why is it so low, though? Seems strange, considering... Aren't they at war? No. Why do I keep seeing their troops around, then? I don't know, but I do know that I probably want to fight them as soon as possible. Oh, right, they're allied with Wallachia. Is that going to pose a problem for me? Guess I'll find out next month when my diplomat is free. See, Wallachia I'm not in a position to be making a tributary out of, and Wallachia have a fortification. However, is there really a problem with me just jumping Wallachia? I don't think so. Besides, we could do with some Wallachian slaves back home. Add to variety. Everyone likes variety. Don't worry about the attrition. It's probably just because it's winter or something. Alright, army initiative. Wonderful. Even more opportunities to kill my enemies before they kill me. I need to start thinking about where we're going in terms of research. Subject opinion just doesn't seem worth it. 10 opinion is nothing. Institution, food, tolerance. I need to consider where the stuff can go. Is there anything in Age of Traditions that I have not yet done? Yes. Unemployed slave promotion. I don't know what the current number is, so seeing this number doesn't tell me much. Quite cheap to get, though. And I do like the idea of making my slaves actually do something for me, but it would take quite a few things that I'm not sure are very relevant to get there. What about the Age of Renaissance? It's really just the center stuff I can get, right? I can't do professional armies, despite the fact that I do professional armies. Privileges, RGOs, casus belli, food production. Literacy for the clergy, I believe, will help me with my research down the line. The Ramadan to force my people to stop eating food. Was that the reason that Ramadan was introduced? As a way to save food? Sounds reasonable, but I can't claim to know. Despite this being kind of crappy, going down and getting additional Horde unity and satisfaction equilibrium does seem worth it. What is our language, by the way? Some word I've never heard of. Here we go. Kipchak, which is spoken by 5% of people, But it's not like Mongolian is spoken by that many more. I do want to make it Mongolian, but I don't want to spend 20 stability on that. Arabic would make much more sense, right? Arabic has a power of lots. I don't know what use that would be. I mean, does it give us trade advantage or something? Heavens no. But I actually want Golden Horde to not just do what's easiest, do what's right. And what's right is being Sunni, being Mongol, and not settling. Shouldn't the Greeks be dead at this point? It's only 1358. Ottomans still have a lot of power to consolidate first. Yeah, freaking Orlov. Calm yourself. There'll be plenty of dead Greeks by the end of the game. I'm actually quite tempted to grab these two, but I just feel like there are better things that I could be doing. But that Horde Unity does sound quite nice. It'll save me money from investing, if nothing else. Don't know what literate nobles would actually help me with. Tell me more about literacy. How well pops can read or write? Mostly beneficial. Average literacy impacts the research progress. Also increases the impact from market price on their needs of pop satisfaction. Okay, that's bad then. Don't teach my people how to read. A strong church language helps with research, hence my question. I bet it's Arabic. It's an option, all right. Food production up, RGO size, granting privilege costs. Does that stuff cost? I don't recall it costing me anything. Galleys, blockade. No, if there's one thing we don't do, it's navy. Should be DDN, Jake. Doesn't do navy. Let's try and promote those slaves. Yeah, the minting threshold could be useful as well. And then after that, let's go and get our... What's this? Market attraction. Lovely. Speed of integration. No, thank you. Unless that's integrate province, in which case, yes, actually, lovely. I want my Horde Unity and my Satisfaction. So that'll queue up our research for quite some time as we contemplate how best to kill Serbia. Serbia brings in Croats and Wallachians. I'm poised and ready to kill Wallachians. Is that enough? You could lose the war because we're weaker than them. What? No, we're stronger than them on land. Did you really think they're going to come at me with their navy? Also, it shows all my crappy friends. Why does the game think I could lose against Serbia? What in the heck is Serbia going to do to me? 21 years have passed and the Russians still exist. The reason the Russians exist is so that I can comb through them and take their money and land and slaves. I have actually broken their back. They have no forts whatsoever. And Muscovy has been turfed out of the... what the hell's the name of it again? Yeah, Rurikovic no longer disgraces himself by going to Moskva. So, yes, the Slavs have become slaves. They just don't all know it yet. If they have one boat and you have zero, they're infinitely stronger than you. Maybe that's why. They know the might of Serbia. Oh, I couldn't make Serbia work, so I had to turn to poetry to get a win with them. But I'm very curious why the game thinks they're a problem. I think I'm going to smash them. And then I'm going to add them to my laundry list of subjects. And then I'm going to use that as an underbelly to get into Hungary. I already have an underbelly, but why have one when you can have many? Cows have lots of bellies, and we love cows. Maybe it's because Wallachia exists? I mean, I could go and take Bucharest, and I'd make separate piece of Wallachia, take their money, and then focus Serbia, which I'm okay on, because anything that gets me more money makes me happier. The rise of the Turks. Wait a second, I hope the Turks don't hate me for taking that land. It's possible. I mean, I would hate me for taking that land. They'll say something like, desire land, never going to ally because of the tributary. Ooh. It's almost entirely this blessed coalition. You think Bulgaria is going to hit me with a coalition? How? They're my subject. Maybe they can do that, though. Ooh, then that's all the more reason that I need to keep them loyal. Are they loyal? Yes, actually. So how could they join a coalition if they're loyal? That is worrying. Maybe they can. Right. Still eyeing up Serbia, thinking how to deal with Serbians. I guess keep my army over in... Game is weird sometimes. Keep my army over here, poised and ready to... No, you can't have my money. Poised and ready to go on the offensive. First cousin and courtier, and yet I still don't know who's the next in line for the throne. Why do I not have an heir? When my country shakes, it's going to really fall apart, I think. A lot of attrition here. Just mountainous times, I suppose. My units are high enough strength. I don't think I need to go home. But yeah, the idea of going and busting into Bucharest, destroying them, getting Wallachia out of the war, and then dealing with the Serbs sounds pretty good. I can't help but feel that there's some kind of shadow over me, telling me how badly this is going to go. For example, the Croats have a suspiciously large army. Why is that? Are the Croats at war? Yes. They're in a civil war against themselves. Well, that doesn't seem like a problem. Only 65% on the Nagai Patriots, yeah, but they go away every now and then. I just need some good stability. It's nice that this is ordered in order of who's most likely to revolt. Also, that's their great revolt in Botkul. I could just give it over to Nagai, but that would set a bad precedent, so I will not. What happened to your population? Did it die in the plague? Something like that. But we're replacing it. Don't you worry. It's human nature to have your society replaced with Romanians. Alright, let's just do it. Let's stop pussyfooting. I am slightly concerned about something, but let's just go for it. You could lose this war! Have quiet confidence. Sure. Wham. Where are you going, by the way? Are you going down to Georgiou? I think they're going down to Zemanisia. Is that their regular? It is regulars. Oh, slaving time. If I can just grab those guys, it might be mighty slaving time. Stop running away. Don't deny me my fight. I should have gone for them instead of Bucharest. There we go. Enslave them. Were there any Wallachians there? I don't know. We just rode on in and they disappeared. Yes! We even got some horsemen out of them. Oh, a blessed day is today. All right, let's go and siege up Bucharest. I can do that. I can even go back and chill out here and then just take over all of Wallachia to kick them out of the war. I just want to be able to fully focus on Serbia. Is there some automation from micro decisions so you can focus more on the macro? There is this entire list of possible automations right here, as well as some sub-automations you could do, for example, automating the amount of taxes that you set, which I do automate because our country really doesn't care much about taxes. Although taxes are a growing proportion of our economy, which I'm quite pleased to see. I think what I need to do here is actually detach some crummy guys to maintain this siege. And the rest of my army can go and do what they do best, which is actually proper attacks. So you guys hang around, don't have people attach. You know what, do have the army there. I'm pretty confident that my main army does not need support. And in that case, we're going to move around and get the other places, starting with Komana. When I take Komana, it might switch over to Tornu. Keep that in mind. We'll go to Komana anyway. Just automate everything. Go touch grass. No. Why would I want to do such a thing? Oh, hang on. Hang on. This is now a scrollable load of decisions. Auto garrison. Ransom the prisoners. We lose antagonism if I give troops... Oh, wow. So you can actually go around, get loads of prisoners, give them away, and then you lose the antagonism? Kind of cool. Hire them as mercenaries for a fee of... What? The 90 troops will join you for a price of 1,000 ducats. Or kill them. No, they're going to just fight for me. Why would I do any of those choices? I feel like false choices to me. Oh, don't worry. We don't need much food. So if the Serbians come in through Bosnia, I'm going to have views on them. Now let's go and enslave these people. Not a lot of areas here in Proto-Romania. I want to keep a lazy eye on just how many units they are bringing up. Also, I want to check and make sure that in this area, it's not going to change its capital again. Komona, it's going to change over to Tornu. Yeah, definitely. I am almost certain that it's going to switch over to Tornu. Because Tornu has higher population now. And I don't want to be caught with my trousers down, so over we go and take it. Oh, hey! Hello, Wallachia. You know, I'm meant to be taking Tornu right now, but if you insist on appearing here, I'm going to leave behind a couple of Hubadis to take this over. And then the main army is going to have your guts for garters. I'm so fast. Oh, I love it. I'm not entirely sure it's because I'm all on horseback. I really think it's bringing the auxiliaries. They, I believe, boost movement speed by a fair chunk. And this is a flat land. I'm afraid that's a very, very bad piece of news for your peasant wielding a pitchfork. How does red hair get down to Romania? Wow. I mean, I'm a little unhappy that any of them survived, but I'm also glad they're dead. Should I even go there? No, get over to Dragishkel. God knows. Go over there, basically. Keep our eyes open for any potential Serbians come rolling out of the woodwork. Is 10 to 1 still a thing? I don't know. The numbers have not been really there to cause 10 to 1s. Although given the difference between masses of dirty peasants and... Did I just change what the next capital is going to be, by the way? It did change to Tornu. But yeah, we'd go back to Komana, so everything's fine. I'm a little hesitant to go this close to you with my throwaway units. So I think I'm actually going to have you reinforce the capital siege. Just to make sure the numbers are on my side in case those levies get funny ideas. Red hair is something that happens everywhere the Celts went, from Ireland to Anatolia. We have quite the legacy. Alright, wow. If I can just take their capital, 100%ing these guys is going to be easy. I don't think it'll be quite so simple, but what in the world is Serbia doing? Because it's not fighting me. Maybe they're busy dealing with Croatia's little noble problems. Question, do we think this is going to change? Barely no. I'm looking forward to the day that I don't have to keep caring about this. But Severin is considerably high. Well, no, actually it's probably going to change to Planeta. Probably. Do I care that much about that? Depends what these guys are going to do. Are they going to work together and oust me from here? They don't have regulars. I already took their regulars, so it's probably not a big deal. I'll just take everything I can here. I will run back around, make sure that they're very dead. Maybe go home for reinforcements. Maybe. Sound the cornu. I wish they'd come and attack me a bit more. That's what the fort is for. Was there an option to make the province capital stand out? No. My favorite way to do it now is just to hover over, and the moment I see that silver button, I know it's the province capital. But if I need to know specifically the populations, then I go into this tooltip. But yeah, I don't have particularly good ideas on how to solve that. Yeah, because here I'm all but certain it's going to change. The new capital has already... let me think. Plantina, 8,700. Yeah, Severin. Severin. Wait, I already took Severin. Then we're fine. Let's chase down the remaining forces here. So I'm safe from every Wallachian. And then the only threat is if any Serbs come crawling out of the woodwork. I'm sure that's somebody's nightmare. Have I ever met a Serbian, I wonder? Not exactly something you'd phone up the family about. Oh, so nice to see you, so-called army of Wallachia. Ah, peasant with a pitchfork charging and just... How is that not funny? Impossible to answer question. It's very funny. Where's he even going to run away to? Should I chase him down or deal with this? Let's chase him down. I don't want to deal with any more of these guys. I said chase him down. What are you doing? Yes, yes, more slaves, your majesty. I've met Serbs in games. They're generally loud and obnoxious, says least Romanian chatter in chat. Okay, numbers. Kind of wish they'd give up on constantly recruiting small hundreds like that, because they become a pain to chase down, and yet they're still enough to get rid of their occupations. That looked like a 10-to-1 to me, by the way. There's 170 of them, 1,700 of me, just kersplat. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting some flavor of bombards to speed this up. On that note, when do we get access to those? Where would it be? Feels like Age of Discovery kind of thing. Bombards? Cannon? No, not can. Cannon. Ballista? Gunpowder? Don't know where I'd find any of that. Artillery, there we go. Wasn't thinking of the right word. Let's actually check Renaissance first. Oh, hang on, there is gunpowder. That increases tactics. I could really do with professional armies, for sure. Gunsmith. Cannon maker. That's what I need. Yeah, just a few of these sprinkled in to speed up my sieges would go a long way, but I think professional army is going to take a long time to spread over here. Do I have a way to search for institutions? Quite a few institutions running around. See, professional army was spawned in Paris. But, funny, you go east of the Berlin Wall and just all knowledge evaporates. Maybe we can hope that Venice is actually going to... Wait, did Genoa take over this? Come on, I thought Genoa was meant to be taking some land here. Teach me how to raise an army. There's apparently a lack of professionalism in my army. Well, that wasn't a 10-to-1, and they still went squish. Let's go and take the lands around the back here. I'll have plenty of forewarning if anybody comes along to ruin my day. If I could disable this specifically, like this map thing, this tooltip, I would love to get rid of it. But it's all or nothing. You either get rid of hover over tooltips entirely, or you suffer all of them. Which is a little unfortunate. 9,000 Brela could be the next one. I'll take this and move over to Brela. Oh, he's at it again. He doesn't care about his people. He just keeps bringing more and more of his poor little guys to die. Well, I mean, I'm willing. I'm willing to be the Sharon towards the afterlife if you demand it. Bohemia seems unreasonably under-teched. They got their own problems going on right now. Don't they have... Crivens, what's that religious movement called? I forget. But then, knowing religious movement's not my forte. I did a whole campaign of them back in Mayo days. Hussites. No, not Hussites. It was something before the Hussites. You know, long tradition of not knowing what to do, those Bohemians. Yeah, I swear there's some kind of proto-Hussite movement in Bohemia. Probably getting them down a bit right now. More slaves, Your Majesty. I didn't even notice there were units here, and we just went and enslaved them. Who are you, anyway? Just another bunch of footmen. Well, footmen, welcome to the Greater Collective, at least until the end of this war. That's very cute. I'm tempted to bring them home just to see if I can replenish them from my manpower, but I suppose my manpower is better spent on anyone else. Oh! What were you up to? Oh, yeah, I can't just let them be, can I? I wonder what happens if you just leave the prisoners of their own... Like, would they defect? I'll leave them with some of my peasant levies. Hopefully they can keep them in line, and the rest of us are going to go and kill those... Oh, no. Oh, no, it happened again. I'm stuck. Door stuck. Oh, there we go. Yeah, occasionally I just stop being able to move, and I cannot explain why. Don't mind me looting as I go here. Maybe I'm going to wish I'd rebalanced my army, but they seem to be doing a good enough job of simply eradicating the picnic cloth people. God, it's good. You know, regular units. Get them as soon as you can. What are you meant to do if you're playing as someone like... Well, come to think of it, Tver was able to make regular units. Maybe you can have regular units from the start, but the professional army gives you access to better ones. I truly don't know. Right, Serbia, how are we going to deal with you? I don't want to spend forever besieging your fortifications. I think we're just going to start from the bottom to the top. Although my units are a bit tuckered out. I think it's largely the peasant levies that have been exhausted a touch. I could go back, get reinforcements though. Because we don't reinforce in enemy territory, and I don't reinforce in my subjects' territory. We don't need that many reinforcements. Press on. Besides, I ditched a bunch of people here. And now they're fine. Great. Go and carry on with them, please. As long as there are no surprises coming out here like cows. Resolution to vote on. We have a law to debate? What? I've never heard of such a thing. Oh, me and the Ottomans are going to debate our defensive pact. That is so cute. What is this debate, anyway? Leaving defensive league does not dissolve it. Okay, but it must be the law part, right? And it's just you and me, buddy. We are doing this. Aha, he's voting for automatic defense. Members will automatically be called to join. How about assured defense, so that I know you're coming to aid me if things really hit the fan? Then again, what if the Ottomans get utterly bodied? Then I can come to their help. Surely we can have something nice and mutual. I'm gonna see if I can vote on assured defense and see where that takes us. Weird holding a vote between two people. What happens in a tie? Maybe you do it my way and we take the third option. That's pretty cool though. It's really awesome that this is actually a thing for putting together your defensive leagues. A lot more interesting than, say, the defensive trade, or the way trade leagues in general work. No, not again! Stop! Why must the heavens constantly curse me with daughters? That's 4 in a row. This is gonna ruin my country, you know. Tribal succession crisis. More unwanted daughters. Oh, I can't fit all that in. Another unwanted... how about just... unwanted. I even changed my law to try and make them possible rulers, and it's not doing diddly for me. I'm glad the cost of the court caps out. Try having kids in parallel. Yeah, we've been trying that. Yeah, tribal succession crisis is coming. It's just a question of how deep in the dirt I'm going to be when that comes. Maybe if I can get assured defense of the Ottoman, they can come to my aid when I inevitably have a split in my entire country. Why are you not going in there? And why are you taking a weird way to get there? Many strange things afoot here. Is it possible to see other nations' family trees? Ottomans, tell me more about yourself. Here's the dynasty, and here's the family tree. This feels out of place in EU. I would actually prefer if there wasn't this character focus, because it's not the kind of game where I tend to care about this stuff. I always liked how in EU 3 and 4 it was just very abstracted away. You have a dynasty, you have a name, you have some stats, boom. But the thing about EU is it is a culmination of all the other grand strategy games, so it's not too outlandish that that would be brought in. Hey! Chieftains are actually paying me for looking out for them over all these years. And I have certainly looked out for them. I'm beginning to think Jake having only daughters has something to do with a why. Whoa, 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 hold on. The distractions, they just cost me my levies. And I think my imprisoned footmen were there as well. Whoops. This guy just stuck here. I think I'm stuck in the mountain for winter. Hope I brought enough food. Yeah, imagine underestimating the mighty Serbs. I think we're absolutely stuck in this blessed mountain. Normal winter. Get me out of here, please. I don't want to be stuck in a Serbian mountain. I'm so glad to be Serbian. You should see what these Mongols get up to in their huts. I didn't even want to take this route around. I wanted to go this way. Perm have asked us for gold. Perm can suck a lemon. And I can get tolerance for the true faith, although nobody follows the true faith in my country. Right, if I'm just marching in place, could we at least siege the province? Better be feared than loved. Army movement speed. Well, I kind of need that right now. Yeah, please. Please get out of there. You appear to be dying. It is impossible to move an army into the mountains during normal winter or severe winter. Great, then just get out. I don't even know what province you're in. Well, it's going to be a long thaw here. Yeah, is there just a stop moving button? No, I can't even order them to be in the province that they're in. Although there used to be a button like H for hold. Oh no, look who's back for revenge. Yeah, maybe the problem is their movement locked. Well, let's hope that these mountains thaw at some point. At least we're kind of gaining food, but we're also gaining attrition here. And it's taking far too long to siege down Wallachia. Alright, good. I'm getting out of here. Get me out of there for good. Get me in another way. All the while, they're getting a war score because I haven't taken the capital yet, but I'm working on it. Yeah, this actually looks like a better way in, doesn't it? It looked more mountainous on the map. Oh, geez, that's pretty bad. I just ran into them in the hills here. Not only that, they're extremely well led. Oh, I did not count on Serbs winning all of this. Game did warn me you could lose this fight. Alright, come on. Serbs need to die. They're just peasants with pitchforks. Shoot them to death. I could have done with my enslaved footmen to help me out here. Okay, yet another one of my children, which for some reason cannot be an heir, is becoming super smart. Alright, well, we've cleaved in one of their flanks, although I don't know how good that is in these hilly... Is this even a hill? To my surprise, it's actually a plateau, which might still be good for horse archery. There we go. Whew. That was a terrific slaughter of the Serbs. I'm proud of you guys. They caught us with our pants down, and we still got the job done. If anything, we got it done faster. Leave those Serbs going home bleeding and crying. You can't have females because of Shara unless you changed it. I did change it. That's the thing. Legal code is based on tradition. Is that the one? Whatever. Shara is gone, and I changed it to a matrilineal non-exclusive. So unless there's something else that prevents female heirs, and I don't know why I can't have them. Too bad you can't capture the king for ransom. Yeah, wrong game for that, sadly. So yeah, I have no idea why I can't have a female Khan. It wouldn't surprise me if that's blocked, but there's nothing in the game indicating that it is blocked. And that is what is currently getting my proverbial goat. Alright, alright. If I take this, I can start worming my way in, but I need to take Skopje. Skopa! No forts to get in the way of this? Good. Is it under religious laws? Ooh, now I hadn't considered that. Well, doesn't seem to mention anything about blocking female rulers. Again, it would make sense. It would absolutely make sense, and I'd be happy for the game to say, you are Islam, so no female rulers allowed, but I just don't see it anywhere. Our liturgical language is Arabic. Strong language for research. Okay, good. But I still don't understand why I can't have a female heir, and I don't know who my heir is going to be, period. We'll see what happens when this lassie comes of age, but I suspect it's going to be tribal succession crisis all the way down. Hopefully I'll be able to enslave the Serbians before that happens. Wonder how good a Serb would make as a slave. Probably very, very bad. Sponsor noble arts. Nobles become happy. Nobles become very happy. Gain an architect, a composer, or a writer. I like that because it's the most likely to pass, and I don't want to have to work hard for this. But I also like the idea of promoting our religion. Pop conversion speed is really crap right now. No, I'm not on Sharia law. I changed that out ages ago. Heir religion must be the same religion. Wait, what if my children are somehow not my religion? No, Sunni all the way down. Marriage law doesn't mention anything about gender of the possible heir. We have no censorship either. Yeah, legal code is not Sharia law, which disallows female rulers. So I have no idea why I can't have... I just assume it's some kind of horde thing. I think the heir is just chosen out of all the possibilities. Yeah, but there's no heir. There's no heir here at all. Oh, here's country modifiers. Our focus on covert actions is limiting our ability for the next 2 years. And contact is for the next 5 years. That's actually a massive hit to my diplomatic capacity. Fortunately, though, that'll go away soon enough. I should have got those elephants then. Yeah, it hurts my crown power, hurts my loyalty, hurts a lot of things, but it'll go away. Unfortunately, we're going to have to suffer through a few sordid years with Serbia, but, you know, don't we always? Alright, as long as I can win here with them. Maybe it's something about your crown privileges. Ah, now that's a good thought. I didn't check to see if any estate privileges block that. Aristocracy. Food stuff, discipline, nothing about heirs. Nothing about heirs, nothing about heirs. Horses, nothing about heirs. Traditionalist, pop conversion speed. Literacy. Okay, I find it less likely. Wait, the Dhimmi. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dhimmi are getting in my way with that. Why are we attacking Wallachia and Serbia yet? We haven't subjugated all the Russians yet. The Russians are poor. And they're already broken. Conquering their land won't do me any good. That land is no use to me. So I just periodically go and sweep through the Russians and take what little money they've saved up. And it's not much point making them tributaries or vassals because it costs me diplomatic capacity, which would be much better spent on people that actually have money. You might not think Bulgarians and Serbians have a lot, but compared to the Russian principalities, oh boy, are they rich. Anyway, I'm still trying to find anything that tells me whether or not I can have a female heir. And I'm seeing a whole lot of not much. I think you saw that under Shira law, Kratos, but I will double check. Dhimmi, levy size, cabinet, heretics, unrest, equilibrium, tribal levies. Nope, nothing here about the gender of the heirs. And that was under our legal code of traditional law. Nothing about gender of our heir or ruler or anything. Yeah, Shakira's law. Favoring the elites doesn't block it either. I have no idea why I can't have a female heir. I have plenty of good reasons for why we couldn't, but nothing that reflects in game. So I think we're going to have a very, very bad time when Borjigin dies. Spouses, children, title history 3, but yeah, no clues coming. Well, may you live an exceptionally long life, you mediocre ruler. Doesn't the tooltip on the heir portrait give a hint? Yes, the tooltip. Just kind of shows a little picture of a face there. This is my consort. And this is normally when where your heir goes, but there's a whole lot of nothing there. If this guy just lives forever, then it won't be a problem. Maybe heir not shown because it's only chosen when you die. No, that wasn't the case before. And I have a hard time believing it would be the case now. But maybe it is. It does say, you know, it takes the best person from our line and whatnot. At least I only lose 5 Horde unity on succession, which is a huge change. Hey, are those my colonial nations coming over? Yes! It takes like a year, but my colonies do actually bring over a few units to aid me. Nothing relevant, but the colonies are just there to make me money. Speaking of making money, why is trade income just so weird? I don't understand trade in this game. I will someday, but this is hardly the campaign to learn trade in. Right, your capital there looks kind of hilly. Is that going to be a problem for me? I want to take Ohrid, and then I want to take your capital. Your capital has a fort on it, so it's just 2 birds with 1 particularly well-placed stone, as long as you don't kill me with your units. Alright, very good. So the war should be in the bag, after that very frightening attack that we had over in Velbudst, which does not seem to be propagating its control. Oh god, I think we know what that means. Oh, no, we don't. It's just that was the only province there. There was nothing to share. Also, what was that pop-up? I completely missed it. Oh, I never actually chose this, did I? Whoops. Also, I'm swimming in diplomats. That's another . Is there anybody who should be giving me more money? Bryansk never has any sodding money, so I don't fancy taking it away from them. Kiev are just drowning in money. I wonder if they could give me even more money. Oh, that's right. I was trying to make them into scutages. Yes, yes. Volhynia? The time for scutages now. Give me more money. And Halik, you're even better, but I might have already made you a scutage. Yeah, there we go. Even more, please. More money is better money. Let me double check that. Enable scutage, yes. Don't accidentally enforce culture or something. They would hate my guts for it. And is there something to remove scutage? Cancel scutage has no downsides. Excellent. What about siphoning your income? I hear that has upsides. See, this is the situation I've been building up towards. I know people have been thinking, oh god, Jake, you're not investing in your country, you're going to die. My investing is investing in others. It's a lot like my stream, you know, I invest in your enjoyment, in the hopes that someday I can arrive on your front door with 1,000 enslaved horsemen and footmen and start taking everything you have. We're still working on that part. Now, Kiev, are you willing to give me more? I'm always willing to take more. Yeah, go on then. It's foolish not to if I'm sitting on extra diplomats. What's scutage in EU5? They don't have to come into my wars, but they pay me extra. The interesting oversight here is that they are tributaries. They can't join my wars anyway, so that should be blocked, but it's not, so I'm taking it. Also, I really need to improve this opinion. Alright, long may the Serbs die. Is that Montenegro? No, it's Albania. Montenegro would be up here. I got excited though, just because I saw blue over here, I thought, oh boy. Does Ragusa exist? No, it's... Yes, yes! Oh, that's amazing. I wonder if I can force Montenegro to exist. I mean, I wouldn't. It would be a silly thing to do, but... I mean, come on. Oh, I didn't know this. You can force tributary without taking their capital. They take it already! Life is good for the Horde. Serbs are just laughable. They really actually just want to fall in line. And you know what? I want to let them. Even so, I want to get my separate peace with Wallachia to take their money as well. I'm mildly upset that Football Manager gets released this hour, but EU5 gets released in the next hour. I can't believe we have overlap with Football Manager players here. I mean, I have played and enjoyed Football Manager, but not because of the football, and frankly not because of the managing, but because you can yell at your team and throw water bottles at them, which I did to the Bucky Thistles 16-year-old team. But, interesting observation, which single game do you think has the biggest overlap with Paradox Grand Strategy players? So you take all the Grand Strategy players there are, what is the game that is played by most of them? Single game. Single name. 2 syllables. Total War. Path of Exile. No, Rested Pandy gets it in 1. It is Fortnite. It is simply that pervasive. So when you try to make assumptions based on who's playing your game, well, assumptions are often dangerous to make. I'm wondering if I should just back out of this war. Part of me is feeling like things are a little too dangerous. I mean, here I am, stuck on their capital. I don't really see what's going on around me. And we still blow at sieging. Again, we don't have any debuffs to it. It's just sieging compared to not sieging is a poor use of my horse archer's time. Nancy Drew. Oh, if I could make that happen, I'd be ever so happy. But we already had the Nancy Drew Marathon. My god, freaking just get in there. 504-day siege to take out Romania. Proto-Romania. No, that's not fair. The Football Manager series come out with new and exciting gameplay mechanics. I'll have to take people's word for that. But I remember playing Football Manager back on the PlayStation 1. And I remember training my team really hard because I wanted to torture them. But the problem was they just end up winning all the time because they were so well trained. I thought maybe I could exhaust them, make them hate their lives. I don't like the idea of sitting around here on Serbia for so long. I need to spend some time keeping the Rus in check. Not to mention there's some outbreaks of issues in my country. which are surely about to happen before long. Maybe I just take my money and run. Gear myself up for a fight for my life with Hungary. On the other hand, we're already here. And I don't have to take the capital. And the moment I do take the capital, it's going to swing the war score massively in my favor. Because he's already got 9% on the ticking war score. It's just takes so long. That is yeah, it's the entire ledger. A lot of people don't like me for some reason, but it's okay, they'll see the funny side. I mean, look, we improved our market massively. Ryazan's been eating into whatever Mozhask is. Although I think that's actually pushed out Astrakhan. If only I could suckle more of the spice trade. What's it called again? The Silk Road. But again, there comes the problem. I don't understand trade in this game. Why am I making no money from trade at all? Don't understand. I should play as some more trade-focused nation and come to understand it a lot better. The annoying thing is I still need to keep this open so I can see who the top cheesed-off rebel is. Oh wait, the chieftains are wanting to surge again. Oh, no, 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 no. The chieftains could actually break my country in half. Because they have all the political power. Although, wait, where are the chieftain insurgents? Just in Ryazan. Wow. Alright, at long, long last, we enslave the Romanians. My ruler's wife is dead. I think that means I need a new wife. Hopefully one that can grant me a son. Okay, nobody wants to marry my old coot. To be fair, who would? I'm a little afraid of running into enemies, but let's march over to Nice anyway. Let's slip the dogs of war. So we are ready to... Oh god, I still never did this. I want to try and promote state religion. I'll give it a go. And would you believe it, I'd get all the support I needed if I simply gave some support towards my beloved Golden Chieftains. Golden's such a great term for it. The commoners are unhappy, but the commoners are always unhappy. Ooh, we could begin a market village building. Isn't that good? Laborers go up, soldiers go up. Peasants lose power, but we get food, trade advantage, and I barely have to pay for it. The chieftains become unhappy. That's a pretty big downside, considering the chieftains want to surge, but the chieftains are far away from surging. So I actually think we could do both of these. How much would a market village normally cost? 50. Nice money made back on that. Also, it's done in Nizhny Lomov. Does anybody know where this is? Never heard of it. It says if I left click I can find it. But left clicking is not showing me where that is. Nizhny Lomov. Lomov. Oh, right, this well-known area. I'm unconvinced that that's worth my time. Especially if it makes the chieftains unhappy. There's really no need to do so. There we go, let's just get this passed. I want some missionary zeal because the religious state of my country is pathetic. I mean, look, Orthodox has taken over my capital because of all the slaves I've brought in. What happened to forced conversion of my slaves? Look at this. This is why slave rebellion could be considered worrisome. This place is still considered my my core, right? Yeah. I could force a conversion through an action. It's an idea. But my councillors are busy trying to integrate Russian lands, and they're going to be at that forever. Maybe I just never integrate these Russian lands. Because, you know, it takes years, and those years could have been spent making my capital a bit more of a satisfying place. Because, yeah, satisfaction here is grim. Ah, jeez. What a waste. An absolute waste. Nearly 80% slaves. You have so many slaves, they're starting to be used as coat hangers and tables. Good. I'm failing to see the problems here. Could we, like, combine our numbers here? I'm getting split up a touch. If I have RGOs missing employees, why are my slaves not being thrown around? Right, where did I say we wanted to go? Probably Nice. No fort. It'll advance my war score. This siege is going nowhere. Actually nowhere. I should strongly consider ending the war. However, I think a lot of my war score comes from occupying Wallachia, and not a lot comes from this occupation. And if I separate sue Wallachia, I can take money, and I can make sure they don't have that fort ever again when I come back and demand more money, or let Bulgaria take them, so Bulgaria has more money to give me. Forcing tributary is a bad idea. Everyone will hate me for that, but I can always humiliate Wallachia. Humiliation is free. And I can also force you to no longer be friends with Serbia. Also, no longer be friends with Halic would be nice. I don't want you getting involved with my beloved ally. Alright, this seems okay, but it's going to cause problems for the Serbian war. Because my war score is going to plummet. Wait, why didn't it plummet? There we go, it plummeted. I wonder if you could take advantage of that. Like, force this peace through whilst that hasn't plummeted. I bet that could be done. Just a sneaking suspicion, but I bet it can be done. But yeah, this siege is kind of miserable. We've been here for, what, half a year? Third of a year, and it's gone actually nowhere. Oh gosh. I almost lost all the support that I needed in Parliament. That would have been quite tragic. I'd have to go for some land focus. Which doesn't seem so bad. We're all land all the time, but let's not cheese off the commoners for no good reason. I gave all the gold provinces in Asia away, yes. It's not that it matters much. I had no control over the land, so what money would I be getting out of it? Riddle me that. Alright, Nice is down. I don't know where their armies are. And that's becoming a concern, isn't it? Why is Vranje not the capital? Maybe the fact that there's a town here makes it not become the capital. I'm a little bit worried about running into Serbs here because they would just kick my ass. I'll check the numbers here. There are still reasonable numbers of Serbs, so which is why I'm bringing all of my subjects as backup. No matter what they muster. Oh, hey, finally, a bit of progress. Unthinkable. Alright, it's been a little bit of time. How's the relations looking with my many, many subjects? Hey, everybody's cooled down. Nice. I can't wait to see how much money Bulgaria is willing to give me. Bulgaria. Bulgaria is willing to give me only 43 right now. Except they don't have that kind of money. Okay, well, how about we just make you scootage? How does that sound? Sounds good, right? Beautiful. And now, when I check my money coming in, nice, we're back up to pre-Black Death levels of money. And this is even though we don't have the war reparations from Hungary for now. Assured defense. We will always join. Is assured what I was voting for? Yes, that's good. That's very good. I didn't want there to be any moments of then going, oh, actually, no, I'm not going to join in. No, not today. There's more Serbia to just walk in and take for free in the far south. But I don't think I'm going to be able to get my peace unless I... Well, let's reconsider, shall we? What if we just go for tributary? No, they're really against it. I need a lot more war score, and the problem is this bleeding capital just does not want to fall. Yeah, early game sieging without bombards was a pain in EU4, and it looks like it's going to be a pain for longer in this one. Do I work on Kosovo, or do I continue with non-protected lands? Do I think I can even get down here? No. In that case, I could go to Uzis. It's a little risky. I can't see where the Serbs are among all this darkness. So fortunately, some of my subjects brought half-decent military generals. Ah, well, that was what I was worried about. But maybe, just maybe, we don't need to fear Stefan. Although maybe we do. Our flanks seem a little rusty. And this time we're the peasants with pitchforks. No point taking Horde Unity, we're fine. Prestige is always good. Army Tradition, huh? I'm unsure what Army Tradition does. Where do we even see that? Army Tradition is right here. It decays rather quickly, but it gives siege ability. Oh, nice. Alternatively, we get Prestige, which also melts away pretty quickly. Alright, how about our military? Hell, it's currently fighting. Pretty even losses, which is unusual. Actually, you call that even? I think I'm losing a lot more than they are. That's what I get for having a very disjointed military, I suppose. Not only that, they're rolling far better than we are. It's okay, they're only levies, and they're mostly not even my levies. I would like to win, though. Winning is war score, but it sure doesn't look like winning to me. Looks like dying to me, because our flank is wide open. Yeah, they're not even taking losses, and we're taking plenty of them. Well, maybe we just hold, and their center will crumble, and there's no more flanking to worry about. Yeesh. Oh no! I just got a double hit in the parliament. At this rate, we're going to lose it. Alright, let's take some land focus. Screw the commoners. Screw this battle as well. Going really, really bad. We're getting flanked to hell and back. Maybe I should have balanced it before we came into this. Do you think you'll miss the EU4 unit deployment in battles with all the individual regiments? But we have that. Right here, we've got our Levy Omsk right here. We've got our cavalry here. We've got more cavalry here. This is better. I had a lot of problems with the way that fronts moved in EU4. And unless you set up your units just perfectly, the AI would be an idiot and do things like putting cavalry in the center. Speaking of being an idiot, I think hanging around this fight is getting my units killed because they're getting triple flanked. I think you'll have a better time if you get out of there. Can you, like, retreat over here? Wow, that was a lot of war score to lose. Serbia simply too strong for me. They can't be beaten. My knees are bending on their own in recognition of Serbian might. How can this be? The mighty Horde, brought to their knees by Serbs with pitchforks. Okay, thank God the siege is finally going somewhere. It's only negative 35% chance. Oh! Our ruler's daughter has come of age. She is our heir! Yes! Okay, thank bloody goodness. She doesn't show... Oh, she does. Oh, wow. Tribal succession crisis dealt with. It cost a lot to pass some laws. Had to tank Horde unity and stability. But she is my son. Whew, okay. Time to make Greater Serbia triumph too. Okay, I like this lassie now, and she's actually very, very skilled. Suspiciously so. I can die in peace knowing that the realm will be held together by you. You are a prodigy. Well, that explains why you're so talented. Right, I need to arrange a marriage that is very good. But the thing is, what makes for a good marriage? I don't know. I'd rather keep it in the family to maintain estate power. Borjin Mohammed? Marry someone important from our own tribe? Wait, heiress will marry someone from... Oh, I thought it said his own tribe. Never mind. If that looks like the incest or inbred icon from CK, what is it? I don't know. Look, it kind of looks like a hand stretching up, but also looks like twisted jeans. I'd just find someone similarly young and spry for you. This person's not amazing, but the thing is, I don't know what a spouse even does. Tell me more, game. Marriage. Royal marriage between two characters. Reign them closer, give them prestige. Okay. I don't think I would have a royal marriage with anyone else anyway, so let's just... Wait, why do I need to grant cabinet right to my own daughter? Alright, very good. Let's bring in Mohammed. Yeah, I mean, you're better in every way, apart from military. And military is what we care about, right? Take the 17-year-old, more likely to live longer. Alright, excellent. Whew, you have no idea what a relief that is off my shoulders thinking that succession is secured, because if there's one thing that pops a horde, it's a tribal succession crisis. The times of EU3 are still haunting me. Oh dear. Cultural tradition. Not sure we have much of that to speak of. We only have a tradition of dying to Serbs today. Well, it's okay. Secure the capital and everything will probably be fine. Oh, whoa, hold on. What the mighty horde could not manage. The minor tribe of Tarki. My knees are buckling once more. The gutter crown keeps getting past here. Amazing. I still need their capital, though. Because they are not going to give it up just like that. And if I'm on the route to taking their capital, I might as well take it and then take all of their money as well. Diversity win. Warlord Jake declares all slave races equally beneath the law. So many wild animal attacks. Maybe we should build some walls. Or at least some fences. Beneath the law. Aliyaha. Inshallah. More land focus, more marketplaces. No, thank you. I'm keen on polishing up Serbia, licking my wounds, and preparing for the death of Hungary. In fact, it just so happens with all this money, I can very much consider building up my military. Who wants more horse archers? I certainly do. Maybe I can make them out of slaves. Yeah. But yeah, in increasing the size of my army, it seems pretty good as other people are getting better access to professional armies. Also, my income, holy moly, look at this. Actual money, even though all my spending is maxed. I don't even have inflation issues. No minting. God, it feels good. I think the last one who died was an active cabinet member. There's just so many bleeding pop-ups here that, you know, I don't care. I don't care that we're missing employees. I mean, what does it matter? Maybe it matters a lot. Literacy of the peasants are hurting. Close them down if they're not profitable then. Cabinet lacks member, and that's for integration, so we're looking for people with military might. Hey, it's the one that didn't get to marry my daughter. Well, here's the booby prize. Can you disable the unused pop-up? Yeah, I suppose I can. I can make them go away. I don't know at what point they'll be back, though. We have rebel movements. You don't say. Pops have needs. You don't say. Missing inputs. Yep, I know. Too many relations. Whoa, we're 41% over the limit. Why are we so high here? This is becoming a real problem. Crown power is being demolished. And that's going to become an even bigger problem when I subjugate Serbia. I might not be able to subjugate Hungary at this rate. I think it's because Bulgaria, no longer in horrifying war, has more points worth here. Tributary, defensive league, tributary. Or maybe it's just joining up with the Ottomans. But yeah, taking this covert actions was a big shot in the foot. At least it'll be over in a year. Huzzah! We've decided to promote the state religion. 151 Tengris become Sunni. Like, that's nothing. Why give me something that doesn't matter? Tengri laborers in Shakti. On the macro scale, we need far, far more than that. Could you just integrate some? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean integrate some of the subjects? No, the whole point I have them is because I can't do anything with land. This is the extent of my control. I've got a little bit of control in the places adjacent to my crappy capital, and along the water and the river we have a bit of control. But anything else is just nope. They're the wrong religion, they're the wrong culture, they're far away, I have no infrastructure. Integrating the land is bad. You know, I gave away all of this Uzbeki land. I gave away Nagay. I only subjugated Perm. The only reason I took any Russian land was just to curtail Muscovy. And I have no intention of actually taking any more land other than maybe annexing Muscovy. Although, at this point, I don't think I have to. I mean, what are they going to do from this position? Tver could spit on them and they'd die. Well, I gotta make sure nobody builds any forts around here. They're not allowed that. And I might want to go to Smolensk and deal with their fortification. Nobody said they're allowed that. It's also worth keeping in mind that I have a crappy little subject around here that I keep forgetting about. What's their name? Bryansk. You there, Bryansk. Life is good, wouldn't you say? I think it's so good that you should be in Skutage. It's a shame that costs me a diplomat, but I'm sitting on 3 or so. Always kill lucky nations. Yeah, no lucky nations here, but they're definitely going to get nice events and things that I can't afford to let them have. Doesn't it bother you, Lithuania spilling into Russia? Not really. I mean, what's Lithuania going to do? They're isolated due to religion. Teutonic Order failed to convert them. So they're still Romovan. So I can just pick on them at my leisure. I'm pretty sure they don't have any friends. Yeah, in fact, I could walk over to Lithuania and make them my tributary if I had the diplomatic capacity, but I sorely, sorely lack it. And I'm about to lack it even more. No buildings that can help you with Diplo? No, I'm pretty sure this game doesn't have stacking bonuses like that you can just build. The problem is I don't know all the things that give diplomatic, what's the term again? Capacity. And I want everything I can get here. Core is here, religious figure is here. Oh man, just when I put someone into my cabinet. Getting our army, very good. A Casus Belli on Hungary only lasts for 4 more years, but we will make use of it when we see fit, and not before. I think I saw some buildings that give capital city only bonuses. Perhaps that's worth looking into. Don't really know how to go into the building look here. I mean, what the heck? There are so many bleeding buildings. And yum yum library, but these things all cost money and require goods, which I'm not made of. Slave market. Slaves are bought and sold, fueling economies through forced labor. I wonder if I can sell off my slaves with this. I mean, what does this actually do? Enslavement. Pops become slaves in the location. No, I think we have plenty of slaves as it is, thank you. I'm looking for a way to sell them off. But yeah, if there's a way to gain more diplomatic capacity, I'm all ears, but I don't know how. Normally I would load up like EU5 wiki for it, but there is no EU5 wiki right now. Slave markets produce enslaved discriminated pops in a location. That's what we read. What I need is a way to sell off all the slaves that I have, because look at this. In my capital, we're 78% slaves. I think we were 80 before, though, so at least they're promoting. There was an embassy building. Is this even in alphabetical order? Let's go. Embassy. Whoa! That's not a lot, but it's still something. Pretty nice. These are the best places to build an embassy. Why do you think these are the best places? Because of market access and stuff. Maybe I can build a lot of these. That would be very handy. Says I can only... Oh, I can only build them in other countries? I could build them in Lviv, Tbilisi, and Tarnovo. Now that's okay, because that's a nice boost, but why? What is allowing me to build them there and not elsewhere? Because that's how embassies work, yeah, no kidding. But I'm wondering why I can build them specifically there and I can't build one in, say, Perm. Jewelry and paper needed. Is it relations? Is it high rank? I don't know why I can only build them in these locations. I absolutely should, right? That is worth it. An embassy in Constantinople. Oh, you build them in markets. What happens if the market dies? Oh well, let's get them done. Maybe you need market access to make this happen. Where the heck is Tbilisi? It's in Georgia. Ah, there we go then. What? Yeah, I'm not sure I understand this at all, but anything that boosts my diplomatic abilities is great. Yeah, but why those markets? Do they have to be markets that I'm not part of? In that case, why not the Pest market? Why not the Riga market? You can hover over a different location, it'll tell you why it won't work. That's an idea. Embassy, build one here, please. We can only build an embassy in a foreign location where the owner has 100 opinion of us. Ah, so if I wanted to do it over here, maybe I could build one in Serbia when they like me. Hey, the Ottoman... Oh, right. Well, this is already in this area. But maybe I could build one over here if the Ottomans would ever like us. Oh, it can't be done in a rural settlement. Right, so it needs to be a city inside somewhere where somebody likes me. In that case, why not here? It's got to be somewhere that's not a rural settlement. Pretty hard to see anything. Right, how about Kiev? Kiev's not a rural settlement. So let's imagine that I wanted to produce the embassy here. I can build an embassy here. Okay. Available levels. Only show locations that can support additional levels of it. We can level them up? Interesting. Should I build it anyway? Oh, it's not letting me. Maybe untick the available pair. Untick the lot of them. I don't know. There are already Mongolian nobles around here, so we can't build a settlement. Interesting. Well, here's the thing. I'm good friends with the Ottomans, so if they expand a bit, I might be able to get an embassy around here as well. Sounds like a good reason to make better friends. Anyway, that sounds like a really good way to build up diplomatic capacity. Well spotted. It's only going to be 0.3, but it actually goes up by 145%. Alright, I'll take it. I will overextend on diplomatic capabilities for a while. I think we can handle the loss of, well, everything that we get from that. It's not like Crown Power does me anything right now. We still make all of our money from other people. 8% Crown Power. It's recommended to have as much as possible, but here's your penalty for having below 25%. Incredible. Are the Ottomans really slacking off? They just integrated this land, and it's only been 23 years. It's a slowish game. I would still really like to have a legitimate alliance with you, by the way. But they're unhappy about the war. And they're unhappy about the coalition of tiny little Russian ragdolls. Alright, 14%. We will finally take over Serbia at some point. Looking forward to putting Hungary to sword, though. They're going to be the crown jewel of my tributary payers. Or so the hope goes. I can totally see myself dying due to having too many subjects if I follow that idea. You want me to vote again on possible defense? Resolution to vote on. Start law debate is being debated. One's voting for possible defense. No, we don't do possible defense. We do assured defense. Why are we voting on this again? We just voted on it, Ottomans, and we haven't invited anybody new into our little organization. Don't know what to make of that. I've been stuck in this bloody siege forever. Come on. Ah, there we go. And that should swing the war score once we grab control over all of this. Excuse my bunged up sounding nose there. Alright, very good. Does that mean we're going to go over and absolutely skull screw the remaining Serbians? Yes, it is. That is precisely what it means. They might have time to take that. They might. But I do bring my wagons, and I do bring my... Oh no, they're totally taking that. Question is, can they run away in time? My units are fast. Excellent. Take that, and then take this... Wait, no, no, no! Christ, no! Shift-click means... Shift-click means do it after you do that. Morons everywhere. Alright, time to finally put the Serbs to the sword. Where's your fancy accordion now, Serb? Step in line and serb me. Alright, there we go. Now we surely have what we need for total domination. I could humiliate them while I'm at it, but I don't really need the prestige right now. I don't want to tear apart their forts, and I don't really care about anything else other than them just paying me all of their money. Do I want them to not be friendly with anybody? I would really like it if they were not allied with Byzantium, so my friend the Ottomans can grow a bit in power. But maybe it's better that the Ottomans continue taking on Anatolian Beyliks rather than eating into my tributaries, because I could see him falling out with me over that. Life offers many doors, Ed boy. You actually have an alliance with the Byzantines. And why are you allied with Croatia? I thought Croatia was subject to Hungary. I like the idea of the Ottoman Empire not having that, but... We'll leave it be. The slower the Ottomans grow, the more time I have to grow proportionally to them. And I imagine there's nothing that me and the Ottomans can't defeat together in our beautiful defensive league. So very well, let's make our sue for peace. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Vassalize Byzantium for C block. Oh, I could liberate something out of you, but that's certainly not what we want to do. Quite funny, I could tell you to dismantle a fort over in Croatia, but we don't care about dismantling these forts. Just give me your money. Alright, I gotta say that was really rather profitable. This is the most money I've had since before the Black Death arrived, I dare to say. We are in a position to make our move on Hungary. However, I really think that if we continue to go over diplomatic capacity, we're going to get utterly ravaged. So we should chill out a bit, let the covert actions go away. Contact's going to go away in another few years, right? Where are those again? Here they are. Covert actions goes away next year. Contact goes away in 4 years. Really wish I'd never taken contact. Yeah, that was the food shortages during the Black Death times. I didn't think it would be lasting so long. So, knowing that we have our casus belli on Hungary for a while, we should avoid expanding our subjects and instead focus on doing something else. Although I don't know what something else would be. The Russians are already completely kowtowed to us. Well, completely. You know, they're independent, in a manner of speaking. This Tooltip's so freaking large. Build some roads. Great, except, as we mentioned before, roads are far, far too expensive. I think I'd rather put Smolensk in their place. The fact that they still have a fort bothers me. Are they isolated diplomatically? They have an alliance. The alliance is with Vladimir and Muscovy. I would have no problem charging through Vladimir and Muscovy again, so I'm all for that. Let's grab our armies and head up north. Thank you, please. Please head on up to Ryazan. Having your armies in position can convince some people to chill out. I want to see what happens if I station them over where the Nogais are rising up. I think it's only Botkul, right? Yeah, let's see if having them there is going to get rid of the Patriots. We can give that a go. At least my army should move around fairly quickly. And I think some of our irregulars survived. Yeah, so kick out, or once you're done with there, go and kick out the levies, let them get back to work. Yeah, I think the smooth moving units is a mistake. It really doesn't make it clear where they are, and it's very important where they are. And it's rather bothersome that I can't seem to create this unit. Here we go. Right, so I had to deselect them and reselect them. Yeah, the army GUI is a mystery at times. But get these peasants out of here. Donk, donk, donk. Worth noting that I can't actually disband regular regiments, so I gotta be pretty careful here. Bye-bye, peasants. Go home. Tend to the flock. Told you, you want army counters. Does the Horde gameplay capture the visceral joy of raiding and burning? More so than any EU game so far. More so than any grand strategy game so far. And I like the fact that it's not easy. I mean, I know we look big and strong and our armies kick serious ass, but look at this. Our country is on a knife edge. I'm just too damn good to make it seem like we're in real trouble. And it's been difficult to squeeze anything out of this country. Maybe, you know, once I've played through several campaigns and I know more, I'm going to be looking back at this going, oh god, I didn't know what I was doing. Which does happen with some old EU4 content. I'm like, oh god, I did this, I did that, what was I thinking? But such is the nature. Our country's mostly grass. Yeah, the nice thing about anybody invading our country, they're not really going to get anything. I think these unprofitable buildings and missing employee things are always going to be coming up. Trying to think if there's anybody here worth dropping off. I mean, we have the likes of Promsk and Simsir that we really do not need as vassals. They don't really contribute anything. Cancelling their vassal status doesn't cost... Oh, hold on. There we go. Hope you didn't have to hear that, but I was getting guy bunged up there. It is very tempting to cancel the vassalization status because it's really not relevant to me. They don't pay me any reasonable amount of money. I mean, let's take Pronsk, for example. Diplomacy, Pronsk, vassal. I'll be honest, that's not bad. That's more than I expected. And Simsir is even better. Who even is Simsir? Riddle me that. I've never heard of Simsir in my life. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm really not sure I care about these tiny little vassals. And the fact that they're costing me diplomatic capacity that could be served way better, bringing me money through through tributaries. I should probably cut them off. Perm I quite like. Perm is just a nice massive slab of land that nobody's going to care about, so I'd rather it was on my side. And the guy actually brings some troops now and then. But I think Simsir and Pronsk I should just kick out. They're costing me too much, and I could always just raid them later on if need be. LOL at Nagai. Yeah, the burgers are rising up, but that's okay. As long as they're not a horde, everything is fine. Yeah, I'm going to kick out Pronsk. They don't do anything. Cancelling vassal status doesn't seem to have any downsides, does it? Alright, away you go. It was mostly there, so I didn't have to worry about all this stuff going on around with the Russians. And if you ally somebody, well, you don't have a fort, so I don't really care. If they don't have a fort, they can run freely around. And then one of the other ones is Simsir. I mean, come on, this is Simsir? How much money did they even pay me? Simsir... Oh, don't stop giving me these difficult decisions. You actually pay me money. Why and how does Simsir have that amount of money to pay me? Don't make me regret this. How in the world do you have any money at all? Maybe I should have siphoned your income before I cut you off. What does the minor tribe of Tarki cost me? What do they even call themselves on this list? Tarki? Tarki is a vassal that costs me almost nothing. Oh wow, being tribal makes you incredibly cheap as a subject. Ooh. Well, that is nice, but Simsir are not a tribe. They're also Orthodox for some reason. That's all really rather strange, but I think I'll just punch some money out of them and then let them go. Yeah, I mean, I will miss a little bit of the money, but I need the freedom here on my diplomatic thingamajigger so I can get more tributaries. They cost half a half-decent tributary, and they don't bring half a tributary's money. Alright, it's decided. Simsir, it's been a good time together. But I need you to give me one last payment. And then I'm going to let you go. Except I can't let you go for a month. Okay. We need to remember to let them go. Does Nagai do anything for us? Should we integrate them? Again, why? What does this land do for me? It's just land I can't control. Okay, Kiev is as happy as can be. What they do for me is that they turn this land Sunni. That's pretty good, I suppose. They're also all Nagai culture, which maybe I could accept someday. But I have no problem with what Nagai do. They just administrate that land, and it's land under my control rather than anybody else's. So yeah, I really would like to know what absorbing that land into my country would benefit me for. Seems like it's just going to be a bigger pain. I don't like pain. It's quite close to your capital. The control could be in the single digit. Yeah, like 1 or 2. Oh, jeez. You know, this is quite close to my capital, and it's 0. Ah. Glad we can all laugh at this together. Does this cost me a diplomat? It does. Ooh, I don't like that. Alright, but in the end, it's freeing up some much-needed diplomatic capacity. What did I say I was going to do, by the way? I wanted to see if I can get rid of these Nagai Patriots by just parking my army here. What if I park more of my army here? Let's not pay for these forts, there's no need. Can you declare war and revolts of your subjects? Surprisingly, only with no casus belli, so hopefully the burghers don't win here. I wonder what's taking so long. I hope their army isn't just lost somewhere, or maybe their army got wiped in Serbia. At this rate, I can't help but feel that we're going to see a loss of my Nagai friends. But maybe this doesn't change the country. Maybe I just end up with a different kind of subject. I hope that's the case, because it looks like they're going to lose. And it's not like I can jump in here. Ottomans. Why are the provinces all the way to the east 15%? That seems way too high. It's because they are an accepted culture, Crimean. Yay! And we started out accepting this culture. So when we look at demography... The demography... Why does that feel like a wrong word? Anyway, generally they're quite a bit happier, because they're not horrifically oppressed. Even the slaves don't feel too bad for some reason. Wait, what slaves? Wow. Actual slave integration happening in my country? Can't believe it. Sarai, what do you have to say? 79% slaves is what they have to say. Don't know what this icon means here, though. Maybe it means that they were specifically round up and dragged from their homes. Oh, I bet that means they can be demanded back in a peace deal. Yes, that would make sense. I wonder, does that mean I have a bunch of... Oh, the peasants are all Mongolian. Are these slaves even integrating? I meant to have something that integrates them into my society, but I'm having a hard time seeing it. Certainly goes slowly. Oh, huzzah! It has happened! EU5 is now available for all, so if you've been watching this but wanting to play it yourself, it's time for you to go and enjoy. Far more people enjoyed the game than just bolstered the numbers we have around here. I'm very curious what's going to happen when these burghers win, because I don't really have a way to help my friend Nagai. And it looks like the burghers are going to win. Hopefully they don't change the entire country. Hopefully just enforce some nice burgery things. What am I meant to do about this? They want Nagai independence. At this rate, they're going to be getting it. Alright, never mind that. I have to go and kill Smolensk. Wait, I don't have a casus belli on Smolensk. What am I doing? If I wanted to declare war, I've got nothing to work with. And it looks like my only casus belli is on Hungary. I don't plan on using that just yet. Alright, in that case, let's build a spy network in Smolensk. Double check that they don't have allies that are troublesome. A most troublesome ally would be being friends with one of my tributaries. Then I really wouldn't want to declare that war. But yeah, it looks like it's just Muscovy and Vladimir. And I'm okay to go around and butcher them for more money. For some reason, that doesn't feel like it's going to be a weight upon my shoulders. Let's build that spy network. Very curious about dealing with Hungary, though. But if I do deal with Hungary... Hey, Elan! I'm actually surprised at how well my army is held together, but I have nurtured it a lot. We started with a very small standing army. Yeah, so I consider anything in green to be somewhere that we've kind of sealed off and don't have to worry so much about. Hungary is just about the only bleeding threat that we have around here. Grey Void seems to agree. We have done a great job. But yeah, killing Hungary and driving them to be our final tributary seems like the next big push. I don't know what I'll do with Lithuania. There's an idea to do them in as well. But I don't know, it's very, very difficult to figure out how to expand. Like, if I eat this land, I don't care about antagonism. Nobody outside of the little Russians that I've already pulverized are going to care. But what do I do with that land? And I can't really have one good big subject take care of them. The subject isn't going to help me out much, and they're going to cost me a ton in diplomats as well. So, I don't know. Another idea is to move my capital to Muscovy. It's probably a much better capital. More central for all this land that I'm going to be taking. Happy release, Jake. Here's tribute for the Great Khan. I like the sound of that. Great Khan. We have done a great job, haven't we? You can develop and build up your land and improve the lives of people. Sorry, such forward thinking is not allowed here. I do agree, though, that perhaps building up our RGOs is a good idea at this point. We have money, and I would actually like to start having my people be productive. So, wow. Carpenter Guild seems worth surprising amounts of money, but I'm more interested in RGOs. How much does a Carpentry Guild cost? $34. Oh, surprisingly cheap. But I still feel like RGOs are what I want, because they get added to the market. You know, everybody loves salt. And look at that. How much does it cost to increase this? Salt buildings in the market. Salt RGO in the market. See, again, I don't understand this. If somebody understands it better, then I'd love to hear about it. I'm trying to make heads or tails of what exactly I'm looking at here. Maximum profit per... Wait, slaves? Explain further. I have an RGO of slaves? No, but it's telling me if I... Wait, I don't get it. Does that make slaves a trade good? Oh, Wait a minute. Maybe this is exactly what I should have been doing from the start. Maybe you build the slave thing, you take your slaves, and actually turn them into a trade good. Yes, that's how it worked. Ah, buggery, I should have done that forever. Alright, Sarai, time for these slaves to be put to better use. Let's build it and see what happens. Where does that come under when I look at buildings anyway? It's relatively prosperous here in Sarai. Unbelievable. I can give them irrigation. Can I like... Ah, here we go. Oh, but the slaves doesn't give me slave market. Monthly enslavement. Wait, no, it says they become slaves the social class, not slaves the trade good. I don't understand. Slaves are trade good for the Horde is utterly historical. Yes, that's what I want. I want to turn the slaves that I have into a tradable commodity. But it looks like if I build a slave market here, it's actually going to take my pops and turn them into more pops. I don't want pops. I want the slave trade good to get rid of them. You get a slave and you get a slave. Everybody's getting a slave. Okay, you know what this calls for? Investigation. Investigation, which I will do in my own time, because I've been streaming for 8 hours today of this, and I'm really rather hungry and tired. So here's what happens. I click save game. We continue on with this. Between next stream and now, hopefully I learn a thing or two about the slave trade. Maybe I'll open up a side save and build the thing and toy around with it. Or maybe there'll be an EU5 wiki by the time I wake up. Who's to say? In any case, it's lots of EU5 on this channel for quite some time, I'm sure. There will continue to be variety games, there always have been. I once read somebody said that Jake turned into a variety streamer at some point after playing EU4. There's always a variety stream, never hasn't been. Sure people know the first game I ever streamed here, it wasn't Frostpunk and it wasn't EU. In any case, that's it for me. Please enjoy EU4 now that it's out and you can all enjoy it as I have been. And until we are back to enjoy more hoarding, or indeed some other streams, I might even make it for DDR, it's a cheers and cheerio.